The Lin family mansion. At the second-floor stairway. The classic scheming setup of false accusation point. Brother, why did you push me? Lin he suddenly shouted, his body toppling backward down the stairs. At that moment, Lin Chuan, standing nearby, was stunned. He suddenly realized he had been reborn. I am reborn. Today is the day of the talent awakening ceremony at Haiqingno, one high school. In his previous life, the same thing had happened here. Lin he deliberately fell down the stairs and framed him for pushing. Even though he hadn't touched a single hair on Lin he, his father and sister had slapped him dozens of times. In the end, he was forced to apologize to Lin he. Lin Chuan still remembered how wronged he felt then. He had explained for so long, but no one believed him. Now that he was living it again, Lin Chuan suddenly understood. He had been wrong. Why explain to someone with the IQ of a less-than-average banana? Since he was going to be scolded anyway, he might as well do the deed. Seeing Lin he about to roll down the stairs, Lin Chuan sprinted, leaped into the air, and delivered a flying kick straight at him. I hate people who fake fall. Smack. The kick landed squarely on the buttocks. Lin he had originally planned to roll down about 7 or 8 steps. Lin Chuan added an extra session for him. Up. Lin he screamed, tumbling from the second floor all the way to the first floor, his feet never touching the ground. His head hit the railing, and he spun in midair. Finally, he landed headfirst into the living room trash can. Only his legs stuck out, twitching. Lin Chuan stood at the top of the stairs, feeling immensely relieved. At the same time, a flood of memories surged into his mind. In his previous life, Lin Chuan had endured everything to gain his parents' approval. Because his awakened talent was inferior to Lin He's, he gave in at every turn. He gave up all resources to Lin he. He took on all the dirty, hard, and even shady jobs of the family willingly. Later, when Lin he killed the son of a powerful figure, his parents and his 2 older sisters asked him to take the blame, and he did. Lin Chuan still remembered the conversation. Your brother is an S-grade talent, the future of the Lin family. You only have E-grade talent, you're destined for nothing great. Besides, Lin he has been chosen by the Celestial Masters Bureau. He absolutely cannot go to prison. He is the future patriarch of the Lin bloodline. If he becomes a convict, how ridiculous would that be? The Lin family has raised you for so many years. It's just asking you to take the blame for your brother not to die. What do you have to complain about? Mom, dad, big sister, second sister, don't pressure brother. I'll take responsibility myself. I'll go confess tomorrow. Look at Lin, he's so considerate, still thinking of you. Lin Chuan spent 10 years in prison. Looking back now, he was just a fool. In the end, Lin he killed him with his own hands. Just before dying, Lin Chuan learned that Lin he possessed a heart voice system. His parents and sisters could hear his thoughts. Lin he put on a show every day. I'm just an adopted son. How can I compete with Big Brother? Even if Big Brother bullies me, I can't fight back. As long as mom and dad are happy, what do I care if I suffer a little? The family listened, tears streaming. They thought Lin he was considerate and kind. At the time, I thought they were bewitched by this kid. How twisted. Thinking back, I was the one who was bewitched. This family, except for grandpa and third sister, is full of beasts. Why was I filial? In my last life, I was truly a fool. This time, Lin Chuan decided not to endure anymore. Whoever made him suffer would get hurt. Whoever made him feel drained, he would attack. As for making enemies, he wasn't afraid anymore. He had already died once. What was there to fear? Detected a change in the host's mindset. Enemy retribution system awakened. After binding an enemy, whenever the enemy cultivates, takes potions, awakens talents, or obtains opportunities, the host will receive a random multiplier return. Minimum 100 times, maximum 10,000 times. The harder the enemy works, the stronger the host becomes. Also, the host unlocks a proficiency template. Breakthroughs occur when proficiency is reached. Enemy detected. Lin he. Bind. Bind. Must bind. Lock it. Binding successful. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. What a great system. Not only could he cultivate on his own, but he could also gain at least 100-fold return from his enemies. At least 100-fold return and from enemies. The more he hates me, the harder he works, the stronger I get. The stronger I get, the more he can't beat me, the more he hates, the harder he works. Perfect cycle. Freaking amazing. Downstairs, Lin he crawled out of the trash can. His forehead was bleeding, and a wad of tissue was stuck in his mouth. He was completely dazed. Tui. Tui. Lin Chuan. Are you crazy? Lin Chuan slid down the banister, landing gracefully. Hey, are you a soccer player? You fake a fall every time you see me. What fake fall? You kicked me. Lin Chuan flexed his wrists. Since you fell, not giving you an extra kick would be a waste. Lin he's face flushed with anger. You're sick. I'll kill you. He lunged at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan sidestepped and delivered a roundhouse slap to his face. After all, with 2 lifetimes of experience and years of doing hard labor for the Lin family, he had some skills. Decades of martial arts experience made dealing with Lin he a child's play. Smack. Lin he was spun around by the slap. Before he could steady himself, he took another kick. And it was a direct hit to the groin. Thump. Lin he covered his crotch and knelt on the ground. Before he could finish screaming, Lin Chuan grabbed his hair and slapped him left and right. Smack. Feels good. Smack. I'm asking you, feels good. Smack, 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 smack. Why aren't you talking? Shy. Lin he's nose bled profusely. Shy my ass. The eldest sister and second sister in the living room finally snapped out of it. Lin Chuan, stop. Eldest sister Lin Qingxue rushed over. At the same time a voice echoed in their ears. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been adopted, big brother wouldn't hate me so much. He must be sad too when he hits me. I can't fight back, I owe the Lin family too much. Second sister Lin Yue's eyes reddened, thinking little, he is still considering that bastard Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, are you even human? Lin Chuan looked up at her. Lin Qingxue's face was cold. Let go of little he now. What if I don't? I am your eldest sister. So, Lin Qingxue raised her hand to slap him. I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Chuan caught her wrist. You dare to defy me? Who the hell do you think you are? Lin Chuan threw her hand away, pointing at the door. Big pancake face, small eyes, wearing glasses. Look up your face on the internet. How dare you touch me? You dare to touch me? From now on, get out of this house. Lin Qingxue was stunned. Then she gave a cold laugh. Make me leave. You do realize this is the Lin family home? I know very well. Lin Chuan pointed at the floor. This is Grandpa's ancestral home. The deed is in my name. If you can't read, go back to elementary school. Lin Qingxue's face changed. This mansion was indeed left to Lin Chuan by Grandpa. Not just the mansion. Most of the Lin family assets were also under Lin Chuan's name. Before Lin Chuan turned 18, his father Lin Nin managed the assets. Over the years, Lin Nin had been trying to get Lin Chuan to voluntarily give up his inheritance. Lin Qingxue pretended to love Lin He, but she was also eyeing the family fortune. If Lin Chuan was kicked out, she could compete with Lin He. Otherwise, everything Grandpa left would legally belong to Lin Chuan. What's all the noise? Father Lin Nin walked into the living room. He was one of the 4 Chamber of Commerce presidents in Haiqing. 2 martial artist bodyguards followed behind him. Seeing Lin He's bloody face, Lin Nin was furious. Little beast. Have you lost your mind? Lin Chuan turned to face him. I'm a little beast. Then what are you? An old beast. You're spot on with your self-assessment. Lin Nin choked on the words. Beast. Kneel. Apologize to little he. Apologize to your sister. Apologize to me. Tisk, did you get your head caught in a door? Lin Chuan sneered. He framed me, why should I apologize? Lin Nin raised his hand to strike. Third sister Lin Xiuxiu rushed down from upstairs. Dad. It was Lin He who deliberately fell first, and he started shouting before he even hit the ground. Lin Nin looked coldly at her. This is none of your business. Go back to your room. Lin Xiuxiu stood in front of Lin Chuan. Lin He is the one who framed him. You always favor him. Lin He shook his head innocently. I didn't. Whether you did or not, we can check the surveillance footage. Lin He's face went white with panic. Lin Qingxue noticed his expression, but was still furious. Even if little he faked it, you shouldn't have kicked him. Little he might have been joking. You're so cruel to your own family. Are you even human? Lin Chuan picked his ear. He didn't want to argue with fools anymore. So what? One sentence made Lin Qingxue's chest ache with anger. Lin Nin pointed at the door. Get out. From today on, you are no longer a member of the Lin family. Lin Chuan looked at him. Fine. I'll be an adult in 3 months. If you kick me out now, I'll contact Grandpa's lawyer immediately. Apply for the revocation of your property management authority. And let them audit the Lin family's accounts over the years. Lin Nan's raised hand froze in midair. Over the years, he had embezzled a lot of company money into his own private stash. That money belonged to the company's shareholders. A real audit would be a huge problem. Lin Chuan looked at Lin Nan and smiled coldly. Useless piece of trash. Say something. Akek got your tongue. Lin Nan's face turned ashen. You little bastard. You dare threaten me? Yes. Lin Chuan admitted, readily, feeling great. I'm threatening you. Feel good. Lin Nan's lips moved, but he dared not act. Lin Mother finally walked over. She shielded Lin He, looking disappointed. Chuan, you weren't like this before. How did you become like this? Lin Chuan almost laughed. This mother was also a fool with plenty of issues. If the Lin family had been all bad guys, he might have walked away in his last life. But she occasionally showed a hint of kindness. She gave Lin Chuan hope. Before, when you hit me and I didn't fight back, I was called good. Now that I fight back, I'm bad. So your judgment of whether I'm good or not depends entirely on whether I cooperate when you beat me. Lin Mother opened her mouth. We are a family. Look at what we've become. Lin Chuan glanced at Lin He. You like listening to his farting, that's your business. But don't drag me into it. From now on, whoever messes with me gets hit. Lin He clenched his fists behind his mother's back. Today was the awakening ceremony. Lin He was nervous because Lin Chuan had always been outstanding. He was afraid Lin Chuan would awaken a powerful talent, making him lose favor and be kicked out. So he had planned to use today's incident to lower Lin Chuan's status in everyone's eyes. Ideally, he would get him kicked out of the house. But unexpectedly, Lin Chuan had changed. He didn't explain. He didn't apologize. He even dared to threaten his father with the will. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Lin Nin had to suppress his anger. Today is the awakening ceremony. We'll discuss the rest later. Lin Chuan smiled and stretched. Hitting people feels so good. Gives me an appetite for breakfast. Half an hour later. Everyone gathered at the mansion entrance. Lin Chuan and Lin He each got into a separate car. Before getting in, Lin Mother quietly called Lin He over. She pulled out a blue potion. Little He, This is a potential potion I got through a lot of connections. Drink it in the car, it will enhance your body's potential. Lin's eyes lit up, but his mouth began to refuse. Mom, such a precious potion should go to Big Brother. He is your biological son. I'm just an adopted son. Good things should go to Big Brother first. As long as Big Brother can awaken a good talent, I don't mind not cultivating it all. And Mom is so sad when Big Brother quarrels with the family. I don't want to see Mom sad. Lin Mother's heart ached. Don't mention that ungrateful wretch. This is Mother's special gift for you. Lin Chuan walked by. Stop acting. The cap is already off, your mouth is already open. What's with the act? Drool's about to drip into the bottle. Lin, he froze. Lin Mother shouted. Lin Chuan, do you think everyone is as selfish as you? Yeah, I'm the only selfish one. Lin Chuan opened the car door. Lin, he shot him a dark look, then drank the potential potion. The potion's power quickly entered his body. Enemy Lin, he consumed a potential potion. Body potential enhanced. Triggered 100-fold return. Boom. 100-fold potion power surged into Lin Chuan's body. His bones, flesh, and meridians all heated up. The dormant poison-type talent in his body began to transform under the potion's stimulation. In just a few seconds, Lin Chuan's physical potential had increased significantly. And this was only the minimum 100-fold return. Lin Chuan looked at Lin, his gaze growing gentle. My foolish little brother. Big Brother can't bear to hit you anymore. No. As a good older brother, I must play the role of tempering his will. Lin, he felt uncomfortable under his gaze. What are you looking at? I've already drank it. Nothing. Lin Chuan got into the car. From now on, if you have more of that potion, drink more. The more you drink, the happier Big Brother will be. I mean it. At Haiqingno, one high school, the awakening ceremony began. Senior students walked onto the plaza one by one, placing their hands on the awakening stone. Talents were diverse and unpredictable. Some awakened combat talents. Some awakened support talents. And some had talents that made people pause in silence. Class 3 Senior 3, Wang Daji. A student weighing over 200 Jin walked onto the platform. The moment his palm touched the stone, a white light shone brightly. E-rank talent, steel stomach. The teacher in charge looked at the description. Enhanced digestive ability, Ao can consume most spoiled food. Wang Daji was stunned. Teacher, what use is this talent? The teacher was silent for 2 seconds. You can become a food streamer in the future. It's quite popular now. Wang Daji stared at the teacher. My mom supported me studying for 12 years. And now you want me to stream eating. The teacher comforted him, look on the bright side. Others might end up in the hospital from expired food. You'll just have a bit of diarrhea. No, what's the use? Wang Daji walked off the platform with his head down. Next, Li Tianyang. Another student stepped onto the platform. The awakening stone glowed with gray light. The teacher saw the talent information and looked conflicted. Congratulations. You can work 10 years less. Li Tianyang's eyes lit up. Teacher, what talent do I have? The teacher replied, 10 years off your lifespan. The smile on Li Tianyang's face instantly vanished. No, is this human language? Li Tianyang scratched his head. I don't understand. Why does such a talent exist? What the hell? My talent awakening. What do you mean by 10 years off my lifespan? Why does such a talent exist? What's the principle? What the hell? The teacher patted his shoulder. Next, the crowd in the plaza was also stunned. Li Tianyang was dragged off cursing. Class 2 Senior 3, Zhao Ritian. A tall, thin boy walked onto the platform. Pink light shone. Large characters appeared on the stone. The teacher in charge read halfway and suddenly stopped talking. Zhao Ritian was anxious. Teacher, what talent? The teacher adjusted his glasses. A special body-altering talent. Intimate bifurcation. The entire plaza suddenly fell silent. Several girls quietly stepped back. Zhao Ritian looked up at the stone dumbfounded. I know what a split stream is. But what the hell is intimate bifurcation? What the hell? The teacher shook his head. Sorry, I teach martial arts, not male medicine. I don't know male medicine. You'll have to figure this out yourself. What am I supposed to figure out? What use is this talent? Zhao Ritian walked off clutching his crotch. His back looked somewhat tragic. Lin Chuan stood in the line feeling quite pleased. The 100-fold potential potion had been fully absorbed. In his previous life, he had only awakened an E-rank talent. This time there would surely be improvement. Class 1 Senior 3, A Zhou Yi. A young man in a white training uniform walked onto the platform. Zhou Yi was the young master of the Zhou family in Haiqing. He usually hung out with Lin He. Lin He wanted to deal with Lin Chuan, and many things were done through him. Zhou Yi placed his hand on the stone. Boom. Crimson light rose. Flame patterns quickly spread across the stone. B-rank combat talent, crimson flame body. The teacher in charge smiled. Not bad. The first B-rank talent in Haiqingno. One high this year. Zhou Yin raised his chin. Several followers immediately surrounded him. Brother Zhou is awesome. B-rank combat talent, you're guaranteed to get into a top martial university. Maybe even a top 10 academy in Xia. Zhou Yi enjoyed the feeling. He walked over to Lin He. Brother Lin, I set a good start for you. With your talent, at least A rank, I'm sure. Lin He quickly waved his hand. Talent is unpredictable. I just hope my big brother does well. He was in a bad mood this morning, probably because of the pressure. Zhou Yi looked at the bandage on his forehead. He kicked you down the stairs, beat you up, and you still think he's just in a bad mood. You're too kind and too good. If it were me, I'd have crippled him long ago. Lin, he sighed. He's still my family. How could I hold a grudge against him? Lin Chuan heard this and turned to look at him. It's a shame you're not an actor. Lin, he frowned. Big brother, what do you mean, eh? Nothing, just complimenting you. Next, Lin Chuan. The teacher called out the name. Many students around looked over. The Lin family was one of the 4 major business associations in Haiqing. Lin Chuan was the heir appointed by Old Master Lin. His awakening result naturally attracted much attention. On the viewing platform, Lin Nan, Lin's mother, and the 3 sisters were all present. Lin Nan had a blank expression. The eldest and second sisters had their eyes on Lin He. Only the third sister, Lin Xiuxiu, stood up and waved her fist at Lin Chuan. Little brother, go for it. Lin Chuan nodded at her. Then he stepped onto the awakening platform. His palm landed on the stone. A cold force entered his body. Then dark green light spread from under Lin Chuan's palm. Dark green veins covered the stone. The teacher in charge looked at the result. C-rank combat talent. Blood corrosion poison body. Murmurs arose in the crowd. C-rank combat talent is not bad. Poison body is quite rare, but it's dangerous to cultivate. Might poison yourself first. On the viewing platform, Lin Nan frowned. His son had only awakened a C-rank talent. Not terrible, but he was a big figure in Haiqing. For ordinary families, this rank would be a cause for celebration. But for him it was somewhat embarrassing. The eldest sister shook her head. Truly a waste. Third sister Lin Xiuxiu glanced at her coldly. C-rank combat talent already surpasses over 80% of awakeners in Haiqing. The eldest sister ignored her. Lin Chuan looked at the stone very satisfied. In his previous life, he had awakened E-rank poison resistance. This time with the 100-fold potential potion, it had been elevated to C-rank blood corrosion poison body. The system was indeed useful. And this was just the minimum 100-fold. The real feast had not yet arrived. Lin Chuan walked off the awakening platform. Zhou Yi blocked his path with 2 followers. Lin Chuan. The Lin family spent so much money and they ended up with just a C rank. If I were you, I'd crawl into a sewer. Lin Chuan looked at him and retorted directly. Can't fit your mom, blocked the manhole. Someone nearby couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Yi's face darkened. You have a sharp tongue. No wonder you awakened a lousy poison body. I wonder if your dick is poisonous. A follower immediately chimed in. It's fine if it's on the dick, as long as it's not in the ass. The 3 of them laughed loudly. Lin Chuan also smiled. Then he threw a punch. Bang. Zhou Yi's nose immediately bled. He staggered back holding his nose. How dare you hit me? Lin Chuan chased after him and kicked again. You're stupid. I already hit you and you ask if I dare. Zhou Yi was kicked to the ground. The 2 followers rushed at him together. Lin Chuan dodged a punch, grabbed one by the hair, and slammed him into the other. Bang. The 2 collided and both fell. Lin Chuan mounted Zhou Yi and started slapping him. Slap, slap, slap. You asked for it. I'll shove it up your ass. Zhou Yi roared. Crimson flames burst from his body's surface. He tried to activate the crimson flame body, but he had just awakened and hadn't even practiced any techniques. Having a talent doesn't equal having cultivation. It's like just getting a gym card doesn't mean you already have 8-pack abs. Lin Chuan kicked him in the stomach. The fire that had just appeared on Zhou Yi was immediately extinguished. Stop. The disciplinary director rushed into the crowd. What are you kids doing? Lin Chuan stood up and straightened his clothes. Director, I was just giving them a practical lesson. The director looked at Zhou Yi, whose face was covered in blood. He also feared Lin Chuan's identity as a member of the Lin family, one of the 4 major families in Haiqing. No matter how favored he was at home, he wasn't someone the director could mess with. Don't go too far in your practical lesson. Zhou Yi held his nose, his eyes filled with malice. Lin Chuan, just wait, this isn't over. Detected new enemy Zhou Yi. Do you want to bind? Bind. Lin Chuan answered in his mind. Quickly assign him a workstation. Binding successful. Lin Chuan's gaze at Zhou Yi softened a bit. B-rank talent cultivation speed is also fast. He should cultivate well in the future. As the boss, Lin Chuan could rise faster. Lin He walked over at this moment. Big brother. Zhou Yi was just joking. How could you hit him so hard? Are you upset because you only awakened C rank and you're taking it out on others? Lin Chuan looked at him. Just because I didn't slap you too. Lin He's body stiffened. Then he showed a pained expression. Big brother, this will make others think the Lin family has no manners. None of your business. But I am also a Lin. You're nothing. Once I become the head of the family, I'll kick you out and take back your surname. Lin He almost lost his composure. He thought viciously to himself, but didn't activate his mind reading. Wait until I awaken my talent, then see how arrogant you can be. God bless. Let me awaken a high-rank talent. Once father gives up on you completely, the entire Lin family will be mine sooner or later. Then he released the prepared mind-reading thoughts. Big brother must be afraid that my talent will surpass his. If I awaken too, well, he will feel even worse. Maybe I should just give up awakening. On the viewing platform, Lin's mother felt heartache. Big sister Xiao, he is truly considerate. Lin Xingxue looked coldly at Lin Chuan. Growing up in the same Lin family, why is the difference so huge? Lin Xiuxiu couldn't stand it anymore. Just now Zhou Yi and his group were surrounding Xiao Chuan. They must have started it. Lin Qingxue snorted. Why would others insult him and not someone else? Lin Xiuxiu was exasperated. Next, Lin took a deep breath and walked toward the awakening platform. As he passed Lin Chuan, he lowered his voice. Lin Chuan, if you apologize to me now, I can still plead for you to Zhouyi. Lin Chuan glanced at him. Don't waste time. Go up and work for me. Lin he didn't understand. He snorted and walked onto the platform. His right hand pressed the awakening stone. Thunder suddenly exploded in the plaza. The black stone shook violently. 6 colored lightning bolts burst out of the stone. Red, gold, cyan, blue, black, white. 6 thunders wrapped around Lin He's body. Finally, they gathered above his head into a 6-colored thundercloud. A terrifying pressure swept the plaza. Nearby students stepped back. The teacher in charge stood up abruptly. The principal's thermos fell to the ground. On the stone surface, 4 golden characters appeared. 6-color ancient thunder. The teacher's voice trembled. S-rank combat talent. 6-color ancient thunder. 6-color ancient thunder. The entire plaza erupted. S-rank. How many years has it been since Haicheng had an S-rank talent? Lin he is going to soar. Lin Nan stood up abruptly. The gloom on his face vanished. Good. This is the true prodigy of the Lin family. All these years of training have not been wasted. Lin's mother was so excited her eyes turned red. The eldest and second sisters were overjoyed. Zhouyi also smiled. As long as Lin he had an S rank, what status would Lin Chuan have in the Lin family? A C rank trash, he could deal with him easily. On the awakening platform, Lin he stood in the 6-colored lightning. He looked at Lin Chuan and finally let out the pride he couldn't suppress. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in Lin Chuan's vision. Enemy Lin he awakened S-rank talent 6-color ancient thunder. Triggered random return. This return multiplier 10,000 times. Congratulations, host acquired SSSSS rank. Purple Sky Divine Thunder talent. Purple Sky Divine Thunder SSS trait 1. Infuse the body with thunder can enhance physical strength defense and speed up to 10 times. Trait 2. When driving techniques with Divine Thunder can increase power up to 30 times. Trait 3. Divine Thunder is the bane of all evil spirits, dealing double damage against filth and corruption. Trait 4. Awakening Purple Sky Divine Thunder power grants the host greatly enhanced mental resistance, preventing possession by evil spirits. A purple thunderbolt appeared inside Lin Chuan's body. There was no external phenomenon. The awakening stone showed no reaction. But when the Purple Sky Divine Thunder appeared, Lin Chuan's perception of the 6-color ancient thunder on the stage suddenly changed. That thing was quite impressive before, but now it looked like 6 small firecrackers. Purple thunder flowed slowly through Lin Chuan's meridians. Just a trace of its aura made every cell in his body tremble. S-ranked 6-color ancient thunder. 10,000 times return. Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Lin he finished his awakening and was immediately surrounded by teachers and students. After a while he came to Lin Chuan. Big brother. I didn't expect to awaken an S-rank talent either. Don't worry. Even if your talent is poor, I will protect you in the future. Lin Chuan raised his hand and patted his shoulder. No need for protection. Train hard. I hope you only sleep 4 hours a day. If you dare not work hard, I'll beat you to death. Lin he frowned. What do you mean? Are you mentally disturbed because you saw my S rank? Lin Chuan smiled warmly. Nothing. Just afraid you won't be motivated. It's for your own good. Lin he look over here. Smile. Click. The flashbulbs kept popping. It had been less than 10 minutes since Lin he's awakening, and the area below the awakening platform was already packed with reporters. The news media had originally come merely to document the awakening ceremony. They never expected to capture an S-rank genius on the spot. Now everyone had gone wild. Lin he turned his head in response, forcing a composed smile. Yet the slap mark on his face had not yet faded. As soon as his lips moved, half of his face twitched in pain. The resulting photo made him look like he was smiling while suddenly suffering from a toothache. The reporter looked puzzled. Lin he, did that injury on your face come from awakening the 6-colored ancient thunder? Lin he's expression stiffened. Lin Chuan, standing outside the crowd, offered a helpful explanation. No. He got it from the morning family martial arts sparring match. Lin he could barely keep his composure. He was about to speak when the principal, accompanied by several school officials, pushed through the crowd. Such family matters could be discussed anytime. But an S-rank genius must be secured immediately. The principal grabbed the microphone. After deliberation, the school has decided to award Lin he a 1 million yuan cultivation scholarship, 3 bottles of first-grade thunder element quenching fluid, and a 1-month free access pass to the Grade A training room. The students burst into exclamations. The 1 million in cash was secondary. 3 bottles of thunder element quenching fluid had a market price exceeding 2 million, and even with money they were not always available. The Grade A training room, moreover, required a long wait in line year-round. Many students from ordinary families might not get in even once during their entire 3 years of high school. Some of the gloom in Lin he's heart finally dissipated. This was the treatment an S-rank genius deserved. How could a C-rank talent like Lin Chuan compare? The school had just finished announcing the rewards. The city's Martial Arts Association car had already driven onto the campus. The vice president personally led the team. Little he, the city has decided to include you in the highest level genius support list. An annual 3 million yuan cultivation subsidy. Additionally, the city-level genius training camp will reserve a direct nomination spot for you bypassing the initial screening. Another wave of commotion erupted around. The Haicheng city-level genius training camp accepted only 50 students each year. Those admitted not only received guidance from renowned martial arts masters, but were also eligible to go to the field trial zones. This was no longer about money. It represented the top-tier cultivation channel in Haicheng. Within half an hour, the video of Lin He awakening the six-colored ancient thunder had already topped the local news headlines in Haicheng. Haicheng No. 1 high school stuns with S-rank thunder talent. Lin family's second son awakens six-colored ancient thunder may compete for provincial martial arts champion. Even the vice president of the City Martial Arts Association gave a thumbs up. Lin He represents Haicheng's future. Lin Nan watched the rising news buzz, his smile impossible to suppress. He immediately pulled out his phone. Teacher He. 3-month salary at 5 million cultivation resources separate. I'd like you to personally guide Xiao He. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. The child who just awakened the six-colored ancient thunder. Yes. Fine. I'll come over this afternoon. Lin Nan hung up and patted Lin He on the shoulder. That was He Jinyue, the best thunder element instructor in Haicheng. He trained the city's martial arts champion 5 years ago. Xiao He, from today onward you don't need to worry about anything. The Lin family will concentrate all its resources on cultivating you. At this year's martial arts college entrance exam, you have only one goal. The provincial champion. That I will work hard. Lin He nodded firmly. He looked at Lin Chuan, a glint of pride returning to his eyes. Now everyone was revolving around him. Lin Chuan's side, however, was empty. This was the gap between S-rank and C-rank. His third sister Lin Xiuxiu came to Lin Chuan's side and whispered comfortingly. Xiao Chuan, don't take it to heart. They're just too excited. Lin Chuan watched the rewards the school and City Martial Arts Association were giving Lin He. How could he be upset? Did they think he was a petty and narrow-minded person? He was the kind who was happiest for his younger brother. It's fine. I just hope the relevant authorities continue to increase their support. Lin Xiuxiu was stunned. You're not confused, are you? How could I be? Lin Chuan's tone was sincere. I of all people want my brother to succeed. The school gives 3 bottles. The city gives 1 pill. Lin Nan will buy more. Lin Chuan was not jealous at all, on the contrary, he was delighted. Lin He, oh Lin He, remember senior year is crucial. As long as you don't die from training, train until you drop. That afternoon, in the Lin family training room, He Jinyue personally taught Lin He a thunder element body refinement method. The 6 thunder pillars. This method used lightning to stimulate the flesh and blood, accelerating the flow of qi and blood. Combined with the 6-colored ancient thunder, the effect was extremely powerful. Your body hasn't officially entered the body refinement realm yet. Today, take 1 bottle of thunder element quenching fluid first. Once you break through to the first layer of body refinement, use the second bottle. He Jinyue pointed to the last bottle of purple liquid on the table. As for this second-grade thunder marrow elixir, its potency far exceeds your current tolerance limit. You must wait at least 7 days before using it. Lin He obediently nodded. Teacher, I understand. After He Jinyue left, Lin He locked the door and walked to the mirror. In the mirror, the young man's forehead was wrapped in gauze, and half his face was swollen. All of this was from Lin Chuan's beating. A C-rank trash. What gives him the right to lord it over me? Lin He picked up a bottle of thunder element quenching fluid and drank it in 1 gulp. Then the second bottle. The third bottle. The bone-forging pill rewarded by the City Martial Arts Association was also swallowed in 1 mouthful. Finally, his hand fell on the bottle of second-grade thunder marrow elixir. He Jinyue's warning echoed in his mind. Lin He hesitated for only 2 seconds before unscrewing the cap. He couldn't wait 7 days. He wanted to crush Lin Chuan underfoot tomorrow. Gulp. All the potions entered his body. Boom. Lin He's entire body tensed up violently. 6-colored lightning radiance burst out from under his skin. His flesh felt as if countless red-hot steel needles were piercing it simultaneously. Deep within his bones, crackling sounds echoed continuously. Ah! Lin He screamed and collapsed to the ground. His whole body convulsed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His mother heard the noise and rushed to the door. Xiao He, what's wrong? Open the door. Lin He writhed in agony on the floor, yet he did not stop circulating the 6 thunder pillars. A carefully crafted telepathic thought simultaneously reached the Lin family members. I can't stop. Mom and Dad have sacrificed so much for me. If I can win the provincial champion for the Lin family, what's a little pain? Lin's mother's eyes reddened. Xiao He is such a sensible child. Lin Nan was equally gratified. No pain, no gain. That's my son. Inside the door. Lin He, the violent medicinal power surged through his body again and again. The first barrier of qi and blood shattered. First layer of body refinement. Half an hour later, the second barrier also broke. Second layer of body refinement. Until 11 o'clock at night. A thunderous sound echoed from within Lin He's body. The third quenching was complete. Third layer of body refinement. He lay on the ground drenched in sweat, but a smile spread across his face, breaking through 3 layers in one day. When he saw Lin Chuan tomorrow, he would return every single slap he had received today. At the same time, in the Zhou family training room, Zhou Yi, his face wrapped in bandages, stared intently at the awakening video on his phone. His father stood beside him, his expression grim. You awakened a B-rank Crimson Flame battle body, and you got beaten to the ground by a C-rank talent. You've disgraced the Zhou family. Zhou Yi remained silent, grabbed the Crimson Fire Essence elixir on the table, and drank it in one gulp. The scorching medicinal power exploded inside him. His skin quickly turned red and the bandages on his nose began to smoke. It hurt, but he couldn't stop. Lin He had messaged him saying he had already broken through to the third layer of body refinement. If he kept falling behind, he would lose even the qualification to be a follower. 2 hours later, flames rose from within Zhou Ye's body. First layer of body refinement. Lin Chuan, I'll kill you tomorrow. Both of them felt that after a day of hard training they had already widened the gap with Lin Chuan. They had no idea. The harder they trained, the stronger Lin Chuan became. At 1150 p.m., Lin Chuan arrived at the backyard. There stood a standalone training room which his grandfather had specifically left for him in his lifetime. The door was only programmed with Lin Chuan's fingerprint and iris. Even Lin Nin did not have access. During the day when the system detected that Lin He and Zhou Yi had started training, Lin Chuan did not immediately claim the rewards. He chose to store them temporarily. Last time the 100-fold medicinal force had directly poured into his body because he was unprepared. Now that conditions allowed, he naturally wanted to settle them all at once in a safe place. Lin Chuan sat on the floor and glanced at the clock on the wall. 12 o'clock sharp. System. Settle. Enemy Lin He breaks through to the third layer of body refinement. Triggers 100-fold return. Obtain 100-fold complete quenching result. Enemy Zhou Yi breaks through to the first layer of body refinement. Triggers 100-fold return. Obtain 100-fold complete quenching result. Boom. 2 immense forces simultaneously poured into Lin Chuan's body. The first force carried violent thunder. The second force was blazing like fire. Purple firmament divine lightning flowed swiftly along the meridians, pressing both forces into his flesh and blood. The erosion bone poison body quickly dissolved the impurities and toxicity in the medicinal power. Lin Chuan's skin, muscles, and bones began to vibrate simultaneously. First layer of body refinement. Second layer of body refinement. Third layer of body refinement. The realm continued to break through, until the 7th layer of body refinement, the surging chi and blood finally stabilized. What was returned was the cultivation achievement. It was not a mechanical multiplication of the realm numbers. A large amount of power was pressed into his bones and tendons by the purple firmament divine lightning. Although Lin Chuan had only broken through to the 7th layer of body refinement, each quenching was exceptionally solid. He stood up. His bones immediately emitted a series of crisp sounds. Lin Chuan walked to the life force detector and pressed his palm onto it. The machine started up quickly. The screen first displayed the previous test record. Historical life, force 1, 00 inch. A few seconds later, a new number appeared. Current life, force 3, 50 inch. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. Life force was not a simple multiplier. Every increase of 1, 0 meant that strength, speed, bone density, cardiopulmonary function, and recovery ability all simultaneously crossed a life step. 3, 5 meant he had crossed 3 complete steps and taken another half step. This was entirely different from simply increasing to 3.5 times. Lin Chuan then approached the force tester. At this time in his previous life, his life force was only 1, 0. His full force punch was merely 120 gene. Now, without activating any talent, he simply clenched his fist normally. Punch. Bang. The force plate shook violently. The number on the display quickly stabilized. Fist force 1500 gene. 12.5 times. And this was just his normal state. Lin Chuan took half a step back. A wisp of purple firmament divine lightning surged from within, wrapping around his right fist. Purple electric arcs crackled. The surrounding air emitted a series of fine popping sounds. Lin Chuan did not use any martial technique. He threw another punch. Boom. The entire force plate shattered on the spot. Metal parts flew in all directions. The display didn't even have time to show a number before the screen flickered twice and went completely dark. Lin Chuan looked at the smoking machine, feeling quite pleased. This is rather satisfying. Just then, Lin Chuan's phone suddenly rang. When the call connected, a low voice came through. Young master. Lin Chuan's gaze paused slightly. He would never forget this voice, not even in death. Gu Shanha, one of grandfather's most trusted former subordinates. In his previous life, after Lin Chuan was imprisoned, only third sister and Gu Shanha had visited him in jail. He had even tried to overturn the case. But in the end, Lin Nan had driven him out of Haicheng. Lin Chuan spoke. Uncle Gu, what's wrong? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Young master, Lin Nan is summoning the clan elders. He wants to strip you of your position as the young patriarch. Where's the meeting? East Hall of the Ancestral Mansion starts in 10 minutes. Lin Chuan glanced at the time. 12:20 in the morning. Lin he had just broken through the third layer of body tempering when Lin Nan summoned the clan elders overnight. As a father, he was genuinely attentive to his adopted son, afraid that if he slept a little longer the Lin family's assets would still bear the name Lin Chuan. Young master, please don't act rashly. Gu Shanhe lowered his voice. We old fellows will oppose it. But Lin he has awakened an S-grade talent, and Lin Nan is well prepared. Lin Chuan flexed his wrist. In my own house they're discussing how to depose me. These bastards. Gu Shanhe was silent for 2 seconds. He suddenly felt that the young master seemed different from before. I'll be there right away. Lin Chuan hung up and walked out of the cultivation chamber. At that moment, the east hall of the ancestral mansion was brightly lit. 15 chairs were arranged on both sides of the long table. All the Lin clan elders, senior directors of the company, and several old subordinates left by the late patriarch had already arrived. Lin Nan sat in the main seat. Lin he stood beside him. Though his face was pale and his head still wrapped in bandages, faint arcs of lightning occasionally flickered around his body. Third layer of body tempering. 3 consecutive breakthroughs in a single day. Those present looked at Lin he with a markedly different gaze than before. Lin Nan placed a document on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, today the Lin family has produced an S-grade prodigy. This is not just about Xiao He, it's an opportunity for the entire Lin family. Several elders nodded lightly. An S-grade talent, if not cut short, would at the very least become a top warrior of Haiqing. If the Lin family could fully nurture him, they could thrive for at least several decades. Lin Nan continued. Xiao He awakened the 6-color ancient thunder and broke through to the third layer of body tempering on the same day. Lin Chuan only has a C-grade bone-eroding poison physique. The future of the Lin family should be entrusted to the most outstanding person. He pressed his finger on the document. Therefore I propose to revoke Lin Chuan's position as young lord, and appoint Lin He instead. The room fell silent for a moment. Several elders who had long been persuaded by Lin Nan immediately voiced their support. The position of young lord concerns the future of the Lin family. It should indeed be held by the most capable. The gap between S-grade and C-grade is too vast. Once Xiao He enters the municipal elite training camp, his prospects will be limitless. Lin He kept his head down, silent. Outwardly, he seemed reluctant to compete, but inwardly he was already celebrating in advance. As long as he secured the position of young Lord, Lin Chuan would never be able to rise again. A silent thought entered the ears of the Lin family members. I am just an adopted son. The position of young lord should rightfully belong to big brother. But what father is doing is also for the future of the Lin family. If someone must be the villain, let me bear it. Lin's mother's eyes reddened. The elders present looked at Lin He with even greater admiration. This boy was truly devoted to the family. Excellent, excellent. Are you done? The east hall door was suddenly pushed open. Everyone turned their heads. Lin Chuan, hands in his pockets, strolled in leisurely. Holding a meeting without notifying me. Are you trying to rebel? Lin Nan's face darkened. This is an elders' council. You have no voting rights. I'm not here to vote either. Lin Chuan pulled out a chair and sat down directly. This entire house is my property. Can't I just come and take a look? Several elders had strange expressions. Gu Shanhe lowered his head and coughed, suppressing a smile. Lin Nan stared coldly at Lin Chuan. You came at the right time. Since you already know, I'll make it clear. Xiao He has awakened an S-grade talent, which concerns the future of the Lin family. If you still consider yourself a member of the Lin family, you should voluntarily step down. Lin Chuan listened and laughed outright. Voluntarily step down. What Lin Nan truly wanted was far more than just the title of young lord. Lin Chuan had only 3 months until he came of age. Once he came of age, Lin Nan's authority to manage the property would automatically expire. The ancestral mansion shares and a large amount of assets would all have to be formally returned to Lin Chuan. So Lin Nan's plan was in 2 steps. First, take away the position of young lord. Then, in the name of the elders' council and the board of directors, force Lin Chuan to hand over his shares. In his previous life, Lin Chuan had been gradually marginalized like this. Lin Nan took a little each time. Lin Chuan always thought of them as family and didn't want to make things ugly. When he finally looked back, even his underwear was almost stripped away. This time he wouldn't let go of a single hair. You want me to step down voluntarily? Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair. Have you asked grandfather? Lin Nan's face turned cold. The old patriarch is dead. Then what gives you the right to decide for him? Lin Chuan looked up at him. Lin Nan slammed his hand on the table. Lin Chuan, this is no place for your nonsense. Gu Shanhe stood up directly. I oppose the revocation of the young lord. He took out a silver council badge and placed it on the table. This was a voting token left by the late patriarch, representing 1 vote. Lin Chuan's position as young lord was personally appointed by the late patriarch. The genealogy, the will, and the clan council records all state it clearly. It cannot be revoked by a single word from the family head. Beside Gu Shanhe, 5 others also expressed their stance. I also oppose. Talent is only a starting point. It does not directly represent future achievements. Although Lin He has been entered into the genealogy, he is ultimately not of Lin blood. The young lord's position depends not only on cultivation talent, but also on ability and popular support. 6 council badges fell onto the table. Lin Nan's expression soured. The Lin family council had 15 seats. To depose or appoint a young lord required at least 10 votes in favor. Those supporting him had only 9 votes. Just 1 vote short. But that 1 vote, Gushana and the others refused to relent. The 2 sides were deadlocked. The white-haired elder at the head of the long table tapped his cane. Enough arguing. All this squabbling is just about who is more outstanding. In that case, let's follow the old Lin family tradition. Everyone looked at him. The white-haired elder spoke slowly. 1 month from now, the younger generation's competition will be held early. Lin Chuan and Lin He will fight fairly. No disposable attack treasures, no outside interference. Whoever wins becomes the young lord of the Lin family. Lin Nan's eyes lit up. S-grade 6-color ancient thunder versus C-grade bone-eroding poison physique. Lin He had broken through to the 3rd layer of body tempering in a single day today. In a month, he would be at least at the 7th or 8th layer. What could Lin Chuan possibly win with? Unless he poisoned Lin He before the match. I agree, Lin Nan declared on the spot. But Gushana frowned. Young lord, this is the position left by the late patriarch. It cannot be used as a wager. Uncle Gu, it's fine. Lin Chuan raised his hand. I think it's good. Gushana was startled. Young master. Don't worry. Lin Chuan looked at Lin He. Lin He suppressed his excitement, forcing a troubled expression. Big brother, I never intended to compete with you. If you are unwilling, I can withdraw. Then withdraw. Lin Chuan said bluntly. Lin He hadn't expected such a direct response. Lin Chuan looked at the elders. You heard him. He volunteered to withdraw. Lin Nan immediately shot Lin He a glare. This was a hard-won opportunity. Why were you still putting on an act and wasting words? For the first time, he felt Lin He was being a real liability. Lin Nan said, Lin Chuan, stop messing around. 1 month from now, if you can't do it, step down. The position of young lord naturally goes to the capable. Fine. Lin Chuan looked at Lin He. If you want it, come and take it in the ring. Don't reach out with one hand while claiming you're embarrassed, playing the hypocrite. Lin He's face grew stiffer. Lin Nan snorted coldly. You're tough now, but you still have a month. When you lose to Xiao He, don't regret it. Don't worry. Lin Chuan agreed readily. But there's something I want to remind you of in advance. Lin Nan narrowed his eyes. What? Lin Chuan said with a straight face. Grandfather left me quite a bit of foundation. During this time, I'll push through the side effects of medicine, even if it means piercing to kidney failure or liver cirrhosis. I'll inject like crazy. The gap between C-grade and S-grade is not that big at the early stage. Don't end up losing to me just because you didn't inject enough. The East Hall fell silent for a moment. Lin Nan gritted his teeth. You little brat, who do you think you're looking down on? I guarantee that in the coming month, Xiao He will get at least 10 times the injections you do. Lin Chuan pretended to frown. But inwardly, he was already gloating. Every medicine has its poison, so how could one avoid the side effects? The answer was to inject them into someone else. After Lin Nan finished, he looked at Lin He and encouraged him. Xiao He, can you endure it? Dad, I can endure it. Just inject me. I won't let you down. Lin Nan nodded. Good. For the next month, Xiao He's cultivation budget will be raised to 30 million. Lin Chuan was finally satisfied. I'll be waiting for you. Lin Nan sneered at his expression inwardly. Keep pretending. Keep it up. Wait until Lin He tramples you underfoot in a month. Let's see if you can still smile then. Soon, a dual agreement was printed out. Lin Nan, Lin Chuan, Lin He and all 15 council members signed it. Lin family younger generation grand competition. The winner shall succeed as the young lord of the Lin family. The agreement was made in triplicate. From this moment on, no one could back out. After the meeting ended, Gushana quickly caught up with Lin Chuan. Young master, you shouldn't have agreed so readily. An S-grade talent grows extremely fast, and Lin Nan is investing 30 million in resources for him. Lin Chuan stopped. Uncle Gu, send me the contact information of everyone who opposed the deposition today. Gushana's expression turned serious. What do you plan to do? Nothing for now. Lin Chuan put away his phone. Just keep in touch. If you encounter any problems in the future, come directly to me. Gushana looked at the young man before him and was silent for a few seconds. Then he nodded firmly. Understood. We've been waiting for you to say that for a long time. In his previous life, these people who were truly loyal to his grandfather were pushed out of the Lin family one by Lin Nan. This time Lin Chuan would not let them fight alone. The 7th needle. The slender needle pierced into the arm. The blue-purple medicinal fluid slowly pushed into Lin He's body. Lin He's entire body tensed. Veins bulged on his forehead and 6 colored thunder arcs flashed continuously beneath his skin. The monitoring device beside him immediately sounded an alarm. Drug residue, 21. Liver and kidney load warning. Recommend discontinuing the use of enhancement agents. Lin He clenched his teeth and did not remove the needle. 3 days had passed since the clan elders' meeting. During these 3 days, he slept only 3 hours each day. The rest of the time, he spent either cultivating or receiving injections. He Jinhua looked at the test results and frowned. Your body has already accumulated medicinal residue. You cannot continue injections today. Rest for at least 12 hours. Lin Nin stood nearby. Teacher, the clan competition is in 1 month. Xiao he cannot afford to rest. Lin's mother held a towel wiping the sweat from Lin He's forehead. Xiao he persevere a little longer. As long as you win the competition, you will be the young clan leader of the Lin family. The eldest sister and the second sister also surrounded him. Xiao he, you are an S grade. A C grade talent like Lin Chuan can only catch up to you by frantically taking injections. You have better talent than him, and if you work even harder, what can he do to win? When Lin he heard the name Lin Chuan, his expression changed instantly. 3 days ago, Lin Chuan had publicly called him a green tea bitch at the clan elders meeting. He could not swallow this insult. Teacher, let's continue training. My body can handle it. He Jinhua looked at him for a few seconds, then chose not to persuade him further. Martial arts training was inherently about competition. Since Lin he himself was willing to bear the cost, he would not forcibly stop him. He Jinhua walked to the center of the training ground. Today I will teach you the B-grade martial art, Thunderclap Palm. This martial art has 6 forms. Each form requires the thunder force to travel through the arm along different paths. If the thunder force deviates even slightly, at best it will numb the arm, at worst, it will shatter the meridians. He raised his right hand. Blue thunder light instantly gathered in his palm. He struck out with a palm. Boom. The alloy training dummy 3 meters away slid backward violently. Its feet gouged 2.5-meter-long furrows into the ground. On its chest there was a 2-centimeter deep palm print. This is just the first form. He Jinhua withdrew his hand. For an ordinary thunder-type martial artist, mastering it in a month would already be fast. You aim to master it in 7 days. Lin he walked to the center of the training ground. He assumed the starting stance, mobilizing the 6-colored ancient thunder. The first palm. The thunder force dissipated as soon as it reached his elbow. The second palm. His arm went numb and he fell to the ground. The third palm. Thunder light exploded from his palm, causing his tiger's mouth to bleed. Lin's mother watched with a pained heart. Xiao he, how about taking a break? No break. Lin he climbed up from the ground. Lin Chuan must be frantically taking injections too. I cannot lose to him. 1 day, 2 days, until the afternoon of the 3rd day. Lin he's right palm struck the alloy training dummy again. Boom. The 6-colored thunder light exploded simultaneously. The training dummy slid backward 1 meter. A shallow palm print appeared on its chest. He Jinhua looked at the timer. 3 days. The first form of Thunderclap Palm had officially been mastered. Not bad. Twice as fast as I expected. Your 6-colored ancient thunder is indeed well suited to this martial art. Lin Nin finally smiled. As expected of an S-grade talent. Lin he looked down at his own palm. The tiger's mouth had split open. His entire right arm was trembling. Yet he smiled. Lin Chuan, in 1 month I will use this palm to cripple you. Meanwhile, in the backyard training room, a system prompt appeared before Lin Chuan's eyes. Rival Lin he has mastered the first form of the B-grade martial art, Thunderclap Palm. Triggered 2,500-fold return. Congratulations host, Thunderclap Palm has reached great perfection. New skill, Thunderclap Palm B-grade LV10 has been added to the character panel. Boom. A vast amount of martial art memories flooded into his mind. The Thunder Force paths, force application methods, and variation techniques of all 6 forms of Thunderclap Palm were fully grasped by Lin Chuan, including the final martial art secret technique. Thunderstack 6-fold. Lin Chuan stood before the martial art testing device, raising his right palm. Purple thunder light gathered. He struck down with his palm. Bang. Only a palm print appeared on the surface of the testing device. But inside 6 muffled sounds rang out in succession. The data on the screen jumped rapidly. Martial art completion rate 100. Thunder force amplification 600. Secret technique Thunderstack 6-fold. Lin Chuan withdrew his hand. Lin he had taken 7 injections. Endured liver and kidney alarms. Trained hard for 3 whole days. Finally mastered the first form. Lin Chuan had done nothing. All 6 forms plus the secret technique directly reaching great perfection. This made him feel a little embarrassed. However, he only felt embarrassed for 2 seconds. The next morning, Lin Chuan stood in front of the mirror taking out a dark red ink pen. He rolled up his sleeve and dotted over 20 small red spots on his arm. After finishing, he felt they looked too neat. He rubbed them a few times with his fingers. His skin turned red. It really looked like he had taken dozens of injections. Lin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Lin Nan thought he was preparing to catch up with Lin He by frantically taking injections. And the more Lin Chuan took, the more Lin he would have to take. So of course Lin Chuan had to put on a show. As soon as Lin Chuan left his room, he encountered Lin He at the stairway on the 2nd floor. Lin He's right arm was wrapped in bandages. The bruises on his face had not yet fully faded. When he saw Lin Chuan, hatred immediately flashed in his eyes. Then he noticed Lin Chuan's rolled up sleeve. His arm was densely covered with needle marks. Lin He was shocked. So many marks, big and small, dozens of them in total. Was he that crazy, that hard-working, that desperate to win? A sense of crisis arose in Lin He's heart. Mourning my foolish little brother. Lin Chuan smiled very warmly. Lin He did not reply, walked downstairs with a cold face. Breakfast was ready. Lin's mother had prepared a full table. Most of the dishes were martial arts ingredients for replenishing blood qi and repairing the body. As soon as everyone sat down, Lin Chuan reached for a piece of thunder-patterned beef on the plate. Another pair of chopsticks reached out at the same time. Lin He pressed down on the beef. "This is what Mom prepared for me. Let go," Lin Chuan said. Lin He not only refused to let go but directly snatched the beef into his own bowl. Lin Xingxue glared at Lin Chuan and said, "Xiao He is S-grade and a thunder type. Eating it helps his cultivation. Why would you someone who eats such expensive thunder-patterned beef need it?" The second sister also chimed in sarcastically, "Exactly, if I were someone who awakened a C-grade talent, I'd be too embarrassed to even sit at the table." Even Lin's mother took their side. "Xiao Chuan, if you're craving something you can eat other things. There's no need to fight with your brother." Seeing that the whole family was speaking for him, He raised his head and looked at Lin Chuan challengingly. But the next moment, slap, a slap landed on his face. He along with his chair slid 2 meters to the side. The beef in his bowl flew out. Lin Chuan put down his chopsticks. "Guarding your food." He held his face, gritting his teeth. "Lin Chuan, how dare you hit me? Still dare to bare your teeth at me?" Lin Chuan grabbed the edge of the dining table and flipped it violently to the side. Crash! Plates and bowls all flew out. Just as He was about to stand up, Lin Chuan stepped on the table edge and leaped over it. Bang! He kicked He in the chest. He fell again. Lin Chuan pressed down on him, grabbed his collar, and raised his hand to slap. Slap! No respect for elders. Slap! Still dare to glare at me? He roared. 6-colored thunder light instantly enveloped his entire body. Enduring the pain, he raised his right palm from the ground. Thunder force passed through his arm. First form of thunderclap palm. His palm, wreathed in 6-colored thunder light, struck directly at Lin Chuan's chest. Lin Chuan sidestepped to avoid the palm's edge. He grabbed Lin He's wrist with his left hand and twisted it outward. His natural talent was originally higher than Lin He's, and any of Lin He's training results, including drug use, were returned to Lin Chuan at least 100-fold. This made Lin Chuan's current strength many times greater than Lin He's. Crack! Lin He's entire arm was pinned to the ground. "Waste!" Lin Chuan scolded as he hit. The thunder force Lin He had just gathered was dispersed on the spot. His 6-colored ancient thunder repeatedly struck Lin Chuan's hand. But those thunder arcs landing on Lin Chuan only caused his sleeve to sway gently. They didn't even break his skin. Lin He struggled desperately. Useless. Lin Chuan's hand pressed down on him like an iron clamp. The two-side strength was simply not on the same level. Lin Chuan freed his right hand and continued slapping. Slap, slap, slap. Lin He's face swelled visibly. "Stop! Stop! Don't hit him anymore." Lin's mother rushed over, trying to pull Lin Chuan away. She used all her strength, but Lin Chuan's body didn't move an inch. The eldest sister and the second sister also came to help. The 3 of them pulled together. Still couldn't pull him away. Lin Chuan let go of him. Lin Nan slammed his chopsticks on the table in anger. Lin Chuan added another slap. "You say let go and I'll let go. What show do you have?" Lin Nan's face turned ashen. "Security. All of you get in here." 4 Lin family martial artists rushed into the dining room. 2 grabbed Lin Chuan's arms. The other 2 locked his shoulders and waist. The 4 of them exerted force together, finally pulling him off Lin He. Lin He lay on the ground. His face was swollen so much that its original shape was almost unrecognizable. The thunderclap palm he had just learned only shattered a single floor tile. It didn't even touch Lin Chuan's clothes. Lin Chuan straightened his sleeves. "If you dare to bare your teeth again, I'll send you to Pan Hong's place." Lin He trembled with rage. That was calling him a dog. Unable to win in a fight or in a verbal exchange, He was about to die of anger. Lin Chuan rolled up his sleeve and wiped his chin. The densely packed needle marks on his arm were exposed to everyone. He did not explain. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Then he turned and left the dining room. Lin Nan looked at Lin He on the ground, his expression growing darker. "You are an S-grade talent, and you've broken through to the 3rd layer of body tempering. Do you know why you can't beat him?" Lin He was helped up by others. Recalling the needle marks on Lin Chuan's arm, he finally found a reason. "Dad, he took more injections than me. His strength is much greater than it was 3 days ago." Lin Nan also saw those needle marks. At least over 20. Lin Chuan must have used the advanced medicinal agents left by the old master. Otherwise, a C-grade talent couldn't possess such terrifying strength. Lin Nan was silent for a moment, then made a decision directly. "Starting today, your dosage of medicinal agents will be doubled. Not only injections, but we'll also add electrical stimulation." Lin's mother's expression changed slightly. "Electrical stimulation? Isn't that a torture device?" "It's just a thunder-type body tempering device that looks like an electric chair," Lin Nan said coldly. "As long as the current is controlled, it won't kill anyone." Lin He touched his swollen face. In his mind, all he could see was the image of Lin Chuan riding on top of him and slapping his face. Hatred completely overwhelmed fear. "Dad, I'll do it. As long as I can beat Lin Chuan, I'll train however I need to." An hour later, a black metal electric chair was delivered to the Lin family training room. Electrodes were attached all over Lin He's body. The safety officer placed his hand on the current switch. "Young Master Lin, For the first stimulation, I recommend starting at 20% power. Lin He bit down on his mouthguard, his eyes bloodshot. Give me the maximum setting. Maximum gear. The safety officer doubted he heard correctly. He looked at Lin He, then looked at the console. Current output power 20. Recommended maximum power 35. Exceeding 60 may cause muscle loss of control and internal organ damage. The safety officer confirmed again. Are you sure you want to set it to 100%? Lin He bit down on his mouthguard. His eyes bloodshot. Turn it on. As long as he could defeat Lin Chuan. Never mind the electric chair. Even if it were a tiger bench today, he would sit on it. The safety officer looked at Lin Nan. Lin Nan stood outside the protective glass and nodded heavily. Turn it on. If anything goes wrong, the Lin family takes responsibility. The safety officer didn't waste any more words. He directly pushed the power to the maximum. The black metal chair was instantly covered with lightning. Electric current flowed through the patches and poured directly into Lin He's entire body. Ugh! Lin He's body suddenly tensed up. His hands tightly gripped the armrests. His teeth clamped down, deforming the mouthguard continuously. The six-colored ancient thunder stimulated by the external current burst forth from his body simultaneously. Arcs of lightning struck the protective glass. The numbers on the instruments jumped wildly. Muscle LOAD 67. Heart RATE 195 beats per minute. Drug residue activity is rising. Warning. It is recommended to terminate the training immediately. The safety officer was about to lower the power. Lin Nan shouted through the glass. Don't stop. Xiao He can hold on. Lin He was indeed persevering. Yes, I can hold on. 3 seconds later. His crotch was wet. Small matter. 5 seconds later. A more complex smell spread through the cultivation chamber. Bro, is this still a small matter? The safety officer's nose twitched. Medium matter. Hiss. I can take it, keep increasing it. Oh. His expression gradually changed. He had worked at the Lightning Body Tempering Center for 8 years. He had seen people electrocuted unconscious. He had seen people vomit from the electricity. He had seen people jump off the chair from the shock. But someone who lost control of both bladder and bowels and still demanded to increase the power. This was his first time. The safety officer silently put on a mask. He casually turned the ventilation system to maximum. Outside the protective glass, Lin's mother had already covered her mouth. Tears kept falling. Xiao He is too hardworking. Even like this, he refuses to give up. The eldest sister also had a face full of heartache. He must be trying to win the great competition for our Lin family. The second sister clenched her fists. This is the true will of a martial artist. Hearing their words, the safety officer's expression turned complicated. He felt the Lin family members were all right. But could they first change the pants of the person inside? Lin He had no idea what was happening outside. In his mind, there was only the image of Lin Chuan riding on him and slapping his face. Slap. Guarding food. Showing teeth. Sending you to Pan Hong's place. Humiliation. This was the humiliation he could never wash away in his lifetime. Lin Chuan, I will definitely defeat you. Lin He with the mouthguard in his mouth, his voice completely distorted. The violent current continuously stimulated his flesh and blood. The accumulated medicinal power in his body was also being pressed into his bones bit by bit. Pain. Too painful. But Lin He stubbornly did not call for a stop. He suddenly felt that he was truly inspirational. Already leaking like this. Yet he still persisted in training. Looking at the entire younger generation of Haiqing, who else could be as hardworking as him? Thinking of this, tears came to Lin He's eyes. Of course, they might also have been caused by the electricity. 20 seconds later, a muffled sound suddenly came from within Lin He's body. The fourth chi blood barrier was forcibly broken open. Boom. The six-colored lightning light surged simultaneously. Body tempering complete. Realm body tempering fourth layer. Lightning intensity increased 12. The safety officer immediately pulled the switch. Lin He's body went limp. He collapsed entirely on the electric chair. His hair stood on end. Smoke was still coming out of his mouth. Lin Nan looked at Lin He, who was almost cooked, but laughed. Good. As expected of my son Lin He. Lin He raised his head with difficulty. He had become stronger again. Oh, it was all worth it. At the same time, backyard cultivation chamber. System notifications appeared before Lin Chuan. Enemy Lin He completed extreme lightning body tempering. Enemy Lin He broke through to body tempering fourth layer. Triggered 800 times return. Obtained 800 times the complete body tempering results. Boom. A massive body tempering force poured into his body. The purple sky divine thunder rapidly flowed along Lin Chuan's meridians. Muscles, bones, and internal organs were all tempered simultaneously. The 8th chi blood barrier was directly broken open. Body tempering 8th layer. Lin Chuan clenched his right fist. Purple electric arcs jumped between his fingers. More condensed than yesterday. Lin He was both defecating and urinating in the cultivation chamber. The system only returned the cultivation results. Not a trace of smell came along. Very hygienic. Lin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Good little brother. You've really figured out this electric chair. His phone suddenly vibrated. In the Haiqing no. One high school class group, a red pin notification popped up. Haicheng City High School Joint Wilderness Trial will be held in 5 days. Trial location, Haishi Mountain Wilderness Trial Area. This trial is jointly organized by the Municipal Education Bureau and the Municipal Martial Arts Association. Below is a detailed set of rules. All students form teams of 4, mixed from different schools. Killing beasts, gathering herbs, and rescuing other students all earn points. The top 50 in total individual points will receive official qualification for the city-level genius training camp. Lin Chuan swiped down. The last item was a danger warning. There are a small number of second-rank beasts inside the trial area. Second-rank beasts normally do not enter the peripheral areas. Normally do not. Lin Chuan looked at these 4 words and smiled. In this world, most organizations are makeshift teams. In the joint trial of his past life, let alone second-rank, even third-rank beasts were encountered, and more than one student died. Half an hour later, Lin He, after washing 3 times, was carried into the bedroom. Lin Nan walked in with a document. Can you sit up? I can. Lin He gritted his teeth and propped himself up. But as soon as his butt touched the bed, his face twitched. Lin Nan threw the document in front of him. The first page was a photo of a young girl. The girl in the photo wore the Haicheng No. 2 high school uniform. Her black hair was tied back. Her eyes and brows were cold. In the name column, 3 characters were written. Yicheng Ha. Lin He was stunned. Dad, who is she? A student from Haicheng No. 2 high school. Lin Nan sat beside him. She is also the only granddaughter of Medicine King Yi Tianxing. Lin He's gaze shifted slightly. Haicheng might not know who the heads of the 4 major chambers of commerce are. But few people had not heard of Medicine King Yi Tianxing. In Haicheng's major hospitals, more than half of the advanced potion formulas were related to the Yi family. In the provincial capital's martial arts association and several top martial arts universities, there were also people from the Medicine King's lineage. The Yi family had not entered the 4 major chambers of commerce. It was not because they lacked strength. It was because they had no interest in competing. If the 4 major chambers wanted to buy advanced potions, they had to obediently queue at the Yi family. Lin Nan continued. Yicheng Ha awakened an A-level talent 100 herbs spiritual heart. Her talent in herbs pharmacology and healing is even higher than her grandfather's when he was young. Shall he, in this joint trial, find a way to team up with her? Lin He looked down at the photo. Dad, you want me to pursue her? Approach her. I'm not telling you to chase a woman for fun. Lin Nan's face was serious. The resources and connections of the Medicine King's lineage are enough to secure your position as the heir of the Lin family. As long as the Yi family supports you, no matter how much those old fogies like Gushanha oppose, it will be meaningless. Lin He was silent for a moment. Dad, I don't want to use others' feelings, but if it's for the family, I will give it my all. His words sounded nice. But in his heart, he had already started scheming. S-level talent. Future young master of the Lin family. Plus the support of the Medicine King's granddaughter. In the future, who among the entire younger generation of Haicheng could compete with him? As for how to gain Yicheng his trust, Lin He was not worried at all. This was what he was best at. Lin Chuan also saw Yicheng Ha's name on the trial list. In his past life, Yicheng Ha had met Lin He during this joint trial. Lin He used the heart voice system to make her hear a bunch of carefully prepared, true thoughts. No matter how high her status is in my eyes, she is just an ordinary girl who needs protection. Even if it costs my life, I won't let her get hurt. Who would doubt a person's inner thoughts? Yicheng Ha didn't either. Later, she not only provided Lin He with a large number of potions, but also introduced him to the Medicine King's lineage and the provincial capital's medical circle. Lin He's rapid rise could be attributed at least 30% to Yicheng Ha. Lin Chuan looked at the name on the list. This time, he did not plan to snatch the potion. The potion was dead. The person was alive. He would directly intercept the person. 2 days later, Haicheng Municipal Martial Arts Association. Lecture Hall No. 1. 600 students from 8 high schools all arrived at the scene. The instructor in charge of the trial stood on the stage. This trial lasts 3 days. Each team has 4 members, must be mixed from students of different schools. First-rank beasts 1 to 10 points each. Second-rank beasts minimum 100 points. Someone immediately raised a hand. Instructor, what if a student encounters a third-rank beast? The instructor answered directly. Run. What if we can't run? Press the distress beacon. Rescuers will arrive as soon as possible. That student asked again. What if the rescuers don't arrive in time? The instructor glanced at him. Then remember to run faster in your next life. The lecture hall was silent for 2 seconds. Everyone suddenly felt that the distress beacon in their hands didn't seem so reassuring. The instructor continued, introducing the rules. But Lin He had already started searching for his target in the crowd. Soon, he saw Yicheng Ha on the right side of the lecture hall. The girl wore a white and blue No. 2 high school training uniform. A silver medical kit was placed at her feet. In front of her sat a male student with a face full of red rashes. That student was breathing rapidly. His neck was swollen. Several students nearby were panicking, not knowing what to do. He was fine just now. After spraying the anti-miasma potion, he became like this. Yicheng Ha opened the male student's eyelid and took a look. She also smelled the anti-miasma potion. A faint green light glowed from her fingertips. It's not poisoning. He is allergic to the bauhinia grass in the potion. She took a transparent potion from the medical kit and injected it into the male student's arm. In less than half a minute, the student's breathing gradually returned to normal. The swelling on his neck also began to subside. The surrounding students finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is this the 100 Herbs spiritual heart? One look and she knows what ingredient is wrong. No wonder the Medicine King is grooming her as his successor. Yi Qinghe put away the potion. Don't engage in strenuous exercise for 2 hours. Also don't use the anti-miasma spray today. The male student nodded repeatedly. Thank you, classmate Yi. Lin He adjusted his clothes and walked over to her. Classmate Yi. Hello. Yi Qinghe looked up. Lin He, you know me. Haiqing's newly awakened S-level talent probably no one doesn't know. Lin He showed a modest smile. Just a talent level, it doesn't mean much. But Yi Qinghe stared into his eyes for 2 seconds, then looked him up and down. Have you recently injected a lot of strengthening potions? And also undergone high-intensity electric current body tempering? Lin He was startled inwardly. How do you know? Your drug residue exceeds 25%. Yi Qinghe continued. Your liver and kidney load are also approaching the warning line. For the next 7 days, it's best not to use any strengthening potions. Otherwise, it's easy to leave permanent damage. Lin He looked at her. His heart suddenly surged with excitement. She's concerned about me. Opportunity has arrived. Lin He immediately activated the heart voice system and sent the pre-prepared inner thoughts into Yi Qinghe's mind. She is so kind. If she weren't the Medicine King's granddaughter, I would definitely pursue her. But I am only an adopted son of the Lin family, though I am simply not worthy of such a girl. Yi Qinghe's movements in packing the medical kit paused slightly. She looked at Lin He again. Her gaze was no longer as cold as before. Could she hear this person's inner thoughts? And Lin He seemed unaware of it. Yi Qinghe had seen too many people throughout her life who wanted to approach the Medicine King's lineage through her. Their words sounded nicer and nicer. But what they really coveted were the Yi family's potions and connections. Lin He seemed somewhat different. At least his heart was not so utilitarian. I'm just giving advice based on your physical condition. Yi Qinghe spoke. Don't overthink it. I understand. Lin He smiled. Classmate Yi is very responsible to everyone. Yi Qinghe glanced at the bruise on his face. You have quite a few external injuries too. These weren't caused by training, were they? Lin He touched his swollen face. There was a little misunderstanding at home. Big brother was in a bad mood and got a bit heavy-handed. But it's nothing. He is still my big brother after all. Immediately after, the prepared inner thoughts sounded again. Big brother is just worried that I'll take away his things. As long as he can calm down, a little grievance is nothing to me. Yi Qinghe's brow furrowed slightly. She did not immediately comment on Lin Chuan. She just felt that Lin He's brother was indeed a bit heavy-handed. After all, the slap mark on Lin He's face was still clearly visible. Lin He suddenly looked toward the other side of the lecture hall. Big brother is here too. Yi Qinghe followed his gaze. Lin Chuan was leaning against the wall at the back, his hands in his pockets. He was looking down at the trial map. Seeming to sense the gaze, he looked up. Their eyes briefly met. Yi Qinghe, thinking of the injury on Lin He's face, subconsciously became more wary. But Lin Chuan did not walk over. Nor did he explain. He just lowered his head again and continued looking at the map. If he went over now and told Yi Qinghe that Lin He was a liar, she wouldn't believe it. She might even think he was jealous of Lin He. Some people's true faces had to wait for them to act it out themselves. Seeing Yi Qinghe's reaction, Lin He grew even more smug. The first step was already successful. He struck while the iron was hot. Classmate Yi, the joint trial requires cross-school team formation. I am a combat talent, and you are good at healing and herb identification. If you don't have a team, yet would you like to team up with me? After saying that, Lin He sent another inner thought. It doesn't matter if she is willing or not. I can't use my S-level talent to pressure her. Yi Qinghe thought for a few seconds. An S-level lightning combat talent was indeed a very suitable teammate. Moreover, Lin He had severe drug residue. Staying by his side, she could also observe the situation in time. Okay, Yi Qinghe took out her trial terminal. But the other 2 team members will be chosen by me. Once in the wild, healing and herb gathering will also follow my instructions. Lin He immediately nodded. Of course. The 2 terminals gently tapped each other. Team formation successful. Current members Lin He, Yi Qinghe. Lin He looked at the names on the terminal. Finally he smiled. He felt that this time he had beaten Lin Chuan. He raised his head and looked toward the back row. Lin Chuan also saw the team formation notification. But he was not in a hurry at all. He put away his terminal, turned around, and left the lecture hall. No need to rush to snatch the potion. No need to rush to compete for the person either. Let Lin He act first. Are you 3 sure you want to refuse the replacement? At the entrance of the Blackstone Mountain trial zone, the instructor in charge of registration looked at the 3 students before him. The 3 nodded simultaneously. Their movements were as synchronized as if they had rehearsed. One of the boys spoke quietly. Sir, it's not that we're unwilling to cooperate. My mother saw his video. She told me to stay at least 50 meters away from Lin Chuan. Another student chimed in. My father watched it too. He just bought me an accident insurance policy, and it won't take effect until tomorrow. The last one was even more direct. He even beats his own brother mercilessly. If we encounter a demon beast, who knows if he'll use his teammate as a shield? Lin Chuan stood nearby. On the trial terminal, a line of red text still displayed. Current team size 14. 3 days ago, Lin he participated in a local interview program. On the show, his forehead was wrapped in gauze and half of his face was severely swollen. The host asked about his injuries. Lin he gave a bitter smile to the camera. It was my elder brother who did this. But please don't blame him. He was just in a bad mood. After the program aired, Lin Qingxue used her company's channels to heavily promote the video. The related videos dominated the Haicheng City trending list for 3 consecutive days. Cumulative views exceeded 6 million. Residents of Haicheng would see Lin Chuan after checking the weather forecast. They would also see Lin Chuan after watching local restaurant reviews. Even when buying a toilet plunger, comments would appear below. Lin Chuan used this to hit his brother. Now Lin Chuan had become the most notorious bully among the younger generation in Haicheng. The registration instructor rubbed his forehead. According to the rules, a lone student should be randomly assigned to a team. But you've already been rejected by 3 consecutive teams. Now you have 2 choices. Withdraw from the trial or enter alone. The instructor pulled up an electronic agreement. A solo trial has no team support and is more dangerous. Think it over. Lin Chuan raised his hand and pressed his fingerprint. Solo trial agreement signed successfully. Current danger level high. Being alone is fine. I'll just hit whatever I see, no need to distinguish teammates. The 3 who had refused to team up silently took 2 steps back. This man is a demon. The instructor glanced at Lin Chuan. The trial isn't for you to die in there. If you encounter a 2nd-level beast, run immediately. Got it. At 9 in the morning, outskirts of Blackstone Mountain, most students followed the marked routes. In groups of 4, the front row handled combat. The back row was responsible for vigilance and medical aid. Lin Chuan left the main path and entered the western dense forest. In his past life, he had wasted his entire life on the Lin family. To satisfy his parents, he endured humiliation. To take the blame for Lin, he served 10 years in prison, living until the end. Everything was for others. In this life, he wanted a different life. The provincial capital, the war academy, the foreign battlefield, and those legendary spatial rifts. These were the places he wanted to go. As for what the people of Haicheng thought of him, he didn't care. He hoped the entire city would hate him enough to be bound as enemies. Lin Chuan had walked only 200 meters. The bushes on his left suddenly rustled. A gray demon wolf leaped out from within, its claws aimed straight for his throat. A 1st-level demon beast. Iron Claw Wolf. Lin Chuan sidestepped half a step, dodging the wolf's claws. His right hand smoothly pressed down on the wolf's head and slammed it downward. Bam! The Iron Claw Wolf's head smashed into a rock. Its body twitched twice, then went completely still. The terminal immediately vibrated. Killed a 1st-level Iron Claw Wolf. Gain point 6. Lin Chuan picked up the wolf fang and continued forward. 10 minutes later. 1st-level Black Spotted Snake, 5 points. 1st-level Blood-Eyed Rabbit, 3 points. 1st-level Wind Blade Mantis, 8 points. In less than half an hour, his points had risen to 46. After going deeper, the surroundings fell completely silent. On the ground, charred hoofprints began to appear. Each hoofprint was the size of a bowl. Several nearby trees had been snapped in half from collisions. Lin Chuan crouched down to look. Roar! Suddenly a low growl came from ahead. A demon boar over 3 meters in length emerged from behind the rocks. Its body was covered in crimson bristles. 2 tusks curved upward. With each breath, sparks shot from its nostrils. The trial terminal automatically scanned. 2nd-level early stage demon beast crimson bristle fire boar. Estimated weight 910 kilograms. Danger warning, recommended to engage with a team of 4 or more. The crimson bristle fire boar pawed the ground. The next second, it charged straight at Lin Chuan. Weighing over 900 kilograms, its speed was astonishing. Lin Chuan sidestepped. Boom. The crimson bristle fire boar crashed headfirst into a tree trunk. A tree half a meter in diameter snapped on the spot. It shook its head. Its hide wasn't even scratched. Lin Chuan moved to its side and struck its ribs with his palm. Dark green toxic energy spread rapidly, but the bristles on the boar's body ignited with a layer of flame. The toxic energy had just touched the body when it was burned away by the high temperature. Lin Chuan withdrew his hand. Not bad. The crimson bristle fire boar turned around. Flames began to gather in its mouth. Boom. A pillar of fire shot toward Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan lunged forward, sliding under the flames. The high heat grazed his shoulder. A scorch mark immediately appeared on the surface of his combat suit. Ordinary toxic energy could hardly penetrate the boar's hide. But Lin Chuan wasn't ready to use the Violet Firmament Divine Thunder yet. That was his trump card. However, not using it fully didn't mean he couldn't use it at all. Perfect, I'll test my idea on you. Lin Chuan raised his right hand. A strand of Violet Firmament Divine Thunder flowed into his palm. The purple lightning was about to emerge, but was wrapped in toxic energy. The lightning force was explosive. The toxic energy was keen and soft. One excelled at penetrating. The other excelled at exploding. Combined, they had a clear division of labor. Lin Chuan compressed the lightning force into numerous fine threads, then wrapped them in toxic energy. The purple light quickly vanished. Only a layer of dark green aura remained in his palm. The crimson bristle fire boar charged again. Facing the fire boar, Lin Chuan stepped forward, his body grazing past the tusks. His right palm landed heavily behind the boar's ear. Slap. The palm strike seemed very gentle. The crimson bristle fire boar continued charging forward for another 10 meters. Then, 6 muffled sounds came from within its body. Thud, thud, thud. The toxic energy penetrated flesh and seeped into the internal organs. The lightning threads hidden within the toxic energy detonated simultaneously. The boar's belly heaved violently. Blood gushed from its eyes, nostrils, and mouth. Thump. Its limbs gave way, and it crashed heavily to the ground. The flames on its body quickly extinguished. The terminal completed the scan. Second-level crimson bristle fire boar's vital signs have ceased. Fatal injury, extensive rupture of heart, lungs, and internal organs. Kill contribution 100. Points gained 132. Current points 178. Lin Chuan walked over to the corpse. The crimson bristle fire boar's body bore only a faint green palm print, but inside it was already thoroughly shattered. The toxic energy was responsible for pervasive infiltration. The violet firmament divine thunder was responsible for internal detonation. Lin Chuan named this technique. Let's call it Toxic Thunder Force. At the same time, the system gave another prompt. New skill, Toxic Thunder Force C rank has been added to the character panel. The host used Toxic Thunder Force to kill a second-level fire boar, gaining 50 skill experience points. Current progress of Toxic Thunder Force LV 110. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. With his martial arts experience from his past life, the basic fusion of the two forces was not difficult for him. Unexpectedly, after he named it, the system counted it as a new skill. Moreover, as long as he used this skill to kill demon creatures, it could level up quickly. Of course, it was still not as fast as the returns from eliminating enemies. After mastering the fusion method, Lin Chuan's efficiency increased again. First-level demon beasts, as soon as he touched them, the toxic thunder would invade their bodies. Some would have their hearts pierced by the lightning force after just a few steps. Some tried to burrow underground, but their limbs had already lost sensation. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Chuan's points kept rising, and the progress of Toxic Thunder Force reached LV 118. Killed a first-level silverback 8.9. Killed a first-level rotten tooth hound 0.6. Collected first-level herb bloodline fruit points 4. At 5:40 p.m., the terminal refreshed again. Personal points 287. Current rank first. Lin Chuan looked at the ranking without any surprise. The next second, footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Zhou Yi emerged from the forest with 3 teammates. They first saw the corpse of the crimson bristle fireboar, then looked at Lin Chuan. Zhou Yi's expression changed. Did you kill this? Lin Chuan nodded. It had poor mental resilience. I touched it, and it died of anger. Bullshit. Zhou Yi certainly didn't believe it. A student beside him crouched down to examine the corpse. No external wounds, but all internal organs are shattered. This requires at least a second-level martial technique to inflict. Zhou Yi suddenly recalled what Lin He had said. Lin Chuan's arms were covered in needle marks, and before his death the old master had left Lin Chuan a vast amount of resources. A sea-level poison body could not possibly kill a second-level demon beast under normal circumstances. There was only one answer. High-grade potions. Lin Chuan must have injected all the medicines his grandfather left into his body. Zhou Yi sneered. No wonder you dared to act alone. So it's all built on drugs. High-grade potions can give you a short burst of power, but the side effects will gradually destroy your body. In a month at your Lin clan's internal competition, you're doomed. Lin Chuan listened, then his expression turned serious. You're right, I did take injections. So what? But as long as I beat Lin He, the position of young clan leader is safe. Zhou Yi's face darkened. Lin Chuan had already turned and walked away. He knew that as Lin He's lackey, Zhou Yi would definitely report this to Lin He. He wasn't afraid of Zhou Yi spreading the word. He was just afraid that the description wouldn't be severe enough. If Lin He didn't feel the pressure, what if he skipped a dose at home? That would be Lin Chuan's loss. At 6:30 p.m., first trial camp. As darkness fell, many students began to return. After nightfall on Blackstone Mountain, the frequency of demon beast activity tripled. All students had to rest near the camp. The electronic screen in the center of the camp constantly refreshed the leaderboard. First place, Lin Chuan 287 points. Second place, Lin He 164 points. Third place, Su Dongyang 151 points. Many students stopped. Didn't Lin Chuan have no team? He got 287 points alone. Did he steal other people's demon beasts? Standing in the crowd, Zhou Yi snorted. What's so surprising? Old Master Lin left him so many high-grade potions. It's just forcibly built up with resources. Everyone then showed a look of understanding. Lin Chuan passed by. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. The camp entrance fell into chaos. Over a dozen students were carried in. Their faces were cyan. Black bloodlines had spread around their wounds. One student just placed on a stretcher began to convulse. The camp doctor injected 2 doses of universal antidote consecutively, but the black bloodlines continued to spread toward the heart. The universal antidote is ineffective. Toxin spread exceeds 50. Contact the external rescue team immediately. Yi Qinghe, carrying a medical kit, quickly arrived at the stretcher. A faint green light glowed from her fingertips. She first examined the wound, then took a drop of black blood and placed it on a test strip. The test strip instantly corroded. It's green rot miasma toxin, mixed with demon beast venom. We can't keep using the universal antidote. Yi Qinghe took out several silver needles and inserted them into the patient's shoulders and chest. The 100 herbs spirit heart rapidly circulated. The black bloodlines finally stopped spreading. The nearby monitor began to drop. Toxin spread 57. Toxin spread 48. Toxin spread 36. The camp doctor sighed in relief. The toxin is suppressed. But Yi Qinghe didn't relax. This is only temporary suppression. These people can last at most 40 minutes. She looked up at the map of Blackstone Mountain. To fully detoxify, we need blood-purifying grass. The camp doctor immediately checked the supply box. The camp's stock of blood-purifying grass is exhausted. Yi Qinghe pointed to a valley on the map. There's some in the Green Miasma Valley. We need at least 10 plants. The stationed instructor's expression changed. After dark, the Green Miasma Valley is a red danger zone. The external rescue team has already departed. Let them handle it. Yi Qinghe glanced at the students on the stretchers. The rescue team will take at least an hour to arrive. They can't wait that long. She closed her medical kit. I know what blood-purifying grass looks like. I'll go in and gather it. Lin He immediately stepped out from the crowd. I'll accompany you. 6-colored lightning flashed across his arm. I have a combat talent. If we encounter a demon beast, I can protect you. At the same time, a thought meant only for Yi Qinghe echoed in her mind. Even if there's danger inside, I can't let her go alone. Yi Qinghe glanced at Lin He. Her eyes softened noticeably. All right. Zhou Yi also stepped forward. I'll go too. And me? I can handle the lookout. Over a dozen students volunteered. Some wanted the rescue points. Some wanted to curry favor with the granddaughter of the Medicine King. Others, seeing Lin He go, didn't want to appear cowardly. Lin Chuan stood outside the crowd. He knew that in his past life, the same group of students had been poisoned. The same people had entered the Green Miasma Valley at night to gather herbs. 23 went in. Only 14 came back alive. Everyone thought the most dangerous thing in the Green Miasma Valley was second-level poisonous beasts. But only he knew. Tonight that ghost-faced poison spider would undergo its 3rd metamorphosis. It would officially enter the 3rd level. Lin Chuan stepped forward and followed the group. Why are you following us? Outside Qingzhong Valley, Zhou Yi glanced back at Lin Chuan, his expression far from pleasant. 23 students were already preparing to enter the poison forest. Yet Lin Chuan trailed alone at the very rear. Is this your mountain? No. Then why are you meddling? Zhou Yi was left momentarily speechless. We're here to rescue people, not to rush in and snatch bonus points. Lin Chuan glanced at the trial terminal tucked under Zhou Yi's arm. Rescue missions earn bonus points too. If you toss that terminal away, I'll believe you don't want it. Zhou Yi instinctively clutched the terminal tighter. The students nearby exchanged awkward glances. Everyone truly came to rescue. They also genuinely wanted the rescue bonus points. The two objectives didn't conflict at all. But hearing Lin Chuan state it so bluntly made things rather unseemly. Lin He stepped forward immediately. If brother wants to come along, let him come. One more person means one more strength. His tone was gentle, as if the one who had been publicly humbled by Lin Chuan previously wasn't him at all. Yi Qinghe glanced at the time. The poisoned students can hold out for at most 40 more minutes. Don't waste time here. She slung the medical kit onto her back and led the way into Qingzhong Valley. Lin He immediately fell and stepped behind her. Zhou Yi shot Lin Chuan a cold glare, but made no further attempt to stop him. The 23 students swiftly entered the poison forest, with Lin He volunteering to take the vanguard. Zhou Yi followed on his right. Yi Qinghe took point scanning for medicinal herbs and toxic miasma along the route. Lin Chuan lingered at the rear of the formation. On one hand, it was his habit to watch their backs. On the other hand, those ahead clearly didn't want him anywhere near them. Each time Lin Chuan took a step forward, the students behind would collectively speed up 2 paces. They consistently maintained a safety distance of over 5 meters from him. Remarkably disciplined. Lin Chuan couldn't be bothered to explain himself. What the people of Haiqing thought of him meant nothing at all. Once this trial concluded, seeing whose name topped the leaderboard, that would actually matter. Within Qingzhong Valley, moonlight never reached. Thick layers of bluish-gray mist crawled along the ground. Beyond a few meters, only vague silhouettes could be made out. Massive patches of poisonous vines lined both sides. Occasionally slender red glints flashed from beneath the foliage. Those were the eyes of poison insects. A student had just raised his long blade to clear the vines ahead when Yi Qinghe quickly called out, "Don't touch it." The boy's blade froze in midair. Yi Qinghe pointed toward the base of the vine, where several grayish-white growths clustered. These are miasma burst vines. Once attacked, the accumulated poison gas inside will erupt instantly. The boy hastily retracted his blade. Then how do we proceed? Hug the stone wall on the right. Yi Qinghe crouched and lightly touched the ground with her finger. Pale green light spread from her fingertips. The root systems of nearby plants all became crystal clear within her perception. There are no poisonous vine roots for the next 20 meters ahead. We'll detour through that gap. The group immediately adjusted their path. Lin Chuan brought up the rear, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The 100 Herb's spiritual heart was indeed exceptionally well suited for field operations. Herb identification, poison detection, wound treatment. Individually, none of these abilities possessed significant combat value. Yet combined within a single team, they dramatically increased everyone's chances of survival. In his previous life, he had risen rapidly during wilderness trials. Yi Qinghe bore at least 3/10 of that credit. As Lin Chuan pondered this, a faint rustling sound suddenly came from behind. Rustle, rustle. Countless black beetles emerged from beneath the decaying leaves, each about the size of a thumb. Green liquid dripped continuously from their mandibles as they opened and closed. Poison insects behind us. A girl cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, the toxic miasma ahead intensified simultaneously. Pale cyan mist rolled toward them. Several students inhaled small amounts of poison gas and immediately began coughing. Yi Qinghe turned swiftly. Everyone press against the stone wall. Don't release any flames. The miasma here is flammable. Zhou Yi, who had just raised his right hand, was forced to lower it again. His awakened physique was the crimson flame battle body. Against such an environment, his abilities were somewhat ill-suited. Lin He, however, stepped directly into the center of the formation. Leave it to me. Six-colored lightning flashed from beneath his skin. Boom. Thunder surged outward along the ground. Dozens of lead poison insects were instantly electrocuted into charred husks. But the trailing swarm climbed up the tree trunks, instead surging toward the group from all directions. Lin He raised both hands simultaneously. 6 varieties of thunder wove together above everyone's heads, instantly forming a lightning net. Crack. As poison insects neared their bodies exploded midair. Charred carapaces rained down continuously. The airflow generated by the spreading thunder also dispersed much of the nearby toxic miasma. The team immediately broke through this area, with Lin He being the last to depart. By the time he retracted his thunder power, his entire right arm was trembling slightly. The strain from consecutively using pharmaceuticals had not yet fully subsided. Seeing this, Yi Qinghe produced a pill and handed it to him. Place it under your tongue. It will temporarily ease the meridian pain caused by drug residue. Lin He made no protests. He accepted the pill. Thank you. Simultaneously, a voice from his heart entered Yi Qinghe's mind. As long as those classmates can be saved, then no matter how great the cost, it would be worth it. Yi Qinghe looked toward Lin He. If not for the 6-colored ancient thunder that had just dispersed the insect swarm and toxic miasma, at least 4 or 5 members of this temporary team would have been poisoned. Lin He had indeed contributed substantially. This could not be dismissed with a few casual words. Yi Qinghe's impression of him improved another notch. Be careful controlling your thunder power going forward. Your meridian load has already exceeded normal limits. Lin He nodded. I understand. Lin Chuan stood at the rear of the formation. A stray black beetle that had escaped the thunder sweep fluttered toward the girl ahead. The girl covered her mouth, her body trembling. Plink. Lin Chuan snatched a falling leaf, infused it with spiritual energy, and flicked it forward, killing the beetle outright. The beetle's corpse fell to one side. The girl paused for a moment, then nodded in gratitude. Thank you. Keep moving. Lin Chuan replied without expression. During that recent danger, Lin He's performance had been flawless. He acted decisively when needed and expended his resources without hesitation. Lin Chuan would not deny facts simply to put Lin He down. As for whether this person could be trusted, that would depend on what happened when real danger arrived. Whether his words matched his actions. The team continued deeper. After walking several hundred meters, Lin Chuan suddenly stopped. On a nearby dead tree, several strands of white spider silk adhered. The silk was thinner than fishing line, yet a black stripe ran through its center. Lin Chuan reached out and touched it. A slight numbness immediately traveled to his fingertips. The blood-eroding poison body activated on its own. The toxins that had penetrated his skin were consumed in an instant. Ghost-faced poison spiders. And their strength was considerable. Lin Chuan followed the silk strands into the distance. All of them extended toward the deepest part of Qingzhong Valley. There stood a black cavern. Cleansing bloodgrass also grew there. Ghost-faced poison spiders ahead. Lin Chuan spoke to warn the group. Zhou Yi, look back. What's the big deal? Just spiders. The ghost-faced poison spiders in Qingzhong Valley are at most 2nd rank. We have so many people here. We should fear a single 2nd-rank beast. Lin Chuan looked at him. Then you go first when the time comes. Of course I'll go first. Zhou Yi agreed quite readily. Lin Chuan nodded. Good. If you die, I'll risk my life to drag your corpse back. Zhou Yi's face darkened. Can you shut your cursed mouth? Yi Qinghe approached the dead tree. She examined the black stripe on the silk. Its toxicity is stronger than ordinary 2nd-rank ghost-faced poison spiders. However, cleansing bloodgrass cannot be substituted by any other medicinal herbs. No matter what's inside, we have to go in. She looked at the other students. Those whose cultivation hasn't reached body refining third layer stay at the entrance. To prevent us from being blocked by other poison beasts after we exit, 15 students remained outside the cavern. Only 8 people ultimately entered the cavern. Lin Chuan, Lin, He Yiqinghe, Zhou Yi, and 4 others whose abilities had all reached body refining third layer. The cavern interior was extremely damp. Water droplets continuously fell from above. The air carried a putrid odor. The deeper they ventured, the more spider webs covered the walls. Some webs still hung with partially digested beast corpses. An iron-armored lizard nearly 2 meters long had been wrapped in silk into a white flesh cocoon. Its abdomen had been completely emptied. Lenny took a look. This ghost-face poison spider's strength must be approaching the peak of second rank. Zhou Yi gripped his flame-long blade tightly. Perfect. Killing it would earn us at least 100+ bonus points. The purifying bloodgrass is ahead. Yiqinghe suddenly quickened her pace. At the end of the cavern lay a shallow jade-green pool, where a dozen patches of verdant medicinal herbs grew along its banks. Dark crimson veins traced patterns across the leaves. They were precisely the purifying bloodgrass the camp desperately needed. Yiqinghe crouched down. Do not pull them out directly. Once the root and stem are severed, the medicinal potency will dissipate rapidly. She drew forth a silver herb shovel and carefully excavated the soil around them, lifting each plant out intact. The others took charge of packing the specimens. Within 3 minutes, all 12 purifying bloodgrass plants had been harvested. Yiqinghe handed the medicine box to a student from the second high school. Return it to the camp immediately. Mist the roots with water every 5 minutes to preserve freshness. The student clutched the box tightly. Aren't you coming with us? I'll exit shortly. As Yiqinghe rose to her feet, her gaze fell upon the area behind the pool. A deeper passage lay concealed there. At the passage's terminus, a single dark red herb grew. It stood merely half a foot tall, yet its rootstock bore 3 distinct blood-colored rings. Yiqinghe's breath hitched slightly. 300-year-old blood meridian grass. Her grandfather Yi Tianxing had once ventured into a toxic realm during his youth. Though he had survived, a lingering chill poison remained deep within his meridians. Over the years, the Yi family had scoured provincial herbal markets, yet they had never secured a specimen of this century-old caliber. She never anticipated finding it here. Yiqinghe made an immediate decision. You take the purifying bloodgrass back first. I will harvest that blood meridian grass. The miasma is denser inside, and there may be ghost-face venom spiders. I carry anti-miasma powder. Yiqinghe withdrew a white porcelain vial. The blood meridian grass lies merely 30 meters away. It will take at most 2 minutes. Lin Chuan glanced toward the passage. No beastly roars echoed from within, yet fresh scarring marred the ground. Each groove neared half a meter in width. That is a spider nest. Lin Chuan cautioned her. Yiqinghe fell silent for a moment. I am aware, yet I must secure this herb. Lin Chuan did not press further. It was something her grandfather desperately required. If Yiqinghe chose to risk it, she undoubtedly had her reasons. Furthermore, he had no right to decide for her. Those delivering the medicine should go first. Lin Chuan addressed the student clutching the box. Over a dozen people back at the camp are waiting. For students immediately hurried toward the cavern exit. Lin He, however, remained behind. Yiqinghe, I will wait for you. Zhou Yi tightened his grip on his long blade. I'll stand guard. Yiqinghe gave a slight nod. She then dusted anti-miasma powder over her clothing. A faint herbal fragrance diffused into the air, causing the surrounding black toxic fog to retreat swiftly to both sides. She entered the passage alone. Lin Chuan did not depart. The ghost-faced venom spider would complete its 3rd molt tonight, and that blood meridian grass happened to take root precisely deep within the spider's nest. No matter how he considered it, this herb did not seem destined to be obtained without peril. Yiqinghe advanced more than 20 meters, and finally arrived beside the blood meridian grass. The specimen was preserved even better than she had envisioned. All 3 crimson leaves remained perfectly intact, and the rootstock bore no signs of insect damage. Yiqinghe drew her silver shovel and barely crouched, when a droplet of viscous fluid descended from above. Plop! The black secretion struck the adjacent stone. White smoke billowed upward instantly. The stone's surface corroded into a shallow pit within moments. Yiqinghe froze. She raised her head. Upon the cavern ceiling, 8 scarlet eyes opened in unison. A ghost-faced venom spider, nearing 6 meters in length, clung to the rock face. Its obsidian carapace blended seamlessly with the cavern walls. On its abdomen, a pallid, ghostly visage seemed to smirk. A 3rd-rank beast. The spider afforded her no time to react. 2 forelegs descended simultaneously. Their tips were unbearably sharp, fracturing the bedrock in their path. Yiqinghe rolled laterally. Boom! The dual-leg tips speared into the ground, piercing half a meter through the solid rock. As she rose to her feet, the spider had already pivoted. A geyser of black venom erupted straight toward her. A pale green luminescence ignited within Yiqinghe's eyes. As her 100-grass spirit heart began to circulate rapidly, it amplified her perceptiveness tenfold. She stepped twice to the right. The venomous spray grazed her sleeve, and half the cuff instantaneously dissolved into black sludge. Yi Qinghe discarded her outer garment, and simultaneously flung a handful of yellow medicinal powder from her left hand. Upon contacting the spider, its body hair instantly emitted white smoke. A piercing shriek tore from the spider's maw, and its movements slowed by a fraction. The spider-repelling powder will only linger for a few seconds, Yi Qinghe assessed swiftly. Seizing the opening, she drew 7 silver needles and flung them forward. Tink, 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 for bounced harmlessly off the chitinous shell, while the remaining 3 precisely pierced the leg joints. The spider's left flank sagged, and its advance decelerated once more. Yi Qinghe sprinted toward the blood meridian grass. The silver shovel sliced into the earth. With an upward lift of her palm, she unearthed the entire specimen, root ball and all. She secured the herb within her medicine box, and immediately turned to bolt for the exit. Profoundly enraged, the spider yawned its ghostly abdominal maw wide. A wave of psychic pressure radiated outward, piercing Yi Qinghe's mind with sudden agony. Her footing faltered by a fraction of a beat. That microsecond cost her dearly. The spider leaped over her head. Boom. Its 6-meter frame crashed heavily into the center of the passage. Her legs swept horizontally in a brutal arc. The surrounding rock walls shattered sequentially. A torrent of debris collapsed inward, directly blocking the narrow retreat. Then, the spider contracted its abdomen and sprayed massive volumes of white webbing directly at the passage exit. The strands interwove rapidly, forming a wall several meters thick in the blink of an eye. Yi Qinghe was utterly trapped deep within the cavern. Outside, Lin He's expression turned grave. Qinghe, Zhou Yi was the first to reach the web barrier. He raised his flame-forged blade and struck downward. Boom. Crimson fire engulfed the web, charring vast swathes of silk. Yet the blade penetrated less than half an inch. Additional strands coiled around him, instantly gluing the weapon fast. The venom coating the silk crept along the blade, searing Zhou Ye's palm with sharp pain. He was forced to release his weapon. The flame blade was yanked into the webbing. This web is toxic, and harder than steel cable. Lin He stood further back. He too had witnessed Yi Qinghe's predicament. A third-rank ghost-face venom spider, merely basking in its oppressive aura, rendered his legs rigid. Qinghe, hold on. I will rescue you immediately. Lin He cried out in extreme distress. A thought echoed simultaneously into Yi Qinghe's mind. Even if it costs me my life, I must bring her out. If one of us must perish, it ought to be me. Yi Qinghe had just dodged another sweeping leg. Hearing those inner thoughts, a faint warmth blossomed in her chest. She had not misjudged Lin He. Not in moments like these. This man was willing to stake his life for her, while evading the spider's assaults. Yi Qinghe awaited the 6-colored thunderlight to tear through the web. 5 seconds elapsed. No thunderlight appeared, because Lin He simply lacked the nerve. He feared that if he tore through the web, he might inadvertently unleash that wretched creature entirely. Yet he continued to put on a show, shouting from outside. Qinghe, hold on just a little longer. I'm figuring out a way. The spider raised a foreleg again. Yi Qinghe leaped backward. A razor-sharp limb grazed her shoulder, tearing her training uniform on the spot. A crimson wound quickly surfaced. 10 seconds passed. Lin He still had not entered. The 100-grass spirit heart continued its unbroken circulation. Every nearby vital presence remained within Yi Qinghe's perception. Zhou Ye's vital energy boiled within his meridians. His crimson flame battle physique was fully activated. His right hand still bore the telltale traces of venom erosion. He had indeed struck the web. The other 2 students were also attempting to locate alternate entrances. Only Lin He remained inert. His 6-colored ancient thunder had not stirred. His vital energy had not converged upon his arms. His lips proclaimed a willingness to die, yet his body had already retreated to a safe distance. His brow furrowed slightly as he positioned himself ahead of the other students, feigning protection. The lingering warmth in Yi Qinghe's heart vanished instantaneously. Fear of death was understandable. Facing a third-rank beast, she harbored terror herself. Yet Lin He's inner monologue had already spoken of dying multiple times. Yet his body had not moved a single step. Qinghe, trust me, I will definitely save you. Lin He continued his shouting. A voice cut in from nearby. What the hell, you're screaming about your plan louder than a thunderstorm. Lin Chuan walked past him. But why aren't your feet moving? Lin He's face stiffened. What are you talking about? I'm searching for a weak point in the web. Lin Chuan approached the barrier. Have you found one? Lin He opened his mouth. Not yet. Then continue your search. In a little while the person inside will be reduced to paste. Lin Chuan offered a faint smile and raised his right hand. I'll go in first. A wisp of purple sky divine thunder surged into his fingertips. The violet lightning barely ignited before it was enveloped by dark green venomous energy. The toxin within the silk attempted to erode his palm, but his blood-devouring poison physique consumed it outright. Lin Chuan's fingers dug into the web. Both arms exerted force simultaneously. Ryup. The very web Zhou Yi had failed to cleave with his flame blade. was torn asunder by brute strength alone. Lin He's pupils contracted violently. How is this possible? Lin Chuan offered no reply. Purple sky divine thunder flooded his body once more. His strength surged instantaneously. Boom. The entire web barrier detonated outward from its center. Tangled silk scattered in every direction. Lin Chuan sprinted through the breach, charging directly into the cavern's depths. The ghost-faced venom spider was already pouncing toward Yi Qinghe. Two forelegs swept left and right, sealing off all avenues of escape. Yi Qinghe's supply of medicinal powder had been entirely exhausted. Just as the spider's limbs were about to descend, a figure interposed itself before her. Lin Chuan had arrived. Duck! Yi Qinghe immediately crouched down. Two sharp spider legs thrust toward Lin Chuan just above her head. Lin Chuan stepped forward instead of retreating. A strand of purple cloud divine thunder infused his right leg. His sinew and bone strength instantly amplified tenfold. Lin Chuan shattered the ground beneath his feet, launching himself into the air. His right foot slammed solidly into the side of the ghost-faced venom spider's head. Boom. The venom spider, nearly 6 meters in length, was sent flying sideways. Its massive body crashed into the stone wall. Large chunks of rock shattered. All 8 spider legs flailed wildly. Lin Chuan landed on the ground. The combat boots on his feet had burst open. Run! Yi Qinghe hugged the medicine box containing the blood scripture herb tightly and immediately dashed toward the gap in the web. Only 5 meters remained to the exit. Suddenly a sharp hiss sounded from behind. The ghost-faced venom spider tore itself free from the stone wall. Its abdomen contracted violently. A beam of spider silk shot directly toward Yi Qinghe. Lin Chuan sidestepped 2 paces and struck the spider's head with a palm. A dark green venomous thunder exploded. The ghost-faced venom spider was knocked sideways. But that beam of spider silk had already passed Lin Chuan. Slap! The silk wrapped around Yi Qinghe's right leg. A tremendous force pulled from behind. Yi Qinghe lost her balance and crashed heavily to the ground. The medicine box nearly slipped from her grasp. She clutched it tightly to her chest, stretching her left hand toward the outside of the web. Lin He. At this moment, the ghost-faced venom spider had been blocked by Lin Chuan. The two of them were more than 10 meters from the exit. If Lin He simply crawled through the gap and dragged Yi Qinghe 2 meters outward, he could rescue her. Yi Qinghe looked at Lin He. Their eyes met briefly, but Lin He averted his gaze. Pretending to examine the spider web, he once again hid behind Zhou Yi. Qinghe, hold on. I'm thinking of a way. His inner thoughts sounded simultaneously. Give me a little more time. Even if I have to crawl, I will crawl over. I cannot let her die here. The inner thoughts had already crawled to Yi Qinghe's side. He himself was still lying low behind Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's hands were blackened. The spider venom had completely numbed all 10 of his fingers. He raised his arms. Both hands hung limply. Young Master Lin, I can't move my hands. Quickly pull classmate Yi out. Lin He's expression changed slightly. Don't be hasty. This venom spider might be luring us in. As he spoke, he took another half step back. Yi Qinghe saw it clearly. The ghost-faced venom spider was locked in battle with Lin Chuan. It hadn't even turned its head toward the entrance. Where was the lure? Yi Qinghe did not continue to call for help. She took a medicinal knife from her waist and began cutting the spider silk on her leg. The medicinal knife could cut through roots and stems. The blade was thin and sharp, but the spider silk of the ghost-faced venom spider was tougher than steel cable. Yi Qinghe could only saw through it strand by strand. Lin Chuan sent the spider's front leg flying with a palm strike. Another spider leg swept in from the side. Bang! Lin Chuan raised his arm to block. His entire body slid backward 4 meters. The combat suit was torn open by the sharp spider hairs. 3 bloody gashes appeared on his shoulder. Purple cloud divine thunder flashed along the wounds. The spider venom that had just invaded his flesh was instantly burned away completely. The ghost-faced venom spider pressed forward again. Its 8 legs fell in rapid succession. Deep pits appeared one after another on the ground. Lin Chuan constantly shifted his position. He stubbornly prevented the venom spider from approaching Yi Qinghe. Qinghe. Lin He's voice came from outside again. Trust me, I'm coming in right now. If someone must die, then that person should be me. Yi Qinghe's medicinal knife paused slightly. Lin He had already died so many times in his inner thoughts, but he didn't move an inch. More than 20 seconds later, the last strand of spider silk finally snapped. Yi Qinghe tore away the web on her leg and quickly scrambled to her feet. She was about to rush toward the exit when the ghost-faced venom spider suddenly abandoned Lin Chuan. Its massive body blocked the middle of the passage. A large spray of spider silk shot out again. Boom. The exit that Lin Chuan had just torn open was sealed again by the web. Yi Qinghe stopped. The voice from outside still hadn't disappeared. Qinghe, don't be afraid. I will definitely find a way to save you. Yi Qinghe's face was now completely expressionless. Lin Chuan stepped in front of her. The ghastly pale face on the ghost-faced venom spider's abdomen opened its eyes again. An invisible mental shock wave swept through the cave. Yi Qinghe's face turned pale. In Lin Chuan's mind, a constantly enlarging ghostly face appeared. A piercing wail drilled into his spiritual sea, attempting to tear apart his consciousness. But the wail had just begun when Purple Cloud Divine Thunder erupted on its own. Rumble. Purple lightning swept through his spiritual sea. That ghostly face didn't last even half a second before exploding into pieces. At the same time, black smoke rose from the pale markings on the ghost-faced venom spider's abdomen. Its massive body staggered backward, dispelling evil. The soul-stealing attack condensed by the ghost-faced venom spider's mental power was exactly countered by Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Lin Chuan flexed his wrist. Having many legs is one thing, but you sure have a lot of tricks. It just completed its transformation. It's a third-rank demonic beast. Yi Qinghe quickly reminded him. But the carapace around the ghostly face on its abdomen hasn't fully hardened yet. Lin Chuan looked at the ghost-faced venom spider's abdomen. Understood. The ghost-faced venom spider lunged again. Its two front legs stabbed toward his chest. Lin Chuan sidestepped to avoid the first leg. His right palm struck the joint of the second spider leg. The venomous thunder force burst forth. Bang! A crack split open in the leg joint. The ghost-faced venom spider in pain spun its body wildly. The remaining legs swept around. Lin Chuan had no time to dodge. His back was grazed by a spider leg. His body slammed directly into the stone wall. Rubble rained down. After Lin Chuan landed, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. The gap in cultivation level was obvious. He was only at the 8th layer of body refining. Yet a third-rank demonic beast could already hunt a martial master head-on. Moreover, ordinary poison would be absorbed by the ghost-faced venom spider. Relying solely on the venomous thunder force, it was difficult to quickly end the battle. The ghost-faced venom spider had obviously noticed this as well. It no longer protected its abdomen. All 8 legs spread out simultaneously. Its entire body pressed down toward Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan wiped the blood from his mouth. Give you an inch, and you take a mile. He lowered his arms. Purple Cloud Divine Thunder flowed through his meridians into both palms. The ghost-faced venom spider's 2 front legs came down simultaneously. Lin Chuan grabbed the legs and exerted force from his waist. The tenfold power erupted completely. Get down. He swung the ghost-faced venom spider and smashed it heavily onto the ground. Boom. The already cracked cave floor completely collapsed. Large chunks of rock fell downward. Holy crap. Lin Chuan hadn't expected the cave to be hollow underneath. Yi Qinghe's feet lost their footing. Her entire body plummeted with the rubble. Lin Chuan reached out his left hand and grabbed her wrist. The ghost-faced venom spider also fell into the lower cave. Mid-air it twisted its body. Its 8 legs stabbed into the surrounding stone walls, trying to stabilize itself. Still trying to climb back. Lin Chuan stomped on a falling rock. His legs suddenly exerted force. The rock exploded on the spot. He pursued the ghost-faced venom spider, with Yi Qinghe in tow. Purple lightning radiance surged from Lin Chuan's eyes. At this moment he no longer concealed himself. Purple Cloud Divine Thunder infused his martial technique. The power of Thunderclap Palm increased 5-fold. He struck 5 consecutive palms onto the spider's back. The ghost-faced spider's massive body completely lost its balance. The ghostly face on its abdomen faced upward. Lin Chuan held Yi Qinghe with his left hand. Veins bulged on the surface of his right arm. The amplification of Purple Cloud Divine Thunder was raised directly to 10-fold. The violent thunder force simultaneously passed through the 6 circulation paths of Thunderclap Palm. A tearing pain shot through the meridians of his right arm. The tiger's mouth split open on the spot. Before blood could flow, it was evaporated by the thunder. Lin Chuan's palm descended. Thunderclap Palm Ultimate Art. 6-fold thunder stack. On the surface, only 1 palm struck. But 6 thunder forces formed simultaneously inside the venom spider. Bang 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 bang. 6 consecutive explosions. The ghostly face on the spider's abdomen split open from the middle. Boom. Purple thunder pierced through the ghost-faced venom spider's body. A half-meter-wide bloody hole was blasted through the massive body of the third-rank demonic beast. The ghost-faced venom spider couldn't even let out a hiss. All 8 legs went completely limp. Life force extinguished. Lin Chuan stepped on the venom spider's corpse. Using the reaction force, he kicked it beneath the 2 of them. The next second, the corpse crashed heavily into the cave floor. Bang! The spider's abdomen completely burst open. Lin Chuan landed with Yi Qinghe on top of the corpse. The huge spider abdomen absorbed most of the impact. Even so, Lin Chuan's right leg still sank into the ground. Rubble left several cuts on his calf. A system notification appeared. Host has killed a third-rank early-stage demonic beast transcending levels. Thunderclap Palm martial technique insight has increased. Thunderclap Palm has broken through to great perfection. Current realm peak of perfection 3. A flood of martial technique insights poured into his mind. After great perfection, there was actually another realm. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up as he simultaneously received the post-breakthrough martial experience. He quickly digested it all, then recalled the palm strike just now. The originally seemingly perfect 6 Thunder Force paths actually had more than a dozen points of wasted power. If he were to execute the 6-fold Thunder Stack again, the power would increase by at least 30%. Not bad. Lin Chuan looked at the venom spider's corpse. A third-rank sparring partner, quality is high. Yi Qinghe stood up from the corpse. She ignored her own wounds and instead pressed Lin Chuan down onto a rock. Don't move. She cut open Lin Chuan's torn clothes at the shoulder. Liquid medicine washed the wound. White medicinal powder was quickly sprinkled. The cool sensation alleviated much of the burning pain in his shoulder. Lin Chuan looked at her. Thank you. Yi Qinghe wrapped the wound with a bandage. After a few seconds of silence she spoke. Why did you risk your life to save me? Lin Chuan answered quickly. You're the Medicine King's granddaughter. Save you once, and maybe I'll get a discount on medicine in the future. Yi Qinghe paused in her movements. Then she burst out laughing. She raised her hand and slapped Lin Chuan's arm. Lin Chuan sucked in a sharp breath. What kind of person are you? You hit me right after I saved you. I hit the part that wasn't hurt. It still hurts. I didn't use any strength. Yi Qinghe lowered her head and put away the medicine bottle. The smile at the corner of her mouth didn't fade. You're different from the rumors. How different? They say you bully others with your power and are ruthless. Yi Qinghe looked at him. But you just saved me. On the way here you also saved another girl. You never mentioned these things. Lin Chuan curled his lip. Do I have to write a press release for doing a good deed? What era is this? I'm not going to be recommended for filial piety. Yi Qinghe shook her head gently. Lin, he said you often bully him. That worthless brother of mine. Lin Chuan leaned against the stone wall. I don't know what kind of demonic trick he's using behind the scenes. Every day he paints me as black as a beast. When he sees me at home he fake falls. Whenever he rolls down the stairs he says I pushed him. No one at home believes me. My dad, my mom, my several older sisters, they take turns slapping me. Yi Qinghe recalled the injuries on Lin He's face. Then the slap marks on his face. I hit him. Lin Chuan admitted very readily. I used to explain. If I couldn't explain clearly I'd just stand there and take the beating. Later I figured it out. Refuse mental exhaustion and go crazy when things happen. Whoever provokes me I hit them. A hint of curiosity appeared in Yi Qinghe's eyes. So on the day of the awakening ceremony, he pulled the fake fall on you again. Lin Chuan raised one leg. Yes, I added a Leo flying kick on him in midair. He only wanted to roll half a floor. I saw he wasn't falling hard enough, so I gave him 2 more floors. Yi Qinghe covered her mouth. Her shoulders kept shaking. She finally understood why Lin He had fallen so badly. Lin Chuan looked at her. Laugh if you want. If you bust a gut, I won't be responsible for treating you. Yi Qinghe laughed for a good while before stopping. She thought again of Lin He outside the web. One had said it was for a medicine discount, but had actually broken in to save her. The other had died dozens of times in his inner thoughts. Yet his feet had never once stepped into the cave. Lin Chuan didn't say Lin He was hypocritical. He didn't ask her to believe anyone either. But some things she had already seen with her own eyes. From now on I'll judge for myself. Yi Qinghe said softly. Lin Chuan didn't ask further. He got up and walked to the ghost-faced venom spider's corpse. Perfect. Time to collect the spoils. Lin Chuan picked up a broken spider leg. The sharp tip cut into the venom spider's abdomen. Dark green blood flowed out continuously. Yi Qinghe walked over. The poison core is under the ghost face pattern. Don't touch the poison sac beside it. If the poison sac ruptures, this entire cave level will be uninhabitable. With Yi Qinghe's guidance, Lin Chuan quickly cut open the spider's carapace. A fist-sized black-purple poison core appeared deep within the flesh. Black mist continuously emerged from the surface of the poison core. The surrounding flesh was completely numb. Lin Chuan took out the poison core. Yi Qinghe's expression changed slightly. You want to refine it directly? This is a 3rd-rank poison core. Even if you have a poison body, you might not be able to withstand it. Lin Chuan sat cross-legged. We'll talk about not being able to withstand it when it happens. The blood-eroding poison body began to circulate. The power within the poison core rapidly surged into Lin Chuan's palm. Black lines spread upward along his arm. His 5 fingers went numb first, then his wrist, forearm, and shoulder. The paralyzing poison tried to invade his heart. But purple cloud divine thunder flared up at that moment. Boom. Purple lightning arcs swept through his entire body. The residual chaotic wool in the poison core was directly destroyed by the thunder. The overly violent, deadly poison was rapidly refined. Only the purest paralyzing toxicity remained merging into the blood-eroding poison body. The black lines on Lin Chuan's arm gradually faded. A system notification appeared at the same time. Blood-eroding poison body has successfully fused with the ghost-faced venom spider's poison core. Obtained new poison-type paralysis. Blood-eroding poison body C rank, 25. Lin Chuan opened his eyes. A strand of dark green poison force flew from his fingertip. The poison force drilled into the still twitching spider leg beside him. The spider leg instantly stiffened. The last traces of neural response were completely paralyzed. The poison body had a characteristic: it could merge with other toxins to become stronger, of course, provided the body could withstand it. The more types of poison force, the higher the ceiling of the blood-eroding poison body. As long as he could withstand the backlash of the deadly poison, it could continue to evolve. By fusing a few more poisons of the same rank, this C-rank talent that everyone looked down upon would officially break through to B rank. Lin Chuan gazed at the venom spider corpse before him. The corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. B rank not far off. Boom. Suddenly the sound of a drill breaking through rock echoed from above the cave. A large amount of rubble fell. A beam of strong light shone through the cracks into the bottom of the cave. Is anyone down there? Lin Chuan looked up. 2 people. And a dead spider. The voice from above paused for 2 seconds. How big is the spider? About 6 meters. The rescue personnel didn't respond further. A few seconds later the drill spun faster. The joint trial rescue team finally broke through a rescue channel based on terminal positioning. 2 martial artists descended along the rope. As soon as the leading rescue captain landed, he saw the corpse of the ghost-faced poison spider. He took out a detector. Red light scanned the corpse. 3rd stage, early phase beast. Vital signs none. Cause of death internal organs struck by thunder force. The rescue captain looked at Lin Chuan. Did you kill it, eh? It struck first. My God. Did I ask who struck first? Then I killed it. The rescue captain glanced again at Lin Chuan's injuries. Body refinement 8th layer. Killed a 3rd stage beast. These 2 pieces of information together were truly shocking. Yi Qinghe walked over. Lin Chuan saved me. He also killed the ghost-faced poison spider. She didn't mention the purple thunder. She only attributed that palm strike to a hidden martial technique of Lin Chuan. The rescue captain didn't press further. The scene wasn't an interrogation room. Getting the living out first was the most important. He fastened the rescue rope around Lin Chuan's waist. Lin Chuan waved his hand. I can get up myself. Yi Qinghe supported his left arm. Your right leg muscle is strained. Your right arm meridians are also overloaded. If you act tough now your injuries will take at least 3 more days to recover. Lin Chuan thought for a moment. 3 more days of recovery, how many more medicines would I need? At least 2 vials of recovery potion. Then hold me steady. Lin Chuan decisively put his arm back. Face. You can't measure it with the cost of medicine. The 2 returned to the surface along the rescue channel. Lin He immediately rushed over. Qinghe, it's good that you're okay. He reached out wanting to take Lin Chuan from Yi Qinghe. Yi Qinghe sidestepped to avoid him. Her arm still supported Lin Chuan. A thought voice once again entered her mind. Why is Qinghe suddenly like this to me? She's not a mean girl. It must be that big brother said something down there. He deliberately tried to drive a wedge between Qinghe and me. It's fine. I believe Qinghe will eventually see my true heart. As long as she is willing to trust me, even if I have to die for her, I won't frown. Yi Qinghe's face was expressionless. Before hearing these thoughts made her feel that Lin He was kind, forbearing, and valued relationships. But now hearing them, only a buzzing sound remained. No different from a fly buzzing close to the ear. It's normal to be afraid of death. Facing a 3rd stage beast, anyone would be afraid. If Lin He had directly said he dared not go in, Yi Qinghe wouldn't have despised him for it. But this person, his body hid behind Zhou Yi while his thoughts had her die dozens of times. Clearly if he had moved, or given her a rope, she could have gotten out. But he did nothing. No matter how beautifully he spoke, what use was it? Yi Qinghe wasn't a fool. No matter how pretty the thoughts, they couldn't turn undone deeds into reality. Lin He approached again. Qinghe, move aside. Yi Qinghe cut him off directly. Lin Chuan has leg injuries. Lin He stood still. The concern he had prepared didn't even get a chance to be said. Yi Qinghe supported Lin Chuan as they passed before him. Zhou Yi nearby was also carried out. His hands were still paralyzed. Yi Qinghe stopped. His palms are poisoned with spider venom. Inject paralytic toxin antibodies first, then treat the arm meridians. The medical staff immediately began treatment. Lin He watched this, seeing his expression growing even uglier. Yi Qinghe wasn't in a bad mood. She simply didn't want to acknowledge him. Camp medical area. More than a dozen poisoned students had all been out of danger. The 12 blood-purifying herbs sent back earlier were prepared into an antidote solution by the camp doctors. The toxin indicators of all the injured had dropped below the safety line. No one died. No one needed amputation. The most severely poisoned student lay on the hospital bed. When he saw Yi Qinghe enter, his eyes immediately reddened. Classmate Yi, thank you. Don't thank me yet. Yi Qinghe pointed to Lin Chuan. The blood-purifying herbs were sent out. He also contributed. That student looked at Lin Chuan. His expression was awkward. Before entering the trial, he had also seen Lin He's interview video. At that time, he had even cursed Lin Chuan a couple of times in the comments. He never expected that when real danger came, the one who saved him was actually this bully from Haiqing. Classmate Lin, thank you. Lin Chuan waved his hand. Small matter. At 10 o'clock in the evening, a broadcast sounded in the trial zone. Due to the appearance of a 3rd stage beast in the trial zone, the danger level exceeded the predetermined standard. After a joint decision by the Municipal Education Bureau and the Martial Arts Association, this joint trial is terminated early. All students must immediately return to the entrance area. Final results will be settled based on current points. Half an hour later. Blackstone Mountain entrance. The massive electronic screen lit up again. The corpse of the ghost-faced poison spider had been fully transported out by the rescue team. After inspection, the Martial Arts Association confirmed that Lin Chuan had a 100 kill contribution. 3rd stage, early phase beast. Points 1000. The leaderboard quickly refreshed. First Lin Chuan, 1287 points. Second Lin He, 164 points. Third Su Dongyang 151 points. The entrance area suddenly fell silent. A student stared at the two people's scores. First is 1123 points higher than second. The person next to him counted on his fingers. Lin he would need to participate in about 7 more trials to catch up. Zhou Yi, his hands wrapped in bandages, looked at Lin Chuan, still unwilling to admit the gap between them. It must be high-grade potions. Old Master Lin left him so many good things. He used them all at once to get this burst. Xing Lai, vice president of the Haiqing Martial Arts Association, happened to be standing nearby. He held the autopsy report of the ghost-faced poison spider. Potions can enhance strength, but they cannot cause 6 forces to simultaneously erupt within a beast. Xing Lai looked up at Lin Chuan. Being able to do this at least shows that his understanding of that palm technique has reached great perfection. Zhou Yi opened his mouth, but didn't utter a single word. Xing Lai pulled up Lin Chuan's personal information. Public talent, C-grade poison body. Public realm body, refinement 8th layer. Yet his achievement was a 3rd stage beast. Lin Chuan, your qualification for the Municipal Genius Training Camp is directly upgraded to core member. Cultivation resources will be distributed at the highest tier. Lin Chuan immediately asked, how much more is the highest tier than the regular members? Twice as much. Comfortable. Xing Lai smiled. Other students, when selected by the Martial Arts Association, would first want to give an acceptance speech. Lin Chuan only cared if the resources were enough. Very practical. He liked it. A black sedan stopped outside the entrance. The door opened. A gray-haired old man walked quickly. The old man wore an ordinary black coat and carried an old medicine box. Several hospital directors and martial arts instructors around made way for him. Elder Yi, the medicine king is here. Yi Tianxing paid no attention to the others. He went straight to Yi Qinghe, first examining her eyes and wounds. After confirming that his granddaughter was only lightly injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. Grandfather, I'm fine. Yi Qinghe turned to look at Lin Chuan. He saved me. Yi Tianxing's gaze fell on Lin Chuan. Shoulder wrapped in bandages. Tiger's mouth split. Right leg clearly strained. These injuries were enough to prove the battle had not been easy. Yi Tianxing walked to Lin Chuan and solemnly extended both hands. Lin Chuan, thank you for saving Qinghe. This favor the Yi family will remember. Lin Chuan shook his hand. We're classmates. When I encountered her, I couldn't just watch her get carried away by a spider. Yi Tianxing took out a silver potion from his medicine box. 3rd stage Meridian Restoration Potion. Inject it tonight. It can repair the meridian damage in your right arm. A nearby student gasped. This potion's market price in Haiqing exceeded 2 million. And even with money, it wasn't always available. Lin Chuan didn't pretend to refuse. Thank you, Elder Yi. You're welcome. Yi Tianxing then took out a dark green metal card. On the front of the card, there was only an ancient-style character. This is the Yi family's internal purchase credential. For potions below 3rd stage, you can buy at cost price. For scarce potions, you also have priority reservation rights. If you encounter any problems with pharmacology or poison damage in the future, you can contact me directly. Lin Chuan took the card and looked earnestly at Yi Qinghe. So it really does give a discount. Yi Qinghe rolled her eyes at him. Was that what you were thinking about when you saved me at? Not entirely. Also the 3rd stage poison core of that spider. Yi Qinghe suddenly regretted asking him. This person couldn't be touching for more than 3 seconds. But Yi Tianxing laughed. This kid was too free and easy. He said directly what he wanted. That was more pleasing to the eye than those aristocratic sons who were all talk about benevolence and righteousness. Not far away, Lin Nan's face had completely darkened. He had let Lin He get close to Yi Qinghe precisely to obtain the resources and connections of the Medicine King's lineage. But after all Lin He's efforts, Yi Qinghe came out supporting Lin Chuan. Yi Tianxing's favor also fell on Lin Chuan. Even the Yi family's internal purchase card was taken by Lin Chuan. First place was not obtained. Connections were not obtained. The high-grade potions and lightning body tempering resources that Lin Nan had invested in seemed to have gone down the drain. His phone vibrated continuously. Several messages popped up in the Lin family elders group. Gu Shanhe Lin Chuan with body refinement 8th layer killed a 3rd stage beast and took 1st place in the city. Gu Shanhe, this proves that the old master did not choose the wrong successor. Lin Qingshan, it is no longer appropriate to continue tilting all family resources to Lin He. Gu Shanhe, tomorrow at 9 a.m. Convene a clan elders meeting to rediscuss the selection of the young master and resource allocation. Lin Nan gripped his phone tightly. The neutral elders had begun to lean toward Lin Chuan. The Martial Arts Association. The Medicine King Yi family. The neutral faction within the clan. After one trial, Lin Chuan had gained 3 forces by his side. In contrast, Lin He, aside from an S-grade talent, had brought back nothing. The more Lin Nan thought, the angrier he became. He walked to Lin He and raised his hand for a slap. Slap. Lin He turned his face to the side. Dad, why are you hitting me? Slap. A second slap followed immediately. 7 needles of strengthening potion worth 1 million. 100% power lightning body tempering. I had He Jinyue personally teach you the thunderclap palm. Lin Nan pointed at the electronic screen. And you only brought back 164 points. Lin He covered his face. Dad, there was an accident during the trial. Lin Chuan didn't have an accident. Lin Nan slapped him again. I told you to get close to Yi Qinghe, not to stand outside, and watch her get saved by Lin Chuan. Many students around looked over. Lin He's cheek quickly swelled. He lowered his head, but all his hatred fell on Lin Chuan. If not for Lin Chuan, first place would have been his. Yi Qinghe would have trusted him. The internal purchase card from Yi Tianqing should have belonged to him. Lin Chuan had stolen all of this. A system prompt appeared before Lin Chuan. Enemy Lin He's hatred toward the host has greatly increased. Lin He's rebate bonus increased by 20. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. Those slaps from Lin Nan had actually increased the system's benefits. Not bad, not bad. Lin Nan turned around and happened to see the smile on Lin Chuan's lips. What are you smiling at? Nothing. Lin Chuan put away the Yi family's internal purchase card. Just thinking you have a unique way of raising children. Lin Nan's face darkened. Lin Chuan's phone also vibrated at that moment. Third sister sent a screenshot of the clan elders group chat. Below was a reminder tomorrow at 9 a.m. Clan elders meeting. Old Gu is preparing to rediscuss the resource allocation between Lin Chuan and Lin He. Lin Chuan put away his phone and walked to Lin Nan. President Lin. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Don't be late. I don't agree. Lin Nan slammed the autopsy report onto the table. The paper slid forward half a meter. It stopped right in front of Gushana. 9 o'clock in the morning. The Lin family council hall. 9 elders were present. Lin Chuan and Lin He sat at the far end of the long table. One of them was wrapped in bandages. The other bore a slap mark on his face. Anyone who saw them would think the Lin family had just held their annual domestic violence summary conference. Gushana didn't look at Lin Nan. He opened the 3 documents on the table. The first one, Haishi Mountain Joint Trial Results. Lin Chuan 127 points. First place in Haiqing. The second document, the autopsy report of the ghost-faced venom spider. Third order, early stage beast. Kill contribution 100. The third document, a notice from the Haiqing Martial Arts Association. Lin Chuan's core member qualification confirmed. Resource allocation highest tier. Gushana raised his eyes. Which one is the problem? Lin Nan said in a deep voice, these achievements don't represent Lin Chuan's potential. He only has C-level poison talent. He was able to kill the third-order beast because he used the senior-grade potion left by the old master. That kind of burst gained by draining his body is not sustainable. Lin Chuan sat beside them twirling a pen in his hand. He didn't speak in a hurry. It was normal for Lin Nan to judge like that. In the public information, he was only at body refinement level 8, and his true talent was merely C-level blood erosion poison body. As for the purple sky divine thunder, no one knew. Gushana flipped to the last page of the autopsy report. Did you read Xing Li's appraisal? There were 6 layers of thunder force inside the ghost-faced venom spider. That palm technique has at least reached grand perfection. Lin Nan gripped his teacup tightly. Potion can enhance his strength. Gushana laughed. What kind of potion is so convenient? Inject 1 dose and a martial technique reaches grand perfection. If you have some, give me 2 boxes too. Lin Qingshan sitting beside them tapped the table. Lin Nan, who you favor is your own business. But how clan resources are distributed isn't decided by you alone. Lin Nan's face darkened. I am the clan head. The clan head isn't an emperor. Lin Qingshan looked at him. Even an emperor has people who dare to rebel. The council hall fell silent. Lin Chuan glanced at Lin Qingshan. This elder had always remained neutral before. He didn't like Lin Nan, nor did he think highly of Lin Chuan. But now Lin Chuan had used a third-order beast to slap the word neutrality off his face. Lin Qingshan pulled up the clan's resource records. Rows of data appeared on the projection. Lin He annual training budget of 80 million yuan. Lin Chuan annual training budget of 3600 yuan. The 2 names sat side by side, the gap exceeding 200 times. 3600 seemed like a lot, but it included tuition, basic potions, and training ground fees. The resources actually reaching Lin Chuan's hands were less than 3000 a month. For an ordinary family, that was indeed high. But for the Lin family, one of Haiqing's 4 major merchant clans, it was almost like letting him fend for himself. Stray dogs passing by the Lin family training room could occasionally pick up unwanted dried chi meat. But Lin Chuan had to submit an application just to train there. Lin Qingshan continued, Lin Chuan is the heir designated by the old master. Over the years, the clan hasn't given him the treatment of the young master, because everyone thought his potential was limited. Now the facts have proven our judgment was wrong. Gushana nodded. My proposal is simple. Cut Lin He's training resources in half. Transfer the free portion to Lin Chuan. Lin He's face changed instantly. 80 million cut in half meant 40 million. Advanced potions, the Thunder Tempering Chamber martial arts instructors. All of these required money. It was true that he possessed S-grade talent, but talent wasn't a solar water heater that could heat itself just by being left in the sun. Without sufficient resources, the growth rate of the 6-color ancient thunder would drop by at least half. Panic filled Lin He's heart, but he forced a smile onto his face. If the clan thinks Big Brother needs the resources more, I'm willing to give them up. We are brothers. If Big Brother can become stronger, I'll be happy for him too. The familiar inner voice echoed in the minds of Lin Nan and a few others. It's fine. Even without resources, I cannot compete with Big Brother. I should be glad he finally gained the clan's recognition. Lin then looked at Lin, the anger in his eyes growing heavier. The more sensible Lin he seemed, the more he felt Lin Chuan was taking something away. But Lin Qingshan hadn't heard those inner thoughts. He simply nodded. Good, you're willing. Lin's mouth stiffened. He had only been polite, never expecting someone to actually take him up on it. Polite remarks like that were most dangerous when met with a straightforward person. Gu Shanhe looked at the other elders. Those in favor of the resource redistribution, raise your hands. 4 elders raised their hands. Lin Qingshan raised the 5th. Adding Gu Shanhe, that made 6 votes. The outcome was already decided. Although Lin Nan was the clan head, he only had 1 vote. The Lin family's rise to one of Haiqing's for major merchant clans relied on more than just Lin Nan. Several elders held control over parts of the industry and clan members. For minor matters, the clan head could decide. But when it came to the heir and substantial resources, Lin Nan wasn't qualified to make the call alone. He stared at those 6 hands, his face slowly turning pale. Big brother, he turned to Lin Chuan. Even without the advanced potions in the future, I will still train hard. You don't have to feel you owe me anything. Lin Chuan finally stopped his pen. Ha ha ha, I owe you your mother's head. You. He was furious, but in his pretentious manner he could only maintain a facade of composure. But regarding the resource distribution, I have a different opinion, Lin Chuan said. Gu Shanhe looked at him. What opinion? Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair. I think this plan is no good. Lin Nan frowned. You're still not satisfied? Do you want to take all of Xiaohe's resources? Lin Chuan almost laughed. As a father, how can you be so heartless? He is my bastard little brother still growing. It wouldn't be good to stop his medicine. He was first angered, then stunned. Lin Nan also didn't react. Gu Shanhe looked at Lin Chuan. You mean don't touch He's resources? Correct. Lin Chuan nodded. Give him his medicine. Let him temper his body. The thunder tempering chamber, he can continue using it. Better yet, keep running it at 100%. His tone was serious. The elders present were slightly surprised. They had thought Lin Chuan would use this opportunity to stomp Lin He down. Instead, he had voluntarily protected Lin He's resources. But Lin He felt something was off. The way Lin Chuan looked at him wasn't like a brother. It was more like a farm owner checking the feed trough. Lin Nan stared at Lin Chuan. What do you want? He didn't believe Lin Chuan had suddenly become generous. Lately that little bastard would even make people sign a receipt for a single hair he plucked. How could he give up 40 million resources for nothing? Straight to the point. Lin Chuan opened his phone's map. His finger zoomed in on the eastern outskirts of Haiqing. Finally he tapped on a mountainous area. King Songling Forest Farm. Transfer it to my name. Lin Nan's pupils contracted slightly. You want that land? King Songling Forest Farm covered over 1400 acres. Lin Nan had bought it 5 years ago, planning to build a high-end martial artist retreat estate. Later the planning approval didn't go through and the project was shelved. Now the mountain was covered in large iron pines. The land plus timber was appraised at over 47 million yuan. The value wasn't low, but it was hard to liquidate quickly. Every year fire prevention, pest control, and personnel maintenance cost money. Of course Lin Chuan wasn't interested in the trees. In his previous life, in the 6th year of his imprisonment, King Songling Forest Farm was transferred to a mining company. The company discovered a medium-grade Xian gold vein beneath the mountain. Just the first batch of proven reserves was valued at over 8 billion. Xian gold could be used to make high-tier weapons. When news of the vein spread, Lin Nan used it to enter the province's rich list. Lin He later broke through again and again with the King Songling vein providing massive funding. Now, that forest farm was just an unsellable mountain. The vein was still buried underground. It was no different from having money locked in a safe with the password stuck to Lin Chuan's forehead. Lin Nan studied Lin Chuan. He quickly figured out the reason. The clan competition was a month away. Lin Chuan knew he was no match for Lin He. Once he lost the position of young master, the Lin family assets he could control would also decrease. So he wanted to grab a piece of land for himself while he still had bargaining power. In the end, it was a lack of confidence. Thinking this, Lin Nan actually relaxed. King Songling Forest Farm is appraised at over 47 million yuan. You think you can just take it by opening your mouth? Lin Chuan pointed at the projection. Lin He gets 80 million a year. Cut in half, that's 40 million. I'm saving him more than just 1 year. He leaned back. This deal you're not losing. Lin Nan didn't answer immediately. The King Songling project had been shelved for 3 years. Keeping it in hand yielded no returns. But Lin He was different. Once the S-grade 6-color ancient thunder matured, the benefits would far exceed a few tens of millions. Lin Nan looked at Gu Shanhe. If I give him the forest farm, Lin He's resources stay the same. Gu Shanhe didn't decide for Lin Chuan. This is a transaction between father and son. The clan is only responsible for reassessing the training plan. Lin Chuan raised one finger. One more condition. Lin Nan's face turned cold. Don't push your luck. What are you nervous about? Lin Chuan pointed at the resource records. Restore the young master's treatment that belongs to me. I don't want Lin He's resources. But don't you keep swallowing what's mine. Several elders exchanged glances. This was precisely the purpose of their meeting. Gu Shanhe nodded on the spot. Agreed. Starting today, 1 second-order body tempering potion per month. 40 hours in the gravity training room. The third floor of the clan's martial arts pavilion is open to you. Lin Chuan added, in the clan competition 1 month from now the winner officially becomes the young master. Until then you both enjoy equal authority. Lin Nan was silent for a long time. Finally he picked up his phone. Called the legal department. Half an hour later the asset transfer agreement arrived at the council hall. Lin Chuan carefully examined it. Transfer target Kingsongling Forest Farm. Area 1426 acres. Appraised value 47.6 million yuan. Transfer price 0 yuan gift. No issues. Lin Nan signed his name at the end of the agreement and pressed his fingerprint. The electronic contract took effect. The remaining property procedures would be completed within 3 working days. Lin Chuan put away his phone. Who pays the transfer fees? A vein bulged on Lin Nan's forehead. I'll pay. President Lin is generous. Lin Nan didn't want to look at him anymore. It was just a doomed forest farm. When he defeated Lin Chuan in the clan competition a month later, Lin Chuan would understand that tens of millions in dead assets couldn't buy true power. The council meeting ended. He chased after Lin Chuan outside the door. Big brother, thank you for not taking my resources. Lin Chuan stopped. He raised his hand and patted Lin He's shoulder. Take your medicine well. Don't try to save the family money. Lin He frowned slightly. What exactly do you mean? I'm concerned about your health. Look how thin you've been lately. Lin Chuan turned and left. Lin He stood there feeling that those 2 pats were like checking if a pig was fat enough. Back in his room, Lin Chuan received an email from the Martial Arts Association. Haiqing Genius Training Camp Admission List. Regular students 50. Core member Lin Chuan. Lin He Zhou Yi Su Donyang. All the geniuses from Haiqing's high schools were on the list. 3 days later, everyone would enter the closed training camp. Lin Chuan checked his system again. Current active enemies 2. Lin He. Zhou Yi. 50 geniuses from Haiqing, but only 2 could work for him. Lin Chuan rubbed his chin. 2 workers, the output is too low. 2 hours had passed since the clan elders meeting concluded. Lin He was summoned once again by Lin Nan to the underground training chamber. At the center of the room lay a silver metal case. The case lid opened. Inside lay a deep blue potion. Faint arcs of lightning flickered continuously within the liquid. Lin He's breath caught for a moment. A second-grade Thunder Marrow potion. This potion was effective only for those with lightning-type talents. It could temper lightning power and enhance the body's endurance against thunder. There was no stock in Haiqing. It had to be pre-ordered from the provincial capital. Each vial cost over 3 million. Lin Nan's face darkened. I ordered this half a month ago. It cost 3 million per vial. I originally planned to save it for when you impact the martial artist realm. Now I'm giving it to you in advance. Lin He picked up the potion. A gleam of delight flashed in his eyes. He quickly suppressed his expression. Dad, such a precious medicine should be left for big brother. He just endured a fierce battle. He must need it more than I do. Lin Nan's face grew even darker. Slap. Lin Nan delivered another slap to Lin He. Can you stop spouting nonsense? I'm trying to support you as the young clan leader. Why the hell should I give it to him? Besides, he has a poison-type talent. What would he do with a Thunder Marrow potion? Do you have no brain? Lin He was momentarily choked. The vial was already in his hand. He never truly intended to give it away. Fortunately, Lin Nan didn't give him a chance to continue his act. Drink it. The Genius Training Camp starts in 3 days. Lin Chuan is a core member with double the resources of ordinary trainees. Lin Nan walked over to the control panel. He activated the Thunder Tempering Chamber. Blue patterns lit up on the surrounding walls. Streams of electric arcs spread across the metal floor. He took first place in the trial. And the favor from the Yi family of the Medicine King also fell on him. You must reclaim the first place in the training camp. Lin He tightened his grip on the potion. He recalled the score of 1287 on the electronic screen, and the image of Yi Qinghe supporting Lin Chuan as they left. Hatred surged within him. If not for Lin Chuan, all those things would have belonged to him. Dad, I won't lose again. Lin He pulled off the needle cap. He injected the second-grade Thunder Marrow potion into his arm. Shoo! The deep blue liquid entered his bloodstream. Thunder patterns rapidly spread across his skin. Lin He let out a muffled groan. His palm pressed firmly against the floor. The thunderous power within the potion was violent, rushing through his blood vessels, battering his body. For an ordinary body tempering realm martial artist, the heart might have given out on the spot. But Lin He possessed the 6-colored ancient thunder, and his body's resistance to lightning power far exceeded that of his peers. Lin Chuan, I've already taken a 3 million yuan potion. This time I will never lose to you again. He activated his talent. 6-colored lightning radiance flared simultaneously. Red lightning tempered flesh and blood. Blue lightning strengthened meridians. Golden lightning seeped into bones. The remaining 3 types of lightning power suppressed the potion's backlash. Lin Nan stood behind the control panel, his expression finally softening. After all, he was an S-grade talent. His potential was evident. Lin Chuan might have burst forth with a high-grade potion once, but he couldn't do it every time. As long as He steadily grew, the gap between them would eventually widen completely. At the same time, in the second floor room, Lin Chuan was checking the transfer progress of the Kingsongling Forest Farm. Lin Nan's efficiency was commendable. The property rights change had entered review. It was expected to be completed within 3 business days. A mineral vein worth over 8 billion was about to bear the Lin family name. No, it had always been the Lin family's, but now it was his Lin. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared. Enemy Lin, he has taken a second-grade Thunder Marrow potion. The 6-colored ancient thunder has been tempered. Base return this time 800 times. Hatred bonus increased by 20, final return 960 times. Host receives 960 times the Thunder Marrow tempering effect. Boom. Purple thunder erupted from Lin Chuan's heart. Lightning radiance surged along his meridians, spreading instantly to every limb and bone. Muscles began to contract. A crisp sound echoed from within his bones. The meridians in his right arm, which had not yet fully healed, were rapidly tempered by the purple sky divine thunder. The residual potency of the 3rd-grade Meridian Restoration Potion was also activated simultaneously. The injury completely healed. The quality of the purple sky divine thunder was too high. The 2nd-grade Thunder Marrow Potion was insufficient to cause it to evolve significantly. But the returned 960-fold tempering effect all acted upon Lin Chuan's body. Flesh and blood, bones, organs. An invisible barrier was directly breached. Body tempering 9th layer. The purple lightning radiance on Lin Chuan was about to spread outward. But a dark green poison force immediately covered his entire body, suppressing the thunderous fluctuations back inside. The electronic devices in the room flickered only briefly, drawing no one's attention. The entire process lasted a dozen seconds. Lin Chuan moved his right arm. The wound inflicted by the ghost face poison spider was now completely scabbed over. The strain in his right leg had also mostly recovered. This potion is not bad. Lin Chuan looked downstairs. Good little brother. You've just secured your resources and already know to repay your big brother. How sensible. He left the room and headed to the private training chamber, which had just regained its access permissions. A strength testing post stood in the corner. The maximum load capacity was 2000 kilograms. Lin Chuan did not use the purple sky divine thunder. He simply clenched his right fist and threw a punch forward. Bang! The fist landed on the center of the testing post. The heavy base shuddered backward. All 4 fixing bolts lifted half an inch simultaneously. The numbers on the display flickered rapidly. 9000 kilograms. 11000 kilograms. 1240 kilograms. The numbers stopped. For an ordinary body tempering 9th layer, a basic punch force of 1000 kilograms was considered passing. Lin Chuan's punch exceeded the standard by over 1000 kilograms. And this was without using Thunderclap Palm, or the power amplification of the purple sky divine thunder. Lin Chuan looked at the final data, feeling somewhat satisfied. Lin, he had taken a 2nd-grade potion. He had successfully broken through to the body tempering 9th layer, strengthened the meridians in his right arm, and even shortened his recovery period by several days. This employee was indeed diligent. The problem was the quantity was too small. Lin, he alone, had to take medicine, train, seek opportunities, and constantly harbor hatred for him. There were only 24 hours in a day. Even if Lin he were split in half, his output would still be limited. As for Zhou Yi, that kid's family background wasn't as good as Lin He's, and his talent was only B grade. So for now he could only handle basic production. To achieve a comprehensive improvement, the number of employees needed to increase. It would be best to add a few dozen. The 50 geniuses in the training camp were just right. Lin Chuan turned off the testing post. A knock came from the door. Lin Xiuxiu poked half her head in. Someone's looking for you. Who? Yi Qinghe. Lin Xiuxiu looked him up and down. A smile crept onto her face. Just came out of the trial zone and already tracked you to your home. Lin Chuan walked toward the door. She might be here to sell medicine. Lin Xiuxiu was puzzled. Does selling medicine require a personal visit? Good customer service. In the first-floor living room, Yi Qinghe sat on the sofa. She wore a white sports jacket. A medical kit sat beside her. On the coffee table lay a silver-gray briefcase. Neither Lin Chuan's mother nor Lin Qingxue was present. Lin Nan was underground monitoring Lin He's training. Otherwise, seeing Yi Qinghe taking the initiative to visit, his already unstable blood pressure might have ascended to a new realm. Yi Qinghe saw Lin Chuan coming down. Her gaze first fell on his right arm. How's the wound? Recovered quite well. Lin Chuan rotated his shoulder. The medicine old Yi gave me is indeed worth 2 million. Do you judge a medicine's efficacy only by its price? What else? Yi Qinghe didn't bother to argue further. She opened the medical kit. Extend your hand. What for? To check your meridians. Lin Chuan sat across from her. Placing his right hand on the table, Yi Qinghe pressed 2 fingers against his wrist. A faint green light seeped into his skin. The 100 Herbs spirit heart began to perceive the meridian condition. A few seconds later, surprise flickered in her eyes. Healed so quickly. Last night, Lin Chuan's right arm meridians had multiple fine tears. Under normal circumstances, even with a 3rd-grade meridian restoration potion, it would take 3 days to recover. Now over 90% had healed. Moreover, the meridian strength had clearly improved. My body has a strong recovery ability. Lin Chuan offered a reasonable explanation. Yi Qinghe released her fingers. Indeed not like a normal person. You can compliment me by saying I'm strong. I'm not complimenting you. She pushed the silver gray briefcase toward Lin Chuan. Inside the case lay a black training suit, a metal wristband, and a paper document. The core member equipment for the Genius Training Camp. The Martial Arts Association asked me to bring it along. Lin Chuan picked up the metal wristband. The screen lit up automatically. Identity recognition. Lin Chuan. Training Camp Authority Core Level. Are you participating too? Lin Chuan asked. I'm not taking a combat trainee slot. Yi Qinghe closed the medical kit. I'll be with the medical team in the training camp. And I'll be responsible for courses on pharmacology, poison identification, and injury treatment. Lin Chuan nodded. So you'll be selling medicine in the camp. You'll have to give me a discount. Yi Qinghe looked at him. Is there anything else in your mind besides discounts? Yes. Cost price. Yi Qinghe was silent for 2 seconds. She suddenly felt that her grandfather giving the internal purchase card to Lin Chuan might be the Yi family's biggest financial risk this year. Lin Chuan flipped through the training materials. Information on all 50 ordinary trainees was inside. Lin He, S-grade 6 colored ancient thunder. Su Dongyang, A-grade heavy mountain war body. Zhou Yi, B-grade crimson flame war body. In addition, there were several other A-grade talent holders. Everyone who entered here had at least a special combat ability. Ordinary C-grade talents were not even qualified to register. At the end of the materials, the basic rules of the training camp were recorded. All resources, accommodation, and training programs for the trainees were covered by the Martial Arts Association. The better the performance, the more additional resources one could obtain. The ultimate first-place winner would also receive a third-grade enhancement potion. Lin Chuan's gaze stopped on the last page. 50 people, 50 sets of resources, 50 types of training progress. If all became enemies, any one of them taking medicine training or breaking through would grant him a return. Lin He alone couldn't manage it all, but with 50 people working together, the efficiency would be different. Seeing him staring at the list, Yi Qinghe spoke up to remind him. The trainees in the camp are all top geniuses from various high schools. Each one is more proud than the last. Especially you. You only have a publicly known C-grade talent, yet you occupy the only core slot. Many people are already dissatisfied with you before even reporting. They've been spoiled since childhood and have big tempers. You'd better be careful. Lin Chuan looked up. Big tempers are good. Yi Qinghe frowned slightly. What? Lin Chuan looked at the data on the 50 people. The smile on his face grew more pronounced. I like people with big tempers. The bigger the temper, the easier it was to make enemies. Yi Qinghe stared at him for a few seconds. What are you planning to do? Make a couple of enemies. Lin Chuan said casually. Yi Qinghe rolled her eyes. Seriously, are you even a human from Earth? Making friends I understand, but what the hell is making enemies? Yi Qinghe packed up her medical kit. Private fights are forbidden in the training camp. Serious violations will lead to disqualification. Lin Chuan nodded. Got it. I'll beat them up in public. 3 days later. At 740 M. At the Haicheng Martial Arts Association training base. 50 trainees had already arrived one after another. Lin Chuan dragged his suitcase to the training camp entrance. Beside the tall metal gate stood a red warning sign. Private fights prohibited in the camp. All battles must be approved by the instructor. Violators will be disqualified from training. Only public fights are allowed. Lin Chuan finished reading the warning sign and dragged his luggage through the entrance. The instructor responsible for registration looked up. He had heard every word clearly. You'd better not misinterpret the training camp regulations. I didn't misinterpret anything. Lin Chuan pointed at the warning sign. No private fights. With instructor approval, fights are permitted. The instructor glanced at the text. The logic was sound, yet hearing it from Lin Chuan's mouth made the rule seem specifically designed for victims. Register first. The instructor picked up the identity scanner. A red light swept across Lin Chuan's metal bracelet. Identity confirmed. Lin Chuan. Training camp access level core member. Trainee number 1. The scanner ejected a black number plate. Lin Chuan hung it on his chest. The silver numbers were striking. Number 1. Signifying first place overall in this session's training camp. Among the 50 trainees entering the camp, some had participated in the Blackstone Mountain trial. They had personally witnessed Lin Chuan's points, but some for various personal reasons had missed the trial. These individuals only knew the results. Whether they believed it was an entirely different matter. Lin Chuan had barely walked a dozen meters when someone called out from beside him. Are you Lin Chuan? A short-haired young man blocked his path. Nearly 9 meters tall. His arms thicker than an ordinary person's thighs. A silver number plate hung on his chest. Number 35. Lin Chuan glanced at him. What's up? The young man crossed his arms. My name is Han Xiao, Haicheng number 2 high school. On the day of the Blackstone Mountain trial, I was at martial arts training in the provincial capital, so I wasn't there. Han Xiao looked down at Lin Chuan's number 1 plate. I heard you killed a third-tier spirit beast using high-grade potions. I don't believe it. Several nearby trainees stopped to listen. They hadn't participated in the Blackstone Mountain trial either. A C-rank toxic affinity. Body Refinement Stage 8. Killing a third-tier spirit beast. This simply defied common sense. Some even suspected the Lin family had bribed the Martial Arts Association officials to credit the team kill to Lin Chuan. Han Xiao continued, the number one position in the training camp should belong to the strongest person. Not just whoever has the strongest backing can take it. Lin Chuan nodded. That makes sense. A fighting spirit ignited in Han Xiao's eyes. Then let's fight. If I win, you take off that number 1 plate. Lin Chuan looked at his number. 35. Han Xiao's expression slightly darkened. What? You're not qualified to challenge me. Lin Chuan dragged his luggage and walked around him. A vein on Han Xiao's forehead twitched. What did you say? Lin Chuan stopped. I said you're not qualified. Can't understand simple language. Go challenge number 34, first be good. Suddenly silence fell around them. Han Xiao's face quickly turned red. He possessed a B-rank talent iron arm battle body. At Haicheng No. 2 high school, he had consecutively won first place in actual combat for 2 years. His ranking was only 35 this time because he hadn't participated in the joint trial and lacked points. But Lin Chuan hadn't even asked about his talent. One glance at the number plate, and he was told to challenge number 34. Han Xiao clenched his fists. Iron gray patterns quickly emerged on his arm's surface. The ranking is only temporary. After this morning's test ends, I'll definitely break into the top 10. Lin Chuan continued forward with his luggage. Then do your best. Until you're in the single digits, you're not qualified to challenge me. Hatred target detected. Han Xiao. Bind. Lin Chuan was in a good mood. Just entered the training camp and the employee count had already increased from 2 to 3. This place was the right choice. 8 in the morning. 50 trainees gathered at the central training ground. Their luggage had already been sent to the dormitories by staff. Yicheng has stood with the medical team at the side of the training ground. She spotted Lin Chuan at the very front of the crowd immediately. Everyone else stood at attention. Lin Chuan wore his number 1 plate, contemplating what to eat for lunch. Xing Lai, vice president of the Haicheng City Martial Arts Association, walked onto the platform. He didn't hold a microphone. His voice clearly carried across the entire training ground. This session's training camp, 15 days of closed training. 50 regular trainees. 1 core special admission. His gaze fell on Lin Chuan. Core member Lin Chuan. Several trainees turned to look simultaneously. Han Xiao stood in the crowd and snorted. Xing Lai continued, regular trainees receive 1 first-tier nutritional potion daily. Gravity training room, 2 hours daily. Core members receive double resources. The murmuring in the training ground instantly grew louder. 2 first-tier potions daily. For hours in the gravity training room. Over 15 days, Lin Chuan would receive 15 more potions than regular trainees. Market value at least 4.5 million. More importantly, the gravity training rooms were limited. Having money didn't guarantee access time. A trainee raised his hand. President Xing, why does a core member get double resources? Xing Lai looked at him. Because he achieved first place in the Blackstone Mountain trial and independently killed a third-tier spirit beast. The trainee continued, what if there were other factors involved in his results? Like short-term burst potions, or some kind of disposable weapon. The speaker also hadn't participated in the Blackstone Mountain trial. His doubts reflected what many others thought. Xing Lai wasn't angry. Those capable of entering the training camp shouldn't blindly trust others anyway. Therefore today, we conduct entry tests. Strength, speed, reflexes, chi blood, control, martial technique, destructive power. After 5 tests, rankings will be recalculated. Han Xiao immediately looked at Lin Chuan. Did you hear that? By morning's end, I'll be in the top 10. Lin Chuan stood at the front of the crowd, not even turning his head. First surpass number 34. Han Xiao clenched his fists again. A system prompt flashed before Lin Chuan's eyes. Enemy Han Xiao hatred toward host increased. Lin Chuan was even more pleased. Excellent. Already actively working. Xing Lai raised his hand to suppress the discussion. Challenges are permitted in the training camp, but applications must be submitted and the instructor arranges the venue. Unauthorized fights, both parties disqualified. With the rules stated, the entry test officially began. First item, strength test. In the center of the training ground, a large punch power testing machine rose up. Maximum capacity, 20,000 kilograms. An ordinary body refinement stage 9 trainee needed a basic punch force of 1,000 kilograms to pass. Many trainees with enhancement-type talents could output more than double that force. Han Xiao stepped up first. He wanted to prove his ranking should be far higher than 35. Iron arm battle body activated. Both arms quickly turned iron gray. Han Xiao stepped forward. His right fist slammed into the center of the testing plate. Bang! The machine's base slid back half a meter. Numbers rapidly changed. 2086 kilograms. Cheers erupted from the surroundings. This result was enough to place in the top 5 for the strength event. Han Xiao turned to look at Lin Chuan. See that? Lin Chuan nodded. From 35 to 5th. Impressive progress. Han Xiao was about to speak when another figure entered the test area. Su Donyang. 3rd place in the trial. A-rank heavy mountain battle body. He was only about 1.8 meters tall and didn't look as physically imposing as Han Xiao. But once he stood in front of the testing machine, The ground around his feet began to sink slightly. The heavy mountain battle body enhanced muscle density. Physical appearance changed little, but the strength was staggering. Su Dongyang tensed his core. His right fist punched forward. Roar. The testing plate violently trembled. The number stopped at 2641 kilograms. The smugness on Han Zhao's face quickly vanished. Between him and Su Dongyang lay a gap of over 500 kilograms. This wasn't a distance that could be closed with mere determination. Su Dongyang glanced at his result, turned, and walked off the test area. No showing off whatsoever. The first test continued. After all 40-plus trainees had finished, Su Dongyang still ranked first. It was Lin Chuan's turn. Everyone's gaze focused on him. Han Xiao stood at the front of the crowd. I'd like to see just how much strength a toxic affinity can produce. Lin Chuan approached the testing machine. His normal punch force at home had already reached 12840 kilograms, nearly 5 times Su Dongyang's score. But he had no intention of revealing his full power. If the gap were too large, it would only make others give up chasing. If a group didn't even want to try chasing, how could hatred be generated? Lin Chuan needed to give them hope. The kind of hope where you could almost reach out and grab it, but no matter how hard you tried, you fell just short. He glanced at Su Dongyang's result. His right fist gently landed on the testing plate. Bang! Numbers rose rapidly. 2642 kilograms. 1 kilogram more than Su Dongyang. The training ground fell silent for a moment. Han Xiao stared at the display. Just 1 kilogram more. Lin Chuan withdrew his fist. He brushed off his sleeve. Nothing much. He stepped off the test area. Su Dongyang looked at Lin Chuan seriously for the first time. 1 kilogram more. Could be coincidence. Could be deliberate. Second event 100-meter speed test. Zhao Yuan, possessor of an A-rank Gale Wind talent, completed the test in 5 seconds. Set a new training camp entry record. Lin He used the 6-colored Ancient Thunder to stimulate his legs and ran 7 seconds, temporarily ranking second. Lin Chuan went last again. The starting gun fired. His body exploded forward instantly, without using the Purple Thunder God technique, relying only on Body Refinement Stage 9's basic power. After crossing the finish line, the electronic screen displayed the result. 3 seconds, 1 seconds faster than Zhao Yuan. Lin Chuan stopped, brushed his training uniform again. There wasn't even a speck of dust on him. Nothing much. A vein twitched in Zhao Yuan's eye. He had trained footwork for 7 years. Ran 20 kilometers daily with weights. Lin Chuan beat him by 0.1 seconds and was standing there brushing off imaginary dust. Third event reflex test. 120 energy spheres would fire randomly from different directions. Fewer hits meant higher scores. A girl with A-rank danger sense successfully dodged 117 attacks. Hit only 3 times. Nearly the Body Refinement realm's limit. Lin Chuan entered the test area. Energy spheres came from all directions. He constantly sidestepped, ducked, and pivoted. The first 118 attacks all dodged. The final 2 energy spheres came simultaneously. Lin Chuan could clearly have dodged, but he deliberately slowed by half a step. Bang! 1 sphere hit his shoulder. Successful dodges 118 times. 1 more dodge than the leader. Lin Chuan walked out of the test area and patted where he'd been hit. Nothing much. The girl stared at him, said nothing, but the number plate on her chest was slightly bent from her grip. Fourth event, Qi blood control. Testers needed to maintain precise Qi blood output at specified values. Lin He, relying on the 6-colored Ancient Thunder's stimulation of his body, successfully controlled the error to 0.9%, temporarily ranked first. That 3 million yuan potion Lin had taken definitely wasn't wasted. Lin He walked out of the test room, finally regaining some confidence. Strength, speed, and reflexes. None were the 6-colored Ancient Thunder's specialty. The precise control of Qi blood and thunder power was his advantage. Big brother. Qi blood control isn't about having stronger power. You need sufficient understanding of your talent and body. Lin Chuan nodded. That makes sense. He entered the test room. 5 minutes later, results appeared. Average error 0.8%, just 0.1% lower than Lin He's. The smile on Lin He's face vanished completely. When Lin Chuan came out, he continued brushing his clothes. Nothing much. Lin He watched Lin Chuan's constant brushing motion. First time he developed such intense hatred for dust. Final event. Martial technique, destructive power. Trainees could use their strongest martial technique to attack a second-tier alloy wall. The system would calculate the final score based on destruction depth area and force penetration. Lin He stood in the center of the test area. 6-colored Ancient Thunder coiled around his right arm. The effects of the 3 million yuan Thunder Marrow potion were fully activated. He stepped forward. Running thunder palms slammed onto the alloy wall. Roar. 6-colored lightning exploded simultaneously. A clear palm print appeared in the center of the alloy wall. Numerous cracks spread outward. Martial technique, destructive power, 4726 points. First place. Zhou Yi immediately stepped forward. Young Master Lin, at least you can secure 1 first place this time. Lin He flexed his tingling right hand. His gaze turned to Lin Chuan. The first 4 events. Lin Chuan always went last, and each time exceeded first place by just a little. Lin he didn't believe he could control his martial technique destructive power that precisely either. Thunder-type martial techniques exploded violently. To differ by just 1 point required controlling not just power, but also thunder diffusion penetration depth and destruction area. Lin Chuan's publicly known talent was only C-rank toxic body. How could he? Last tester. Lin Chuan. He approached the alloy wall. Dark green toxic power covered his right palm. The purple thunder god technique remained suppressed deep in his meridians, not revealing a hint. Running thunder palm initiated. Lin Chuan struck with his palm. Bang. The sound wasn't loud, but the alloy wall indented inward. Around the dark green palm print, large areas of fine cracks appeared. Scanner completed its analysis. Final score appeared. 4727 points. Just 1 point more. This time, the entire training ground fell completely silent. Once could be coincidence. Twice could be luck. All 5 times exceeding by just a little. Then there was only one explanation. Lin Chuan from beginning to end had never truly used his full power. After seeing the first place score, he decided how much to output. Han Zhao's chest heaved continuously. He did it on purpose. 1 kilogram less in strength. A few tenths of a second slower in speed. Deliberately took a hit in the reflex test. This person could have created a much larger gap, but deliberately stayed just ahead. Su Dongyang looked at the palm print on the alloy wall. His gaze gradually became serious. He didn't feel despair because of this. Although Lin Chuan ranked first, in all 5 events none showed overwhelming dominance. Strength just 1 kilogram more. Speed just 0.1 seconds faster. Martial technique destructive power just 1 point higher. The gap was tiny. Next time, completely possible to overtake. Xinglai stood on the platform looking down at the detection data in his hand. Other trainees only saw 5 first-place finishes. What he saw was Lin Chuan's control over power, especially that final strike. The destruction score precisely 1 point higher than Lin He's. This was harder than simply outputting 10,000 points. Xinglai didn't expose it publicly. Lin Chuan's current state was perfect. Strong. Yet not so strong that others lost the courage to pursue. Only by treating him as a goal would all 50 talents train more efficiently. The massive electronic leaderboard refreshed. Strength first Lin Chuan. Speed first Lin Chuan. Reflexes first Lin Chuan. Chi blood control first Lin Chuan. Martial technique destructive power first Lin Chuan. 5 first places. All belonging to the Lins. The Lin and Lin He's name. Not a single one. The next second Lin Chuan's training bracelet vibrated continuously. Challenge requests received. Challenge request received. Challenge request received. In just 10 seconds the number of challengers exceeded 27. Lin Chuan watched the stream of hostile names appear. His smile gradually widened. Perfect. Everyone felt they were just slightly behind. Everyone felt they could beat him next time. As long as there was hope. These people would train desperately. Lin Chuan raised his head standing beneath the 5 event leaderboards. Not bad. Starting today, all of you work hard to earn second place. Lin Chuan's words hung in the air. The entire training ground fell silent. Strive to take second place. Translated plainly, that means forget about first place all 50 of you. Han Xiao was the first to lose his temper. Lin Chuan, don't get too arrogant. The morning test only reflects the present. Who will be number 1 after 15 days remains to be seen. Zhao Yuan fixed his gaze on Lin Chuan as well. In the speed test I was only 1/10 of a second slower than you. Next time I'll definitely surpass you. Xinxing, the girl with A-rank danger perception, also gripped her number tag tightly. She had dodged only 1 fewer attack than Lin Chuan. The distance to first place was but a single step away. Su Dongyang said nothing though his eyes remained fixed on the strength rankings. 2,642 kilograms. Only 1 kilogram higher than his own. The gap Lin Chuan had created was not large. Yet in every category he had neatly topped them all. Not particularly damaging, but highly insulting. Lin Chuan's training wristband was still vibrating. Challenge request received. Challenge request received. Challenge request received. The number of applicants quickly reached 37. According to training camp regulations, all challenges required instructor approval before a venue and time could be scheduled. Taking them on one by one would be far too slow. Lin Chuan raised his wristband. President Xing, can the core resources of the training camp be transferred to others? Xinglai looked at him. Yes, but only with mutual consent and approval from the training camp. Then that works. Lin Chuan turned to face the crowd. Regular trainees receive 1 first-grade nutritional potion per day. 2 hours in the gravity cultivation chamber. My allocation is double yours. 2 potions. 4 hours in the gravity chamber. Lin Chuan raised 1 finger. Throughout the training camp period, in any official event, strength speed reaction, chi control martial techniques, or actual combat. As long as someone defeats me once in a sanctioned discipline, all my core resources for that day will belong to them. The training ground erupted instantly. 2 first-grade nutritional potions. Market value exceeding 600,000. Added to 4 hours in the gravity cultivation chamber. This reward was enough to drive any body-refining cultivator to risk everything. Han Xiao stepped forward. You said it. The instructors are all here. You can't walk it back. Lin Chuan swept his gaze across the crowd. I, a wealthy young master from Haicheng, would I renege on you? Write this down, all 50 of you. A trainee immediately spoke up. What if 2 people beat you in a single day? Lin Chuan glanced at him. That question is rather like debating how to spend $500 million. Nice thinking. A ripple of low laughter spread through the crowd. The trainee's face darkened. Lin Chuan continued, relax. None of you will be able to beat me. Lin Chuan was not boasting. He possessed 5S level talent, and once bound, the harder these people exerted themselves, the greater his returns would be. When exactly would they ever have a chance to rise? The laughter died instantly. Several hot-tempered trainees stepped out of the crowd at once. President Xing, we apply to challenge now. I want to thrash him right now. Count me in. Xinglai did not answer immediately. He looked at Lin Chuan. Do you wish to accept the challenge? Naturally. Lin Chuan rolled his wrists. When new employees join, they need training first. Xinglai did not understand the word employees. But he could see clearly. Lin Chuan did not view these challenges as any pressure at all. The first batch, for people. Han Xiao Zhou Yi Zhao Yuan Xin Xing. 4 versus 1 is permitted. Han Zhao's expression darkened. 1 person is enough. This is the instructor's arrangement. Xinglai looked at him. If you have objections, you may withdraw. Han Xiao shut his mouth. He did not believe 4 people working together would fall to someone with C-rank poison affinity. Yi Qinghe led the medical team to the sidelines. Weapons are prohibited during combat. Attacks to the eyes, throat, and back of the head are forbidden. She then turned her gaze to Lin Chuan. Control your poison power. Do not poison them all to death. That single remark only drew more hostility toward Lin Chuan. But Yi Qinghe was speaking the truth. She knew how terrifying Lin Chuan could be. Lin Chuan nodded. Don't worry. At worst, I'll leave them permanently paralyzed. Zhou Yezai twitched at those words. He remembered the Blackstone Cave. His hands had been numbed by spider venom for half a day. But that had been the venom of a ghost-faced poison spider. Lin Chuan was merely a C-rank poison body. Even after merging the poison core, he could never fully master 3rd-tier poison potency. As long as he shielded his entire body with the Scarlet Flame combat body, the poison power might not even reach him. The 4 entered the combat zone. The alloy isolation wall rose slowly. Combat countdown 10 seconds. Han Xiao stood at the forefront. Iron-gray patterns covered both arms. Crimson flames erupted around Zhou Yi. Zhao Yuan lowered his stance. Streams of air rotated continuously around his legs. Xin Xing stood at the rear. Her danger perception was fully activated. The 4 covered front suppression, ambush, and judgment respectively. The formation was no weakness. Even an ordinary martial artist at the early stage could be defeated on the spot if surrounded. Lin Chuan, however, stood motionless. A wisp of dark green poison power flowed slowly along his fingertips. Combat began. Zhao Yuan vanished first. His A-rank swift wind talent exploded outward. His speed was even faster than during the morning test. His figure swept past Lin Chuan's left and instantly circled to his rear. Zhao Yuan threw a punch at Lin Chuan's back. Just as it was about to connect, Lin Chuan shifted half a step to the right. The fist grazed his clothing and missed. Zhao Yuan was startled. Lin Chuan had already raised his hand. 2 fingers gave a light tap to the outer side of Zhao Yuan's lower leg. Zhao Yuan felt no pain. He charged forward 2 more steps. His right leg suddenly went numb. Bang! Zhao Yuan slammed headfirst into the isolation wall. His entire body slid down the surface. Zhao Yuan has lost combat capability. Time elapsed 11 seconds. At the same moment, Han Xiao had already rushed to Lin Chuan's front. His iron arm combat body erupted with full force. His right fist tore through the air, aimed straight for Lin Chuan's chest. Lin Chuan raised his palm to block. Fist met palm. Bang! A shockwave radiated outward. Lin Chuan retreated only half a step. Han Zhao's arm, however, went slightly numb. Your strength. He had barely spoken when Zhou Yi launched himself from the side. Crimson flame engulfed his right leg as he swept a kick toward Lin Chuan's waist. Lin Chuan ducked to evade. Scorching flame passed over his head. Zhou Yi's strike missed, and he immediately spun around. Double fists hammered out in succession. Lin Chuan did not meet them head-on. His feet shifted constantly between the 2. Han Xiao possessed the greatest strength. Zhou Yi's flame coverage was the widest. Yet together the 2 could not so much as catch the hem of Lin Chuan's clothing. Xin Xing. Han Xiao roared. Tell us which direction he's moving. A pale silver light flickered in Xin Xing's eyes. Her danger perception swiftly locked onto Lin Chuan. Left. Zhou Yi blocked his retreat. The flames on Zhou Yi's body flared outward simultaneously. Vast sheets of crimson fire pressed toward Lin Chuan's left. Han Xiao charged from the front. A pair of iron fists sealed off the other side. For the first time, Lin Chuan did not dodge. He took 1 step forward, stepping directly to meet Han Xiao. Delight flashed in Han Zhao's eyes. Close quarters confrontation. This was precisely the fighting style the iron arm combat body excelled at. His right fist struck again. Lin Chuan tilted his head to evade the punch. His right hand seized Han Zhao's wrist in one fluid motion. A flash of dark green poison power. Han Xiao immediately yanked his arm back. Poison. At this level of contact, what use could it possibly be? Before he finished speaking, all 5 fingers on his right hand froze simultaneously. Numbness spread upward from his wrist. Half his arm rapidly lost sensation. Han Zhao's expression changed. He immediately attacked with his left fist. Lin Chuan had already kicked the outer side of his knee. Han Zhao's body lost balance. Thud! His 2 iron-gray arms braced against the ground. He tried to rise again, but his right arm went completely limp. His face slammed firmly onto the floor. Han Zhao has lost combat capability. The crimson flames on Zhou Yi had risen to their highest temperature. Poison power fears high heat. Your paralytic poison is useless against me. He stomped the ground, both fists hammering toward Lin Chuan simultaneously. Lin Chuan offered no explanation. Dark green poison power enveloped his right palm. He pierced through the crimson flames and delivered a palm strike directly to Zhou Yi's chest. Bang! Zhou Yi retreated 3 steps. A dark green palm print remained on the surface of his training uniform. His scarlet flame combat body continued to operate. The flames on his body had not extinguished. I told you you're poison. Zhou Yi suddenly stopped. The numbness on his chest spread rapidly. The flames still burned, but his limbs were no longer obeying him. Zhou Yi's body lurched sideways. He fell heavily beside Han Zhao. Zhou Yi has lost combat capability. In the blink of an eye, only Xin Qing remained on the field. Her face had turned slightly pale. Her danger perception issued continuous warnings. Danger on the left. Danger on the right. Danger head-on as well. Lin Chuan had not launched any attack. Yet in her perception, danger signals flared from every direction. Xin Qing retreated rapidly. Her right foot had just landed when it alighted on a floor tile cracked by Zhou Yi's flames. Crack! The tile collapsed downward. Her body staggered. Lin Chuan was already before her. His finger tapped her lower back. Xin Qing immediately pulled back. But the poison power had already entered her body. Her movement was only halfway complete. Next, both legs simultaneously lost their strength. Xin Qing lay on the ground, her chest heaving with frustration. Entire body paralyzed, unable to move. Xin Qing has lost combat capability. Combat ended. Lin Chuan wins. Time elapsed 37 seconds. The isolation wall lowered once more. The medical team quickly entered the arena. Yi Qing had checked each of their physical conditions. Vital signs are normal. They can regain mobility within 10 minutes. She looked up at Lin Chuan. Have you completely merged the ghost-faced poison spider's paralytic venom? Roughly. Lin Chuan shook his hand. The dosage was just a bit small. The surrounding trainees heard this and actually sighed in relief. So that was it. It was not that Lin Chuan's physical body was particularly formidable. What was truly difficult to handle was the ghost-faced poison spider's paralytic venom. If Xiao Yuan had taken an antidote potion in advance, he might not have lost control of his right leg. If Han Zhao had worn isolation armor, the poison power would not have penetrated his wrist. Zhou Yi's high temperature could indeed weaken the toxin. It was only that during their first exchange he had not known how high the temperature needed to be. As for the paralytic venom, with repeated exposure the body would gradually develop resistance. Lin Chuan was not unbeatable, as long as one prepared specifically against his poison power. Next time there was a real chance to win. Han Zhao lay on the ground, his fingers just beginning to regain sensation. Next time I'll wear poison-resistant arm guards. Zhou Yi clenched his teeth. If my scarlet flame combat body improves further, I can burn away his poison outright. Xin Qing also committed every dangerous shift from the battle to memory. Next time, she would not step on that cracked tile again. Lin Chuan observed everyone's expressions. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Excellent. They had lost, but showed no despair. Instead, they proactively summarized their experience. Only such employees possessed true cultivation value. Xinglai stood on the elevated platform. His training wristband was displaying back-end data. Before the combat had begun, only 6 trainees had applied for additional training. Now, the number of applicants had already reached 43. The gravity cultivation chamber schedule for the next 3 days was completely booked. Lin Chuan had been in the training camp for only half a day. Overall training enthusiasm had multiplied several times over. This kid was insufferable, but the results were indeed excellent. Xinglai opened the training camp management system. He created a new special mission. The central electronic screen rapidly turned red. Special training mission: Hunt the Demon King. Mission target: Core Trainee No. 1 Lin Chuan. Completion condition: defeat Lin Chuan once in any official event. Mission reward: 1,000 training points. 1,000 points could be exchanged for 1 second-grade auxiliary potion, or 20 hours in the gravity cultivation chamber. The eyes on the training ground once again converged on Lin Chuan. Previously, it had been merely a private wager. Now the Martial Arts Association had also joined the bounty. As long as someone defeated Lin Chuan once. Daily core resources plus 1,000 training points. This was no longer a mere challenge. This was a walking treasure chest. Lin Chuan's system notifications began popping up wildly. Detected hostile target. Detected hostile target. New bindable enemies 47. Current valid enemies 50. Bind all. Lin Chuan looked at the 50 high-spirited geniuses before him. His mood had never been more satisfied. Fine, leave none behind. At 6 in the evening, in the training camp's manual arts classroom, all 50 trainees were present. Not a single one was absent. Han Xiao even arrived 10 minutes early to sit in the front row. His arms were fitted with anti-poison protective gear. 3 vials of antidote were also placed on the table. Anyone who saw him would think he wasn't here for class, but rather to raid a viper's nest in the mountains. Lin Chuan walked past him, well prepared. Han Xiao snorted coldly. The same trick won't work on me twice. Keep up the good work. Lin Chuan patted him on the shoulder. Strive to stand a second longer next time. Lin Chuan raised one finger, nearly infuriating Han Xiao to death. Rival Han Xiao's hatred for the host has increased. The system prompt appeared. Lin Chuan walked to the back row with satisfaction. The employees' morale was good. They should be able to work overtime today. The manual arts instructor Qin Yu ascended the platform. He was at the peak martial master realm and was also responsible for all foundational manual arts courses in the camp. Qin Yu raised his hand and waved. 51 black skill transmission chips landed precisely before everyone. This is the exclusive manual art of the training camp. The 100 refinements returned to origin art. The projection screen lit up instantly. A diagram of human meridians appeared behind the platform. Among them, 36 meridians were marked in different colors. The 100 refinements returned to origin art comprises 36 qi and blood pathways. Completing each pathway tempers the flesh and meridians along it. Once all 36 pathways are linked, a full great cycle is achieved. Successfully completing the first great cycle marks the initial mastery of the art. Zhao Yuan raised his hand. How long will it take? For an ordinary body tempering 9th layer practitioner, 3 months may not even be enough for initial mastery. Qin Yu looked at the crowd. You are the geniuses selected from Haicheng. The training camp standard is 7 days for initial mastery, 30 days for minor accomplishment. Many trainees looked serious. The training camp only lasted 15 days. To reach minor accomplishment before the camp ended, they had to double the normal cultivation speed. Qin Yu continued, this art does not directly elevate your realm. Its function is to broaden the meridians, expand the dantian, and refine the foundation of qi and blood. With minor accomplishment, the absorption efficiency of medicinal agents increases by 20%. With major accomplishment, it increases by 50%. Lin's eyes lit up. The 6-colored ancient thunder excelled at tempering meridians. The second-tier thunder marrow potion had further enhanced his lightning control. This art was practically tailor-made for him. As long as he achieved initial mastery before Lin Chuan, he could claim the 1,000 training points. He turned to look at the last row. Lin Chuan had already finished reading the transmission chip. He already knew this art from his past life, so instead of starting cultivation immediately, he sat there contemplating his next move. Zhou Yi also noticed this. Young Master Lin. He took consecutive tests this morning and fought 4 matches. His qi and blood must be quite depleted. He might not be able to cultivate tonight. He gently shook his head. Big brother must have his own plans. At the same time, he transmitted his thoughts to those around him. Big brother must have worked hard to obtain core resources. Even if he falls behind in the art's progress, I must not mock him. Zhou Yi was moved by the words. But he had already closed his eyes again. The 6-colored ancient thunder drilled into his meridians, driving qi and blood into the first pathway. He spoke of yielding, but his body was cultivating faster than anyone else. At 8 in the evening, the class ended. Qin Yu prepared to dismiss everyone for rest. But not a single person got up. Su Dongyang was charging through the first pathway. Zhao Yuan kept adjusting the qi and blood in his legs. Han Zhao's arm muscles bulged, his forehead covered in sweat. Even Zhou Yi pressed the crimson flame into his body, using high temperature to stimulate his meridians. Everyone was fixated on Lin Chuan's bounty. 1,000 training points. 2 vials of first-tier nutritional potions. 4 hours in the gravity cultivation chamber. Whoever defeated Lin Chuan first would claim all these rewards. Qin Yu glanced at the time. The manual arts classroom will remain open until 2 in the morning. Stop immediately if you feel unwell. Yi Qinghe walked into the classroom carrying a medical kit. Her gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on Lin Chuan. Everyone else was cultivating with their eyes closed. Only he was browsing the cafeteria menu. Yi Qinghe came over. Aren't you cultivating? I am cultivating. Yi Qinghe looked at his wristband. His qi and blood fluctuations were very calm. Cultivating with your mind, eh? Something like that. Lin Chuan looked at the 50 people around him. Let them scout the path first. Yi Qinghe didn't understand. Cultivating a manual art wasn't like walking through a minefield. Could someone else go first? At 8:40 in the evening, Su Dongyang's back trembled. His qi and blood finally surged through the last node. The first pathway was fully operational. He opened his eyes. His training clothes were soaked with sweat. A system prompt appeared simultaneously. Rival Su Dongyang has successfully activated the first qi and blood pathway, triggering 600 times return. Host receives 600 times the art comprehension and body tempering effect. Boom. A scorching heat surged deep within Lin Chuan's right arm. The first meridian was quickly penetrated by qi and blood. Then the effect of 600 cycles erupted simultaneously. Qi and blood washed through the meridian again and again. Tiny cracks appeared on the inner wall of the meridian only to be rapidly repaired by the returning power. Tearing, repairing, widening once more. The entire process lasted only a few seconds. Yet the meridian in Lin Chuan's right arm felt as if it had been tempered for months. The originally narrow meridian had widened nearly twofold, and its inner wall had become much tougher. The flow speed of qi and blood increased by over 30%. This was not just experience. All the physical benefits the rival gained from cultivating the art were also returned to the host multiplied. Lin Chuan raised his right hand, moving his 5 fingers slightly. A wisp of dark green poison power instantly traveled through his arm. What used to take half a second to condense now required only a thought. Not bad. Lin Chuan looked at Su Dongyang. A 600 times return. This employee's first output was of high quality. At 9:15, Zhao Yuan completed the first pathway, triggering 300 times return. At 9:27, Xin Qing completed the first pathway, triggering 900 times return. At 9:40, Han Xiao successfully penetrated the meridian in his arm, triggering 400 times return. The return effects poured into Lin Chuan's body one after another. The first meridian was repeatedly widened. The muscles along the way underwent thousands of qi and blood tempering sessions. Beneath his skin a sound like flowing water faintly echoed. Lin Chuan immediately activated the blood-eating poison body. Dark green poison power covered his entire body, suppressing all qi and blood fluctuations back into his body. Otherwise, if his meridians continued to roar like that, people nearby would think the water pipe in the manual arts classroom had burst. At 10 in the evening, Lin Chuan stood up. Yi Qinghe was surprised. "You're leaving it?" Giving up before even completing the first pathway. "I'm sleepy." Lin Chuan yawned. "Going back to sleep." Han Xiao immediately opened his eyes. "Lin Chuan, you'd better sleep more. In tomorrow's manual art test, I will definitely surpass you." Lin Chuan paused at the door. "Fine, don't sleep tonight. If you get too drowsy, just slap yourself twice." Han Xiao gritted his teeth. "I don't need your reminder." Lin Chuan was in a good mood. Back in the core dormitory, he lowered the system prompt volume. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed. With 50 people cultivating simultaneously, the return effects were no longer something he could passively digest. At midnight, the dormitory area was still brightly lit. Su Dongyang began charging through the 5th pathway. Xin Qing, relying on his danger perception, avoided 3 points where qi and blood flowed backward. Han Xiao injected himself with a recovery potion and continued to penetrate the meridians in his arms. Zhou Yi used the crimson flame to stimulate acupoints, further increasing the flow speed of qi and blood. System prompts appeared one after another. Rival Zhao Yuan has successfully activated the 3rd pathway, triggering 500 times return. Rival Xin Qing has corrected a qi and blood node, triggering 700 times return. Rival Zhou Yi has successfully penetrated the 4th pathway, triggering 300 times return. Boom boom boom. Inside Lin Chuan's body, qi and blood continuously surged through new pathways. The 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. Each time a meridian was penetrated, the body tempering effect of hundreds of cycles descended simultaneously. Torrents of qi and blood scoured the inner walls of the meridians again and again. Tiny injuries appeared only to be instantly repaired by the returning power. The 36 meridians kept widening. Muscles, bones, and internal organs were also repeatedly tempered by qi and blood. A thin layer of black impurities gradually oozed out from Lin Chuan's skin. These were drug residues hidden deep within his flesh, medicinal power that had previously been unabsorbable. Now all of it was being refined anew by the 100 refinements returned to origin art. At midnight, the 36 meridians completed their first connection. Qi and blood surged into the dantian. Boom. Lin Chuan's abdomen shuddered slightly. The edge of the dantian expanded outward. The qi and blood, which had been nearly saturated, now had more room to accommodate. The 100 refinements returned to origin art has achieved initial mastery. At 1:15 in the morning, a second wave of massive returns descended. The 36 meridians were tempered once more. The 100 refinements returned to origin art has broken through to minor accomplishment. Lin Chuan looked inward at his body. The 36 meridians were now twice as wide as before. The inner walls of the meridians glowed with a faint dark gold. Qi and blood flowed through them without any obstruction. His dantian had also expanded nearly twofold. The total capacity of qi and blood kept increasing, yet his realm remained at the body-tempering 9th layer. The 100 refinements returned to origin art improved the foundation. All the returning power was used to broaden meridians, temper flesh, and expand the dantian. Lin Chuan did not break through, but his body-tempering 9th layer was becoming increasingly unreasonable. At 2 in the morning, in the manual arts classroom, the 6-colored ancient thunder on Lin He's body contracted simultaneously. The last qi and blood pathway was forcibly penetrated by thunder force. The 36 meridians were connected. Qi and blood surged into the dantian. The first great cycle was complete. Lin He's eyes snapped open. His training clothes were completely soaked with sweat, but his face showed an irrepressible joy. The 100 refinements returned to origin art had achieved initial mastery. Normal geniuses needed 7 days. He had done it in just 8 hours. Qin Yu personally checked Lin He's chi and blood state, and quickly gave the verdict. Initial mastery achieved. Broke the training camp's fastest record. The surrounding trainees opened their eyes looking at Lin He with a mixture of envy. This was S-grade talent. Even if temporarily overshadowed by Lin Chuan, his growth speed still far exceeded ordinary people. Lin He stood up. His inner voice rang out simultaneously. I must not be arrogant. After all, I am an S-grade. Lin He was humble in words, but the hatred in his heart kept rising. Tomorrow, he must defeat Lin Chuan in front of everyone. A system prompt appeared in Lin Chuan's mind. Rival Lin He has achieved initial mastery of the 100 refinements returned to origin art. Base return this time 1,200 times. Hatred bonus increased by 20. Final return 1,440 times. Host receives 1,440 times the great cycle body tempering effect. Boom. Vast chi and blood burst forth from Lin Chuan's dantian. All 36 meridians vibrated simultaneously. The tempering effect of 1,440 great cycles began to scour his entire body again and again. First cycle. Meridians expanded. 10th cycle. Impurities in the flesh were completely expelled. 100th cycle. The inner walls of all 36 meridians turned dark gold. 500th cycle. The dantian expanded outward once more. After 1,000 cycles, the roar of chi and blood flow sounded like thunder. The alloy bed frame beneath Lin Chuan began to tremble slightly. All 1,440 great cycles were completed. Lin Chuan's 36 meridians had widened to 3 times their original size. The inner walls of the meridians were as tough as dragon sinews. Even the purple firmament divine thunder could pass through without leaving a trace of damage. The dantian capacity had expanded nearly 4-fold. Vast and mighty chi and blood spun continuously within the dantian. With each compression cycle, the color deepened. Finally, Lin Chuan's chi and blood became thick and heavy. The power contained in a single drop of chi and blood was 3 times greater than before. The barrier between the body tempering 9th layer and the martial artist realm shook repeatedly. But it was not enough to break through. To break through, he needed not only practice, but also nourishment. Lin Chuan activated the 100 refinements returned to origin art and pressed all the power back into his dantian. His realm remained at the body tempering 9th layer, but his foundation had already surpassed that of a normal body tempering 9th layer practitioner by dozens of times. The 100 refinements returned to origin art has broken through to major accomplishment. The 100 refinements returned to origin art has broken through to perfection. The 100 refinements returned to origin art has broken through to grand perfection. The last layer of comprehension fully fused. The 36 independent pathways began to operate simultaneously. The 100 refinements returned to origin art has reached the pinnacle. Lin Chuan opened his eyes. A wisp of purple firmament divine thunder entered his meridians. The tenfold thunder force amplification erupted instantly. Previously using such intensity would cause tearing pain in his right arm meridian, and even his tiger's mouth might split. Now the purple thunder rampaged through the 36 meridians. The inner walls of the meridians did not even leave a single mark. Lin Chuan raised his right hand. Dark green poison thunder condensed in his palm. The power was more concentrated. The control was easier. If he were to use thunder stack 6-fold again, now his right arm would definitely not be injured like when he killed the ghost-faced poison spider. Lin Chuan felt the surging chi and blood within him, and a smile gradually spread across his lips. If 50 people could produce this effect, what about 500? What about 5,000? What if all of humanity regarded him as the great demon king, taking medicine, cultivating, and raiding dungeons every day just to one day beat him up? Lin Chuan stroked his chin. Becoming the enemy of all mankind doesn't sound so bad. He would be the one to bring doom upon the world. All of humanity would be the one striving. Everyone would have a bright future. The next morning, 51 vials of body-tempering medicinal liquid were neatly arranged in front of the training ground. Inside the transparent bottles was a dark red liquid. The medicinal liquid swayed gently. Small clinking sounds came from the bottom of the bottles. Instructor Qin, you stood nearby. This is the first level body-tempering medicinal liquid uniformly distributed by the training camp. Ordinary students 1 vial each. Core students 2 vials. Qin Yu raised his hand and pointed toward the dormitory area. After the medicinal liquid enters your body, it will simultaneously temper your flesh, muscles, bones, and meridians. The entire refining process must not be disturbed. After receiving your potion, return to your respective residences. If you experience any adverse reactions, contact the medical team immediately. Staff began distributing the medicinal liquid. Ordinary students received 1 vial. When it was Lin Chuan's turn, he received 2. Many eyes around him fell upon the vials in his hands. They had all entered the training camp together. Yet Lin Chuan received double while they only got 1. If they wanted the same treatment, they could only defeat him. Su Dongyang gripped his vial tightly. Not today then tomorrow. Zhao Yuan also put away his bottle. Within 15 days there'll be a chance to surpass him. Xinxing said nothing, but her danger perception was already analyzing Lin Chuan's combat habits from yesterday. The fighting spirit across the entire training ground surged again. Lin Chuan looked at the 2 vials in his hands, then suddenly turned to face Lin He. Little brother. Catch. Lin He froze. Big brother, you're giving me a core potion. You cultivated for 8 hours last night. Lin Chuan spoke with genuine concern in his voice. Your body has been depleted so much. Drink another one to replenish yourself. Lin He looked at the vial, his expression clouding with a moment of complexity. Although he despised Lin Chuan deeply, a first-level body tempering potion was worth over 300,000. Was Lin Chuan actually willing to give it to him? A system notification suddenly appeared. Enemy Lin He's hatred toward the host has decreased by 1. Current return bonus 1. 19x. Lin Chuan's eye twitched. Shit. This was bad. His employee had actually been taken care of. He hastily snatched the potion back. I was kidding. Idiot dog. Lin He's outstretched hand froze midair. The entire training ground fell silent. Lin Chuan stuffed the potion back into his pocket. Buy your own medicine. Stop coveting your brother's things. Lin He's expression shifted from stunned to iron green with rage. Lin Chuan. Are you mentally deranged? You actually humiliated me in public. Just you wait. Ack. His inner thoughts roared in response. How could Big Brother do this to me? He must be deliberately humiliating me, because he's afraid I'll cultivate faster than him. I must grow stronger so he realizes his mistake. The system notification refreshed again. Enemy Lin He's hatred toward the host has surged significantly. Current return bonus 1. 3x. Lin Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He had nearly sacrificed long-term returns for a single potion. In the future, he couldn't afford to be too gentle with his employees. It would easily dampen their drive to improve. Zhou Yi stood beside Lin He, his expression equally dark. Young Master Lin. Ignore him. When you break through to the warrior realm, I'll make sure today's humiliation is returned doubly. Lin Chuan nodded immediately. Good. Both of you should work hard. If the potions aren't enough, ask your families for more. Don't you dare save anything for me. Zhou Yi snorted coldly. I don't need your advice. In the system panel, the hatred fluctuations from both men rose simultaneously. Lin Chuan was in good spirits. Today's first round of potion refunds was secured. Distribution continued. Yi Qinghe followed the medical team to the training ground. She wore a white medical coat, her long hair tied in a simple ponytail, a silver medicine case in hand. As soon as she appeared, several nearby boys stepped aside to clear the path. Classmate Yi, let me carry your medicine case for you. No need. Classmate Yi, my meridians felt hot while cultivating yesterday. Stop using lightning-type potions for now, and come to the medical room this afternoon for an examination. Classmate Yi, I'm not feeling well either. Yi Qinghe turned to the third person. Where does it hurt? The boy hesitated for 2 seconds. In my heart. It feels a bit blocked. That's not under the medical team's jurisdiction. A few chuckles echoed around them. The boy could only retreat with a flushed face. Lin Chuan watched for a moment and quickly noticed the pattern. There were quite a few people in the training camp who had a crush on Yi Qinghe. She was beautiful. She was also the granddaughter of Medicine King Yi Tianqing, blessed with the heaven-sent herbal heart aptitude. Despite her prestigious background, she carried herself without arrogance. During trials, she had even risked entering the Green Miasma Valley to gather herbs for poison students. All these factors combined made it completely natural that people were drawn to her. Lin Chuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wasn't this a ready-made source of hatred? As a boy had just stepped aside to clear the path, Lin Chuan was already standing before Yi Qinghe. Dr. Yi. Yi Qinghe looked up. What is it? Lin Chuan shook the 2 vials in his hand. Come to my residence later. To administer my injection. The surrounding chatter vanished instantly. Several boys turned their heads in unison. To his residence. She'd personally administer the injection. The medical team had clearly set up a public injection area. What right did he have to demand special treatment? Zhou Yi couldn't hold back any longer. Lin Chuan stopped dreaming. Why should classmate Yi go to your residence? Lin Chuan glanced at him. I'm talking to her. Who are you to interfere? Me. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, the crimson flame on his body nearly flaring up. But he quickly remembered the rule against private combat. He forced the flames back down. Classmate Yi is a member of the medical team. She's not your personal doctor. The other 2 boys couldn't stay silent either. Just because you're a core member doesn't mean you can boss people around. The public injection area is right there. What makes you think you can have classmate Yi go alone? Lin Chuan ignored them, focusing only on Yi Qinghe. Sis, are you coming? Yi Qinghe looked at the vials in his hand, then glanced at his right arm. Though the wounds left by the ghost-faced poison spider had healed, there had been meridian tears before, and Lin Chuan's core dose was twice that of ordinary students. Consecutive injections would double the risks. Fine. Yi Qinghe nodded. Your meridians were injured before. With double the dosage, someone needs to monitor you. Zhou Yi's expression froze. The nearby boys fell silent. Lin Chuan looked at Zhou Yi. Your dream came true. Do you have any objections? Zhou Yi's face turned crimson. Don't get cocky. Classmate Yi is just worried about the potion causing problems. That's right. Lin Chuan nodded. Then stay here, and keep holding your breath lest you explode your dantian. Zhou Yi nearly ignited on the spot. System notifications began appearing. Enemy Zhou Yi's hatred toward the host has increased. Enemy Zhao Yuan's hatred toward the host has increased. Enemy Han Zhao's hatred toward the host has increased. Lin Chuan was somewhat surprised. Even Han Xiao was included. He turned to look. Han Xiao immediately averted his gaze. His iron-gray arms were crossed over his chest, his expression darker than if he'd been poisoned. Lin Chuan roughly understood. This kid liked Yiqinghe too. This round of hatred collection was solid. At least a dozen boys showed varying degrees of increased return bonuses. A medical team instructor looked at Yiqinghe. You're responsible for Lin Chuan. After the others return to their dorms, their wristbands will monitor their physical data. Understood. Yiqinghe picked up her medicine case and headed toward the core dormitory. Lin Chuan followed closely behind. Dozens of eyes tracked them until they disappeared. At the core dormitory, Yiqinghe set the medicine case on the table. Sit down. Lin Chuan rolled up his sleeve. Where should I inject? Your arm. I was expecting somewhere else. Yiqinghe picked up a disinfection cotton pad. If you keep talking like that, I might just accommodate you. Lin Chuan immediately extended his left arm. Just the hand then. Yours is too big, I'm afraid. Yiqinghe shot him a cold glance. The first vial was drawn into a syringe. The needle pierced his arm, and the dark red medicinal liquid was slowly pushed into his bloodstream. A wave of heat spread rapidly. The 36 meridians within Lin Chuan's body began circulating on their own. As soon as the medicinal power entered the 100 refinements, returning origin methods swiftly distributed it throughout his flesh and bones. Yiqinghe pressed 2 fingers against his wrist, her heaven-sent herbal heart, sensing his bodily condition. After a few seconds, a trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. Your meridians? What's wrong? They're much stronger than yesterday. Yiqinghe could clearly perceive that all 36 of Lin Chuan's major meridians had been significantly expanded. The inner walls of his meridians were as tough as those of someone far beyond the body tempering stage. The medicinal power flowed through without the slightest blockage. Lin Chuan remarked casually. Old Peter Parker got bitten by a spider and became Spider-Man. I've been bitten countless times by the ghost-faced spider. It's only natural I got stronger, right? Yiqinghe stared at him. Do you take me for Lin He? You think I'll believe whatever you throw out? Lin Chuan fell silent for 2 seconds. I practiced cultivation last night. To what extent? I finished everything. Yiqinghe clearly didn't believe him, but she didn't press further. Everyone kept their own secrets. Lin Chuan had saved her once, as she didn't need to dig into everything. The first injection was complete. Yiqinghe withdrew the needle. Wait at least half an hour before the second injection. My body can handle it. I said half an hour. Fine, let's see what you've got. Lin Chuan didn't argue further. When it came to professional matters, he listened to the doctor. Half an hour later, the second vial was also injected into his body. Only after confirming his qi and blood had stabilized did Yiqinghe pack away her medicine case. For the next 2 hours, refine quietly. Do not use any explosive martial techniques. If you experience chest tightness or qi deviation, contact me immediately. Lin Chuan nodded. I'll come find you for my next injection. Yiqinghe lifted her medicine case. Next time there'll be a charge. Can I get a discount with the Yi family internal purchase card? Sure, but the original price is 5 million per session. You're running a robbery. As Yiqinghe reached the door, she suddenly stopped. You're deliberately using me to provoke them, aren't you? Those people outside want to beat you up even more now. That's good. Lin Chuan sat cross-legged on his bed. They're all motivated students. Yiqinghe paused, then thought about it. Perhaps Lin Chuan was indeed pushing them to work harder. This great demon king had a sense of responsibility after all. The door closed. The dormitory area quickly fell silent. The 50 geniuses each returned to their rooms. The potions entered their bodies. The refinement process officially began. Su Dongyang activated the heavy mountain battle body. Dark red medicinal power continuously seeped into his muscles, reinforcing his already dense muscle fibers once more. Zhao Yuan concentrated the medicinal power in his legs. Faint cyan patterns gradually emerged on the surface of his shin bones. Shin Qin used her danger perception to continuously avoid her fragile meridians. Han Xiao removed his gas mask protective sleeves. The iron arm battle body operated at full capacity, metallic grinding sounds emanating from his arms. Zhou Yi's crimson flame intensified. Impurities in the medicinal liquid were burned away bit by bit. Everyone was pushing themselves to the limit. They had only one goal: grow stronger, defeat Lin Chuan, claim the Demon King's bounty. Inside Lin Chuan's room, the first system notification appeared. Enemy Su Dongyang has consumed the first level body tempering potion. Triggered 800x return. Host has received 800x body tempering medicinal power. Boom. A massive surge of medicinal power flooded into his body. All 36 dark, golden meridians lit up simultaneously. His flesh and bones began absorbing it rapidly. Immediately after, a second notification appeared. Enemy Zhao Yuan has consumed the first level body tempering potion. Triggered 500x return. A third. a fourth, a fifth. System notifications kept coming non-stop, like firecrackers set off during Chinese New Year. Massive amounts of medicinal power poured into Lin Chuan's body in succession. His flesh contracted. His bones vibrated. The temperature of his internal organs continued to rise. The purple sky divine thunder within Lin Chuan's body began circulating on its own. Purple lightning cascaded through all 36 meridians, repeatedly tempering the violent medicinal power. Impurities evaporated instantly, leaving only the purest body-tempering energy. The first 10 portions of returned medicinal power all merged into his bones. Lin Chuan's entire skeletal structure gradually took on a dark golden hue. Their strength continued to rise. The next 15 portions of medicinal power merged into his flesh, muscles, and internal organs. Muscle fibers repeatedly tore apart, then rapidly restructured within the medicinal power. Each heartbeat propelled even heavier qi and blood. The remaining medicinal power flooded into the 36 meridians. His meridians, already tripled in width, were reinforced once more. The dark golden light on their inner walls gradually became more distinct. Normal martial artist meridians couldn't possibly withstand this level of medicinal power. But Lin Chuan's meridians were as resilient as dragon tendons. Thousands of times the normal dosage passed through them. It only made them stronger. The 36th portion of returned medicinal power descended. Lin Chuan's qi and blood rapidly reached the peak of the 9th layer of body tempering. Host has reached the peak of body tempering 9th layer. His internal qi and blood had nowhere left to go, yet his dantian was still not full. The 100 refinements returning origin method began circulating autonomously. A massive amount of qi and blood was compressed once again. The qi and blood in his dantian gradually thickened from a misty state, eventually forming a single drop of dark red liquid. Drip. The first drop of liquid qi and blood fell into his dantian. The barrier between the body tempering stage and the warrior stage trembled violently. A ring of qi burst from Lin Chuan's body surface. The furniture in the room was pushed back simultaneously. The monitoring device on the wall flashed red. The purple sky divine thunder quickly enveloped his entire body. All leaked qi and blood was forcibly compressed back inside. The 40th portion of medicinal power. The 45th. The 49th. Cracks began appearing on the warrior realm barrier. The final portion of medicinal power came from Lin He. Enemy Lin, he has consumed the first level body tempering potion. Current return bonus 1. 3x. Host has received 1300x body tempering medicinal power. Boom. The medicinal power refined by the 6-colored ancient thunder was converted by the system into even purer lightning type energy. The purple sky divine thunder devoured it all. Violent power surged into his dantian. The liquid qi and blood increased rapidly. 10 drops. 100 drops. Eventually converging into a dark red pool of qi and blood. Crack. The realm barrier shattered completely. A deep thunderous rumble echoed from within Lin Chuan's body. All 36 meridians expanded simultaneously. Liquid qi and blood flowed rapidly along the meridians, spreading throughout his limbs and 100 veins. His physical strength surged again. At the center of his dantian, the first wisp of martial qi officially condensed. Host has successfully broken through. Current realm warrior first layer. Lin Chuan opened his eyes. A flash of purple lightning streaked across his pupils before disappearing. Yesterday he was still at the 9th layer of body tempering. Today, the 50 geniuses had merely taken 1 dose of medicine. He had directly stepped into the warrior realm. Lin Chuan felt the profound martial qi in his dantian, the corners of his mouth, gradually rising. This is only the first day. There are still 14 days left in the training camp. 3 in the afternoon. 51 trainees gathered once more. The electronic screen behind Qin Yu slowly lit up. A 13-story black pagoda appeared before everyone's eyes. The virtual beast hunting tower. Opening time 13 days from now. Qin Yu swept his gaze over the crowd. This is the final core assessment of the training camp. The final rankings will also be re-established based on the beast hunting tower scores. Rewards soon materialized. First place, 3,000 training points. Second place, 2,000 training points. Third place, 1,000 training points. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. 1,000 training points could be exchanged for 20 hours in the gravity training chamber, or a second-tier auxiliary potion. 3,000 points were worth at least 3 million. But that was not everything. Qin Yu continued, the champion of the beast hunting tower can freely choose 1 third-tier demon core from the Martial Association's vault. The training ground fell silent instantly. A third-tier demon core's market value exceeded 20 million. If its attributes aligned with the body, it could be fused to grant partial beast abilities. Lin Chuan raised his hand. Can it be resold? Qin Yu looked at him. The demon core belongs to first place. How he chooses to handle it is his prerogative. Lin Chuan nodded. That's not bad. Han Xiao snorted coldly. Like you've already secured it. Lin Chuan, you want it too? Of course. Then little brother, you'd better work hard. Lin Chuan patted his anti-gas arm guard. If you actually get it, I'll buy it at a 20% discount. Han Xiao swatted his hand away. Why the discount? I'm finding buyers for you in advance. Consider yourself lucky, I'm not charging a commission fee. Get lost. The iron-gray patterns on Han Zhao's arms began to surface. Enemy Han Zhao's hatred towards the host has increased. Lin Chuan was in a good mood. The competition had not even begun, and someone was already ahead of the curve. Qin Yu enlarged the beast hunting tower projection. The first 4 levels feature first-tier demon beasts. Starting from the 5th level, second-tier demon beasts appear. The 12th level houses second-tier peak creatures. The projection continued upward. A 7-meter-long Thunderhorn Maddox appeared on the 13th level. Blue lightning arcs danced continuously along the 2 horns. The 13th level displays a projection of an early-stage, 3rd-tier demon beast. Strength, speed, aptitude, and combat habits are all simulated based on real demon beast data. There is no actual death within the tower. 80% of pain sensation is retained. One trainee could not help but ask, why not disable the pain? Do demon beasts cooperatively retract their teeth for you? Qin Yu glanced at him. The trainee fell silent. Points are calculated based on the number of kills, clearance time, and damage sustained. Even if you cannot kill them, you can earn points by enduring. The training camp's all-time highest record quickly appeared on the screen. Highest floor reached 13th floor. Duration endured 47 seconds. Highest score achieved 14,920 points. The record holder similarly did not defeat the Thunderhorn Maddox. They merely relied on an A-rank defensive talent to endure for 47 seconds. Even so, he is now a powerhouse at the Martial Master realm. Many trainees turned their gaze back toward Lin Chuan. Winning 5 first-place finishes in the entry assessment only demonstrates foundational abilities. The Beast Hunting Tower tests comprehensive combat experience instead. Demon beast species vary. Weaknesses, speed, and poison resistance all differ significantly. Lin Chuan's poison might not prove universally effective. Qin Yu shut off the projection. For the next 13 days we will not conduct unified combat exercises. Everyone may apply for specialized training. Potions, cultivation techniques, and training equipment provided by your families can also be sent to the base after approval. The moment the news was announced, over 20 applications were submitted simultaneously. Han Xiao applied for upgraded antitoxin protective gear. Zhou Yi purchased fire element auxiliary potions. Zhao Yuan extended his usage time for the agility training track. No one was willing to give up on the 3rd-tier demon core. Even fewer wanted to remain perpetually dominated by Lin Chuan. For in the afternoon, a silver armored vehicle pulled up outside the resource center. 2 staff members carried out a metal case. The case lid opened. Inside lay a silver-white ancient tome. Xinxin completed identity verification. The test results appeared immediately. Spiritual secret art Ling Shi Zhaoing Ju. Approval passed. The Ling Shi Zhaoing Ju is valued at 18 million. 13 million went toward purchasing the technique. 5 million purchased single-person inheritance privileges. This secret art comprises 9 levels. At the first level, one can expand perception range and filter chaotic danger warnings. After reaching the 3rd level, one can even detect the subtle movements preceding an opponent's strike. Xinxin picked up the ancient book. When she fought Lin Chuan yesterday, her danger perception had been warning constantly. Every direction, front, back, left, right, was fraught with peril. In the end, she could not even determine where the real attack came from before Lin Chuan disabled her with a single finger. The poison was indeed formidable, but as long as she avoided being touched, it would be meaningless. You're well prepared. Lin Chuan's voice came from nearby. Xinxin turned around. After the beast hunting tower concludes, I will challenge you again. Go ahead. Lin Chuan pointed at the ancient book. Practice diligently. Xinxin's fingers gripping the ancient book tightened slightly. You will see results. Seeing his subordinates work so hard and independently seek out their families to purchase precious cultivation techniques, Lin Chuan headed toward the gravity training area with satisfaction. Su Donyang had already entered the 8 times gravity chamber. A pale yellow gravitational field descended. His legs bent slightly as a dull thud echoed from the ground beneath his feet. During the initial strength assessment, Su Donyang registered 2641 kilograms. However, instructor analysis revealed his power transmission efficiency was only 81%. The heavy mountain war body granted him powerful musculature, yet his bodily coordination lagged behind. Of his 2000 plus kilograms of force, at least 20% was wasted. Once this issue was resolved, he could add another 400 kilograms to his punch power without needing to break through his cultivation realm. Su Donyang spread his feet apart. The heavy mountain body suppressing stance began to activate. 8 times the gravitational pressure weighed upon him. His waist, abdomen, shoulders, and arms began to exert force in succession. Lin Chuan stood outside the observation window. 10 hours. Su Donyang did not open his eyes. Want more? Indeed, not much. Lin Chuan pointed at the renewal button. If points are not enough, just have your family top it up. If you are short on cash, take out a loan. Never let poverty hinder education or hardship afflict the children, right? Su Dongyang's forehead veins pulsed. Do not lecture me. I will recharge. Good. Lin Chuan continued toward the Thunder Element training area. He was on the phone at the resource registration desk. On the screen was a premium Thunder Element training package. Level 7 Thunder Training Chamber. Thunder Element Recovery Potions, 3 vials. Specialized courses, 12 sessions. Total price, 12 million yuan. Lin did not hesitate. In under 2 minutes, payment confirmation echoed throughout the hall. Payment successful. Amount received, 12 million yuan. Lin He's training access was updated accordingly. Brother, he put away his wristband. The beast hunting tower depends on comprehensive ability. Your poison cannot counter every demon beast. Zhou Yi walked over as well. Some demon beasts are naturally highly resistant to poison. This time first place may not be yours. Lin Chuan reviewed Lin He's 12 million training plan. He then turned his attention to Xin Qing's 18 million spiritual secret art. Su Dongyang had staked all his points in the gravity chamber. These people, in order to defeat him, they brought their own resources and trained proactively. No need to urge them at all. Such dedicated employees are truly hard to come by. Do not worry about spending money. Lin Chuan earnestly encouraged the group. The more you spend, the happier I am for you. Lin He's face darkened. Do not get cocky. In 13 days I will show you the true growth rate of an S-rank talent. He turned and entered the Thunder Training Chamber. Zhou Yi also took out his newly purchased Fire Element potion. Everyone interpreted Lin Chuan's words as mockery. Hatred rose once more. Midnight. Spiritual Training Chamber. 24 metal spheres hovered around Xin Qing. A metal sphere shot from behind. Xin Qing sidestepped in advance. The second one immediately changed trajectory. A metal sphere struck her shoulder. She grit her teeth and activated the Ling Shi Zhaoing Ju once more. The chaotic danger warnings gradually grew clearer. To the left, behind, and to the right. Above, another metal sphere came flying. Xin Qing kept dodging until the 24th sphere shot from behind. She did not turn around. Her body had already shifted half a step aside in advance. The metal sphere grazed past her hem. The data on the wall refreshed accordingly. Successful dodges 24. Attacks taken 0. The first level of the Ling Shi Zhaoing Ju had been successfully cultivated. In the core dormitory, a system notification appeared before Lin Chuan's eyes. Enemy Xin Qing's spiritual perception has improved, triggering 700-fold return. Lin Chuan's brow trembled slightly. A faint tremor pulsed at the center of Lin Chuan's brow. The room before him remained unchanged, yet within his mind an additional vision had emerged, a colorless sight. The furniture, walls, and bed were reduced to blurred outlines. However, the shifts in the room's airflow became exceptionally clear, the cold draft from the air conditioner. The curtains swayed gently. A mosquito fluttered past the head of the bed. Though Lin Chuan did not turn his head, he could distinctly perceive its location. This was merely the beginning. The insights of the 700-fold secret art flooded into his mind in succession. The Ling Shi Zhaoing Ju began to break through. The first layer. Entry. The second layer. Minor success. The fifth layer. Major success. The final layer's insights merged completely. The Ling Shi Zhaoing Ju has reached perfection. His spiritual perception rapidly expanded outward. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. It ultimately covered the surrounding 50 meters. Outside the dormitory building, 2 patrolling instructors passed by on the road. In the specialized training area 50 meters away, over a dozen life forces were moving. Through the wall, Lin Chuan could only determine their approximate positions, unable to discern their body movements. Yet in unobstructed areas, the situation was entirely different. Muscle tightening shifts in the body's center of gravity, the gathering of qi and blood toward the arms. These subtle changes all entered his perception in advance. Before his opponent could throw a punch, he could already predict the general direction. Lin Chuan closed his eyes and activated the reaction training device within the room. 12 launching ports extended from the walls. Reaction training begins. Whoosh. The first soft rubber ball shot from behind. Lin Chuan tilted his head to dodge. The second approached from the lower right. He raised his left leg, and the soft rubber ball grazed the sole of his shoe. The remaining 10 balls were fired continuously from different directions. Lin Chuan kept his eyes shut throughout. He turned, ducked, sidestepped. All 12 soft rubber balls missed. Successful evasions 12. Hits taken 0. The training device retracted back into the wall. Lin Chuan opened his eyes. Xin Qing spent 18 million. Cultivating to the first layer had only enhanced his spiritual perception partially. After receiving the 700-fold return, he directly trained the entire secret art to perfection. And this was merely the first return. Once Xin Qing continued his cultivation, Lin Chuan's technique could also break through and become formidable. This technique is not bad. The Xin family certainly knows how to spend money wisely. As for whether Xin Qing would be pleased upon learning of this, it was irrelevant. The client's satisfaction was what mattered. At 2 in the morning, the second system notification appeared. Enemy Su Dongyang's Zhuang has reached entry, triggering 500-fold return. A vast amount of stance training insights flooded into Lin Chuan's mind. Simultaneously, in the 8-fold gravity chamber, Su Dongyang's legs were still trembling. After 10 hours of training, his training suit was completely soaked. A small puddle of sweat had accumulated on the alloy floor beneath his feet. He still maintained his stance posture. The Chonghua war body had strengthened his muscle density, but but had not granted him an equivalent level of body control. The power from his legs transmitted to his waist. Once lost, the power from his waist to his shoulders. Lost again. Ultimately, the power that truly reached his fist was only 81%. What Su Danyang was doing was forming a complete connection among all his muscles. The right leg exerted force. Power entered the waist. The spine rotated slightly. The shoulder pushed forward. Su Danyang suddenly opened his eyes. He punched the test board. Bang! A heavy sound exploded within the gravity chamber. The display quickly showed the result. Power transmission efficiency 86%. A single session had improved by nearly 5%. That was already remarkable. Su Danyang stared at the test result, the fighting spirit in his eyes burning even stronger. As long as he continued training, in 13 days his power could be elevated to another level. What he did not know was that after the system's return was completed, Lin Chuan's Zhuang had broken through continuously. Minor success. Major success. The 500-fold stance effect simultaneously acted upon Lin Chuan. His toes tightened slightly as power rose from the soles of his feet. Calves, thighs, waist, spine, shoulders. All his muscles tensed in sequence, finally converging into his right fist. This process had no pause. The originally scattered physical power was reconnected. Lin Chuan raised his right hand. Without using true chi, relying solely on his physical body, he threw a punch forward. Boom! The air in front of his fist exploded violently. The curtain was lifted by the shockwave and slammed into the ceiling. The body detection device on the wall completed its scan simultaneously. Power transmission efficiency 95%. Current power loss during exertion 5%. When Lin Chuan punched, the power loss had previously been about 15%. Now only about 0.5% of power was wasted in the body's transmission process. His realm had not increased, nor had his total physical strength surged. Yet with the same punch, the destructive power had directly increased considerably. And this was only the most basic application. If such power control were applied to the thunderclap palm, the loss of the 6 palm forces could also be greatly reduced. Lin Chuan rolled his shoulder. That kid Su Danyang trains pretty well too. Throughout the night, system notifications kept popping up. Someone trained in fist techniques, someone strengthened their lower body, and someone purchased recovery potions to enhance their sustained combat ability. 50 geniuses were all conducting specialized training based on Lin Chuan's abilities. They wanted to find his weaknesses, then defeat him. Yet every strength they enhanced was returned to Lin Chuan through the system. Spiritual perception, power control, rapid direction changes. Poison resistance, high temperature tolerance. Lin Chuan's realm remained at martial artist first layer. These returns did not increase his true chi, but they made his combat system more complete. If yesterday's Lin Chuan relied solely on a massive foundation to forcefully overwhelm, now he had begun to truly convert the power within his body into combat capability. Lin Chuan watched the constantly refreshing system panel, a smile gradually spreading across his lips. 50 people, each focusing on one of his weak points. They trained, took medicine, conducted specialized reinforcement. After a night of busy work, whether their own weaknesses had been patched up was unknown for now. But Lin Chuan's weaknesses were nearly eliminated by them. At this rate of training, before you find my weakness, I'll have none left. At 4 in the morning, level 7 thunder training chamber. Lin, he sat cross-legged on the metal floor. 7 bolts of lightning struck his body from different directions. All 6 colors of ancient thunder rose. Red thunder tempered his flesh and blood, blue thunder cleared his meridians, and gold thunder continuously compressed his chi and blood. The 3 bottles of lightning recovery potions beside him had all been injected. The specialized resources worth 12 million were rapidly converting into strength. Lin He's chi and blood surged continuously. Body refining 9th layer limit. 980 kilograms. 990 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms. The chi and blood in his dantian rapidly liquefied. The barrier between the body refining realm and the martial artist realm began to tremble violently. Lin He suddenly opened his eyes. The 6 colors of lightning erupted simultaneously. Crack. The martial artist realm barrier shattered with a sound. Crack. The realm barrier within Lin He's body shattered completely. The blood and chi in his body tempering realm rapidly liquefied. The first thread of martial true chi appeared in the center of his dantian. The 6-colored thunder simultaneously contracted. Then it burst forth again along the meridians. Boom. The metal floor of the thunder training room trembled violently. The detector on the wall rapidly refreshed. Lin He has successfully broken through. Current realm martial artist first layer. In the core dormitory, Lin Chuan saw a system prompt appear before his eyes. Enemy Lin He has broken through to martial artist first layer. Triggered basic 100-fold return. Hatred bonus 1. 3x. Final return 130 times. Host obtains 130 times breakthrough effect. Boom. A massive amount of pure true chi surged into the dantian. Lin Chuan had just broken through to martial artist first layer. Normally, he would need some time to stabilize his realm. But after the 130 times breakthrough effect descended, the liquid true chi in his dantian rapidly rose. 36 dark gold meridians operated simultaneously. The 100 refinements returning to origin method began compressing the true qi. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 10 cycles. Lin Chuan's dantian had already expanded to 4 times that of an ordinary martial artist. The 130 times true qi surged into it, yet it did not immediately fill it up. The vast true qi was repeatedly compressed. Its color deepened continuously. The first realm barrier soon appeared. Crack. Martial artist's second layer. The true qi continued to rise. The 36 meridians vibrated simultaneously. The second barrier shattered again. Martial artist's third layer. The purple sky divine thunder quickly covered his entire body. All the leaked blood and qi fluctuations were forcibly suppressed back into his body. The detector in the dormitory did not alarm. No one outside the door noticed anything unusual. Lin Chuan felt the vast true qi in his dantian. His realm had been elevated 2 consecutive levels, yet the true qi showed no signs of instability. After being compressed by the 100 refinements returning to origin method, the power contained in a single thread of his true qi was at least 3 times that of an ordinary martial artist at the third layer, coupled with a 4-fold dantian capacity. A martial artist of the same realm trying to compete with him in endurance would be somewhat unwise. Lin Chuan looked toward the thunder training area. My little brother is really capable. 10 days passed quickly. The training atmosphere in the camp became increasingly intense. At 6 in the morning, the agility track was already fully booked. At midnight, there were still people queuing for the gravity training room. The medical team received over a dozen extra training applications every day. Everyone was preparing for the Beast Tower assessment. Before the assessment began, the training camp held its final public combat ranking. At 8 in the morning, all 51 students were present around the central arena. Qin Yu stood beside the arena. This ranking only counts actual combat results. The winner's ranking rises. The loser loses 100 training points. Han Xiao moved his arms. The high-grade, poison-resistant protective gear already covered his elbows. He was about to request a challenge against Lin Chuan. But Su Dongyang stepped onto the arena first. I want to challenge the second place. He was currently number 4. To get the qualification to challenge Lin Chuan, he must first enter second place. Han Xiao also stepped onto the arena. First, get past me. He activated the Iron Arm Battle Body. His 2 arms rapidly turned iron gray. 10 days of specialized training. Han Xiao's arm strength had increased by 30%. His toxin resistance had also reached the level of an ordinary martial artist. He didn't believe he would be defeated in just over 10 seconds again. Battle begins. Han Xiao charged out first. His iron gray right fist blasted towards Su Dongyang's chest. Su Dongyang did not dodge. He activated the Heavy Mountain Battle Body. His muscle volume did not change noticeably, but their density rapidly increased. Where his feet stepped, the arena surface slightly sank. Su Dongyang also threw a right punch. Bang! The 2 fists collided head-on. Han Xiao's right arm jerked upward. The webbing of his hands split open. Su Dongyang stepped forward half a pace. The power of his body channeled through his legs, waist, abdomen, and shoulders fully converged into his left fist. The second punch. Bang! Han Xiao crossed his arms to block, but his entire body was shaken back repeatedly. 1 step, 5 steps, 12 steps. Where his feet passed, 2 clear footprints were left. As soon as Han Xiao stopped, Su Dongyang was already in front of him. His right fist stopped at Han Xiao's chest. Han Xiao defeated. Time 17 seconds. Han Xiao looked down at his numb arms. The high-grade poison-resistant protective gear hadn't been of use. Instead, it had prevented bone fractures. Lin Chuan sat below the arena. The protective gear was worth the money. Han Xiao turned to glare at him. Shut up. The second to appear was Zhou Yi. Crimson flames rose. The arena temperature rapidly increased. Zhou Yi did not clash head-on with Su Dongyang. He used flames to seal off space, continuously attacking Su Dongyang from the sides. A dozen consecutive attacks only left a few scorch marks on Su Dongyang's training suit. The defense of the Heavy Mountain Battle Body was too strong. Ordinary flames could not burn through it at all. Su Dongyang took a punch head-on. He stepped forward with his right foot, his center of gravity instantly dropping. A heavy punch struck Zhou Yi's abdomen. Bang! The crimson flames on Zhou Yi's body disintegrated on the spot. His entire body flew backward and landed heavily outside the arena. Su Dongyang wins. Having defeated 2 in a row, Su Dongyang's ranking rose to second. Murmurs of discussion kept rising from the training ground. Has he broken through to the martial artist realm? The Heavy Mountain Battle Body combined with martial artist true qi has at least doubled his defense. Now someone can finally challenge Lin Chuan head-on. Su Dongyang did not leave the arena. His gaze fell on Lin Chuan in the crowd. But another person stepped up first. Lin He. Su classmate. Let's fight first. Su Dongyang did not refuse. Whoever wins gets the qualification to challenge number 1. The 2 stood on opposite sides of the arena. The 6-colored thunder on Lin He's body gradually rose. The aura of the martial artist realm spread with it. The expressions of many students shifted slightly. Another martial artist. The training camp already has 2 student martial artists. This is S-rank talent. Someone subconsciously looked at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan still did not release his true chi. His public aura remained at body-tempering 9th layer. A C-rank poison-type talent naturally had a slower cultivation speed. Even if Lin Chuan was strong in combat, it didn't mean his realm advanced quickly. Many had already concluded that Lin Chuan had not yet entered the martial artist realm. Battle begins. Su Dongyang charged out first. His right fist blasted straight toward Lin He's chest. Blue thunder lit up around Lin He's legs. His speed instantly increased. His body dodged to the left. Su Dongyang shifted his feet. The heavy mountain body stabilizing stance greatly improved his body control. The right punch missed. His left elbow swept over. Bang! Lin He raised his arm to block. His body was shaken back 3 steps. Su Dongyang did not pause. The second punch followed immediately. Bang! Lin He retreated again. Blood and chi surged in his chest. The third punch hit his shoulder. Lin He's body swayed backward. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Yi clenched his fists. Young Master Lin is being suppressed. Su Dongyang's strength and defense were both formidable. But Lin He's 6-colored ancient thunder had only used one type. In the midst of their fierce battle, Lin He was also adapting to the power of the ancient thunder. After dozens of exchanges, Su Dongyang approached again. His right fist aimed straight for Lin He's face. This time Lin He did not retreat. Blue thunder stimulated his legs. Speed increased again. He turned his head to avoid the fist. Gold thunder quickly covered his right palm. The thunderclap palm struck towards Su Dongyang's chest. Bang! Su Dongyang crossed his arms. The heavy mountain battle body defended with full force. His body only retreated half a step. Useless. Su Dongyang prepared to counterattack. But red thunder lit up in Lin He's palm. Boom! A second layer of thunder force instantly erupted. Su Dongyang's arms were forcibly blasted apart. Lin He stepped forward. The remaining 3 types of thunder entered his body, stabilizing his blood and chi strengthening his bones. Gold and red thunder again coiled around his right palm. Thunderclap palm. Boom. The palm print landed on Su Dongyang's chest. The defense formed by the heavy mountain battle body was forcibly torn open by the gold thunder. Red thunder force immediately followed into his body. An explosive sound came from Su Dongyang's chest. Both feet left the ground. He flew backward 8 meters. He landed heavily outside the arena. Lin He wins. Time 2 minutes, 41 seconds. The training ground was silent for 2 seconds. Su Dongyang was already very strong. His strength, defense, and body control all met the martial artist realm standard. Yet Lin He still won. The 6-colored ancient thunder was not simply 6 different colors of lightning. Each type of thunder had an independent effect. Xing Lai pulled up the combat data. His gaze lingered on Lin He for the first time. S-rank talents have greater advantages in the later stages. Lin He has begun to realize the potential of the 6-colored ancient thunder. He immediately modified Lin He's training file. Provincial Key Observation List. Camp completion reward added 3 days of provincial level thunder pool cultivation. Lin He looked at the newly added permissions. The pent-up frustration that had accumulated in his heart for over 10 days finally dissipated somewhat. Losing to Lin Chuan before. It was just that the 6-colored ancient thunder hadn't been developed. Now that he had truly entered the martial artist realm, the gap between the two would only narrow. Lin He walked off the arena. He came before Lin Chuan. Big brother. The beast tower relies on comprehensive combat ability. Poison may not be effective against every type of beast. Lin Chuan nodded. You're right. So you'd better clear several more floors. Lin He frowned slightly. What do you mean? Lin Chuan patted his shoulder. I'm your brother. Of course I want you to succeed. The next morning, the Black Beast Tower opened. Final assessment officially begins. At 9 o'clock in the morning, before the virtual Beast Tower, 51 silver simulation pods simultaneously lit up with blue light. On the central screen, the 13-layer Black Tower rotated. Final assessment begins. Number of participants, 51. Pain simulation, 80%. Death will not cause real injury. Mental collapse will result in forced exit. Xing Lai stood on the high platform. Once you're inside, the beasts are real. At least your brains will think they are real. If an arm is bitten off, it will hurt. If a belly is torn open, it will also hurt. A trainee's face turned pale. What if my head is bitten off? Xing Lai glanced at him. Then you die quickly. It won't hurt for long. That trainee suddenly felt the comfort wasn't very effective. The first batch of 10 entered the simulation pods. The pod doors closed. Consciousness rapidly connected to the Beast Tower. In less than 3 minutes, one simulation pod opened first. The trainee inside sat up abruptly, both hands clutching his neck tightly. My head. Is my head still there? A medical instructor pressed his shoulder. It's still there. It's just that your score is over. The electronic screen refreshed simultaneously. Tower floors cleared, 3rd floor. Final score 1,120. That trainee lay back down. This time it wasn't mental collapse. It was simply an unwillingness to face reality. The results of others appeared one after another. 5th floor. 6th floor. The highest reached was only the 8th floor. The trainees in the camp finally put away their contempt. The beasts in the Beast Tower were not affected by pain. They felt no fear. and they would not flee after being injured. To clear a floor, one had to kill them. Next, Xin Qing walked into the simulation pod. The silver pod door closed. When she opened her eyes again, she stood on a wasteland. An ironback wolf pounced from the grass. Sharp wolf claws aimed straight for her throat. Xin Qing did not turn around. The Lingxi shadow reflection art had already detected the airflow changes in advance. She took a half step forward. The wolf claws scraped past her nape, missing. Xin Qing turned and struck with a palm. Bang! The ironback wolf's neck bone snapped instantly. First floor cleared. Second floor. Third floor. As the number of beasts increased, Xin Qing's spiritual perception gradually spread out. She did not seek head-on confrontation. Each time she evaded attacks in advance, and then searched for the beast's weaknesses. Seventh floor. 3 gale leopards pounced simultaneously. Xin Qing's danger perception instantly generated 6 warnings. Left side claws, front fangs, and a tail whip from the right rear. In the past, she would have been overwhelmed by the chaotic warnings. Now, the 6 dangers appeared in a clear sequence. Xin Qing first dodged to the right, kicked away the gale leopard in front. Then, leveraging the momentum, she turned and avoided the last tail whip. The 3 beasts crashed into each other. She struck consecutively. 3 palms shattered, 3 hearts. 9th floor cleared. On the 10th floor appeared a second-order mid-stage ghost shadow ape. Both speed and power surged. Xin Qing evaded 11 attacks in a row. On the 12th, the ghost shadow ape deliberately smashed the ground. A large amount of rubble flew up simultaneously. Her danger perception was instantly filled with dozens of attacks. Xin Qing hesitated for half a second. A thick arm pierced through the rubble and struck her chest heavily. Bang! She flew backward over 10 meters. Her body slammed into the mountain wall. Her breastbone fractured. The ghost shadow ape charged again. Xin Qing tried to get up, but the intense pain caused a momentary blank in her consciousness. Challenge over. Tower floors cleared. 10th floor. Final score 9,840. The simulation pod reopened. Xin Qing opened her eyes. There was no injury on her chest, but cold sweat had already soaked her training suit. Her first glance went to Lin Chuan. Yesterday, she thought that once she mastered the Lingxi shadow reflection art, she could avoid Lin Chuan's poison. Now she realized, perceiving danger did not guarantee she could evade it. Lin Chuan nodded at her. Not bad. Sis, you still need to work hard. Xin Qing pressed her lips tight. That tone didn't sound like a classmate. It sounded more like her boss. The next batch of trainees entered. Zhao Yuan, relying on his A-grade Gale talent, charged all the way to the 10th floor. But his frontal destructive power was insufficient. Facing beasts with strong defenses, he could only dodge continuously. Eventually, his true chi was exhausted. He was slapped out of the beast tower. Su Dongyang entered next. His method was much simpler. First floor, 1 punch. Second floor, still 1 punch. By the 9th floor, a second-order beast charged head-on. Su Dongyang activated his heavy mountain battle body. He endured the claws head-on. His right fist directly shattered the beast's skull. 11th floor. A 4-meter-tall, iron-armored baboon stood in the center of the valley. Its entire body was covered in black armor plates. Its arms smashed down. The ground instantly cracked open for over 10 meters. Su Dongyang did not retreat. The heavy mountain stabilizing stance operated at full power. His feet dug into the ground. His waist, abdomen, spine, and shoulders all exerted force simultaneously. Bang! 1 man and 1 ape collided head-on. Su Dongyang's right arm burst open with 3 wounds. The iron-armored baboon was also knocked back 2 steps. The second collision. Su Dongyang's fist revealed blood. Cracks appeared on the armor plates on the baboon's chest. The 5th collision. Su Dongyang's fist smashed into the crack. Bang! The fist force penetrated the chest cavity. The iron-armored baboon's heart shattered instantly. 11th floor cleared. Su Dongyang finally fell on the 12th floor. Before his body was torn apart by the beast, he still managed to break one of its front legs. Final score 12,760. Temporarily ranked first. Han Xiao looked at the score, his arms tingling faintly. Losing to Su Dongyang on the arena. He could still blame his own poor performance. But now even in the beast tower he was behind by over 3,000 points. Blaming the machine would be somewhat disrespectful to the facts. Next, Lin He. The training ground quickly fell silent. Lin He walked into the simulation pod. The pod door closed. The first floor beast had just appeared. Blue lightning had already coiled around his legs. Lin He crossed 20 meters in an instant. A palm strike shattered the beast's skull. The first 3 floors, all resolved with a single blow. Starting from the 4th floor, beast groups appeared. Red lightning erupted. The thunderclap palm struck into the center of the beast group. Boom. 7 beasts were sent flying simultaneously. Before their bodies hit the ground, they had already turned into virtual light particles. 7th floor, 8th floor, 9th floor. Lin He's clearing speed did not decrease significantly. Blue lightning enhanced speed. White lightning protected his body. Gold lightning tore through defenses. Red lightning delivered the explosion. The remaining 2 types of lightning continuously restored his blood and stabilized his meridians. 11th floor. The second-order late-stage beast had just raised its claws. Lin He was already in front of it. Gold lightning enveloped his right palm. Thud! The thunderclap palm pierced through its chest. The beast's heart exploded directly. Time elapsed 27 seconds. Su Danyang stared at the screen. This was the opponent he had fought until his right arm split to defeat. Lin He used only one palm. S-grade, truly formidable. 12th floor. A second-order peak crack mountain tiger appeared. Its strength exceeded 5,000 kilograms. A single claw from the front sent Lin He flying backward. Lin He crashed through 2 large trees. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The crack mountain tiger pounced again. The cyan lightning on Lin He's body rapidly expanded. The fractured ribs were forcibly stabilized. The surging blood was also pressed back into his dantian. The second exchange. Lin He evaded the tiger's claw. Red lightning and gold lightning erupted simultaneously. Bang! A wound was torn open on the crack mountain tiger's belly. Third time. Fourth time. After 2 minutes and 52 seconds. Lin He shattered the crack mountain tiger's skull with a palm. 12th floor cleared. Current score 13,820. The 13th floor of the Beast Tower officially opened. The wasteland vanished. Lin He appeared in a thunderstorm valley. Boom. Thunder exploded overhead. A 7-meter-long thunderhorn bull slowly emerged from the darkness. Between its 2 horns, blue lightning arcs continuously jumped. Third order initial stage beast. Thunderhorn bull. It took just 1 step forward. The ground sank into 2 deep pits. The lightning on Lin He's body was also suppressed by the opponent's aura. Both were lightning attribute. The Thunderhorn Bull's lightning power was far superior to his. Trouble. Qin Yu stared at the data. Same attribute, the Thunderhorn Bull has extremely high resistance to lightning. It will be difficult for Lin He to win by explosive force. No sooner had the words fallen. The Thunderhorn Bull had already charged. Its 7-meter-long body tore through the air. Both horns aimed straight for Lin He's chest. Lin He used blue lightning to accelerate. He dodged to the right, but the horns still grazed his shoulder. Crack. His entire left arm snapped instantly. 80% of the pain flooded into his brain. Lin He's face turned pale, but his steps did not stop. The Thunderhorn Bull turned. Second charge. Lin He did not continue to dodge. All the gold lightning converged into his right palm. He struck the horn head-on. Boom. Thunderlight exploded. Lin He's feet skidded backward 20 meters. The tiger's mouth on his right hand completely split open. A fine crack also appeared on one of the Thunderhorn Bull's horns. Lin He saw the crack. All 6 colors of lightning contracted simultaneously. The third charge came. Blue lightning stimulated his legs. White lightning protected his internal organs. The remaining lightning suppressed the backlash from the broken arm and meridians. Lin He sidestepped close to the horn. His right hand grasped that crack. Gold lightning cut in. Red lightning followed with an explosion. Bang! The entire horn was forcibly broken off by him. The Thunderhorn Bull let out a furious roar. The lightning on its head went completely out of control. Lin He grabbed the broken horn and stabbed it into its right eye. Thud! The horn pierced through the skull. The Thunderhorn Bull charged another 10 meters. Its massive body collapsed heavily. 13th floor cleared. Kill time 1 minute and 27 seconds. Final score 15,764. Training camp historical record broken. The central screen froze for 2 seconds. Then, Lin He's name rose to first place. The training ground erupted completely. He killed a third-order beast. Su Danyang only cleared the 11th floor, 2 whole floors behind. Xinglai did not speak. He directly encrypted Lin He's battle footage and sent it to the Provincial Martial Arts Association. In less than a minute, a reply appeared on his wristband. Provincial City Lightning Attribute Grandmaster requests access to Lin He's complete profile. The simulation pod slowly opened. Lin He sat up. Lin Nan's message was the first to arrive. Well done, this is the true Qilin child of the Lin family. Congratulations from Lin He's mother and 2 older sisters followed one after another. The 12 million was not wasted. The provincial level Thunder Pool slot was not taken in vain. At this moment, Lin He finally regained the confidence of an S-grade genius. It wasn't that he was weak. It was just that Lin Chuan had been too outrageous before. And now, he had already entered the martial artist realm, killed a third-order projection, broken the training camp record. Zhou Yi was the first to welcome him. Young Master Lin, first place is secure. Han Xiao didn't argue either. Given Lin Chuan's publicly known body refinement 9th layer realm, it was uncertain whether he could even pass the 12th floor. A third-order beast and a second-order peak were entirely different levels. Toxins might not be effective against the Thunderhorn Bull either. Lin He walked up to Lin Chuan. Big brother, I broke the historical record. The gap between us is growing wider and wider. Lin Chuan stood up. Indeed, you do have quite a bit of self-awareness. No one around responded. Obviously they all took this as bravado. Only Yi Qinghe looked at the newly refreshed leaderboard. She was silent for a moment. This record is about to be broken again. This record is about to be refreshed again. Yi Qinghe's words fell. Zhou Yi frowned first. Classmate Yi, you're overestimating him. Brother Lin killed a third-rank beast. Han Xiao also stared at Lin Chuan. You'd better not fall at the 12th level. I'm still waiting to challenge you personally. Lin Chuan opened the simulation pod. Don't worry. You'll still have your chance to be beaten in line. Lin he stood beside him. Brother, the Thunderhorn Bull possesses extremely high resistance. Your paralysis poison may not work either. If you can't hold on, you can withdraw early. Lin Chuan turned back to look at him. Stop blathering. Your record will be gone soon. The pod door closed. The consciousness connected. Lin Chuan opened his eyes again. The surroundings had turned into a barren plain. An ironback wolf dashed out from the grass. Its hind legs pushed off its back and waist tensed. The wolf's claws had not yet lifted. The attack direction had already entered Lin Chuan's spiritual perception. The ironback wolf lunged to the left, but Lin Chuan had already stood at its landing point. He raised his right fist. Bang! The wolf's head exploded on the spot. First level passed. Outside, many trainees were stunned. That punch looked as if the ironback wolf had voluntarily offered its head. Second level. 2 demon wolves surrounded from left and right. Lin Chuan stepped forward. The first demon wolf pounced from behind. He did not look back. He kicked backward with his right foot. Bang! The demon wolf's chest caved in, its body flying backward. The second demon wolf had just opened its mouth when Lin Chuan already grabbed its lower jaw. His arm exerted force. Crack! The wolf's head was twisted off. Second level passed. Third level. Fourth level. The number of beasts kept increasing. Yet Lin Chuan's speed remained unchanged. After mastering the spirit resonance shadow art, muscle changes, chi flow, and body center of gravity within 50 meters could not escape his perception. Where the beast was about to pounce, where the attack would land, which part of the body was losing balance. Lin Chuan saw it all clearly. Fifth level passed. Total time 46 seconds. Xin Qing stared at the battle footage, her fingers slowly clenching. Lin Chuan did not rely on speed to dodge. Every movement he made placed him in the beast's attack gap. This was no longer just fast reflexes. It was more like knowing the answer in advance. Zhou Yi couldn't help asking, does he also have a perception talent? No, Xin Qing shook her head. When we fought before, he didn't have this ability. He only mastered it recently. She had spent 18 million to seclude herself and cultivate the spirit resonance shadow art. Originally intended to defeat Lin Chuan. But after more than 10 days, Lin Chuan's perception seemed even stronger than hers. This fact made her somewhat uncomfortable. Starting from the 6th level, the beasts officially reached the 2nd rank. A black-scaled giant lizard lay on the rock wall. Its long tail swept, shattering all the rocks along the way. Lin Chuan channeled his martial artist true chi into his right arm, pressing his palm against the lizard's tail. Bang! The 6-meter-long black-scaled giant lizard was lifted off the ground. Its massive body crashed into the rock wall, the entire wall quickly cracking. Lin Chuan grabbed the tail and smashed it down again. Boom! The black-scaled giant lizard's skull embedded directly into the ground. 6th level passed. On the central screen, battle data rapidly refreshed. Martial Artist Realm, True Chi detected. True Chi Intensity, Martial Artist 3rd level. The training ground suddenly fell silent. Zhao Yuan stared at the screen. Martial Artist 3rd level. When did he break through? Su Dongyang also stopped his actions. In the entire training camp, only he and Lin he had openly broken through to the Martial Artist Realm. Yet Lin Chuan, without a sound, had already reached Martial Artist 3rd level. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. To reach Martial Artist 1st level, he had used 4 potions in 10 days and spent over 70 hours in the gravity training room. Yet his realm was still not fully stabilized. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, spent his days either taunting people or standing outside the training room, encouraging others to spend money. He didn't look like someone who had trained hard at all. Zhou Ye's face darkened. The Lin family must have prepared other potions for him. After all, he is the heir designated by the old master. Several nearby trainees found this plausible. The Lin family was one of the 4 major merchant associations in Haiqing. Using resources to push someone to martial artist 3rd level was not entirely impossible. Only Lin he remained silent. Whether the Lin family had given Lin Chuan resources, he knew better than anyone. His father would even snatch Lin Chuan's core potions away. How could they secretly help him break through? Lin he could only think of one explanation. Before his grandfather died, he must have left Lin Chuan's secret resources. A high realm doesn't mean he can clear the tower. Lin he suppressed his unease. The 13th level relies on overall combat ability. Inside the Beast Tower, Lin Chuan had already cleared the 9th level. Entering the 10th level, the Beast's defense and power both increased. Spiritual perception could only help him avoid attacks. To complete the kill, he had to rely on frontal destructive power. A 2nd-rank mid-stage ironclad rhino charged. Its 4 hooves crushed the ground. Lin Chuan slightly lowered his legs. The heavy mountain body-firming stance began to operate. Power rose from the soles of his feet. His calves, abdomen, spine, all converged into his right fist. Lin Chuan did not use the purple firmament divine thunder. He relied solely on his physical body and true chi to punch head-on. Bang! His fist struck the rhino's horn. The entire horn exploded from the middle. The force continued through the skull. The ironclad rhino's 4 legs left the ground simultaneously. Its body flew backward more than 10 meters, crashing heavily into the mountain wall. 10th level passed. Su Dongyang suddenly stepped forward. That method of power release. How does he know it too? The simultaneous linkage of legs, abdomen, spine, and arms minimized the loss of overall power. The technique Lin Chuan had just used was extremely similar to the heavy mountain body firming stance. Su Dongyang had trained for 13 days and only achieved 93% power transmission efficiency. Lin Chuan's punch just now had to exceed 95%. Su Dongyang suddenly felt a strange sensation. He had worked hard on specialized training, and it all ended up being stolen by Lin Chuan. 11th level. An ironclad raging ape slammed its fists down. Lin Chuan sidestepped, driving his right fist into the gap between the ape's armored scales and into its chest. Bang! The fist force pierced through flesh and blood, shattering the heart instantly. Time 9 seconds. Su Dongyang was silent. The same ironclad raging ape. He had used 5 frontal collisions, his right arm split open by 3 wounds before barely managing to kill it. Lin Chuan did it with 1 punch, and his clothes weren't even dirty. The 12th level opened. A second-ranked peak mountain-splitting tiger leaped down from the mountain peak, over 5,000 kilograms of force pressing down on Lin Chuan's head. Lin Chuan's spiritual perception expanded, instantly locking onto the tiger's abdomen. The muscles there were tensing, ready to launch a second attack upon landing. Lin Chuan didn't give it a chance. He took half a step forward with his left foot, twisted his waist, and drove his right fist upward. Boom! The fist struck the tiger's lower jaw. The massive body halted in midair. Then the entire skull exploded from within. The mountain-splitting tiger flipped backward twice and fell heavily to the ground. 12th level passed. Time 4 seconds. Zhou Yi stared at the screen, his throat moving slightly. Lin He had taken 2 minutes and 52 seconds against the mountain-splitting tiger. Lin Chuan took only 4 seconds. Indeed, the gap between them was growing wider. The 13th level of the beast tower opened. The Thunder Valley reappeared. Rumble. The Thunderhorn Bull emerged from the darkness. Same 7-meter body length, same 3rd rank early stage. Lin He had broken his left arm and torn his right hand earlier to kill it. Now it stood before Lin Chuan again. Challenge begin. The timer numbers jumped rapidly. The Thunderhorn Bull lowered its head, its 2 horns lighting up with thunder. Boom. Its massive body charged through the air. The ground along the path kept cracking. Lin Chuan did not rush to attack. Dark green poison covered his right hand. As the Thunderhorn Bull charged before him, he moved half a step to the left. The bull's horn brushed past his chest. Lin Chuan reached out and pressed his hand on the bull's neck. The poison swiftly seeped in. The Thunderhorn Bull's limbs stiffened for a moment. In less than half a second, thunder forcibly dispelled the paralysis poison. Indeed, not very effective. Lin Chuan shook his hand. For an ordinary beast of the same realm, this would have already put it down. But the Thunderhorn Bull only paused for half a second. The physical body and resistance of a 3rd-rank beast were indeed strong. Seeing this, Lin He's tense body finally relaxed a little. The paralysis poison is ineffective. To kill the Thunderhorn Bull, he'll have to fight head-on. Han Xiao also nodded. That beast's charging force exceeded 10,000 kilograms. If Lin Chuan faced it directly, it wouldn't be as easy as the previous levels. The Thunderhorn Bull turned around, 2 streams of white gas shooting from its nostrils. The second charge began. Lin Chuan's mastery-level spiritual perception immediately expanded, covering the bull's entire body. All 4 legs exerted force simultaneously. The muscles of its back and abdomen tightened layer by layer. A large amount of thunder power surged toward the horns. All changes formed a complete outline in Lin Chuan's mind. Soon he noticed an anomaly. The muscles on the left side of the Thunderhorn Bull's neck contracted half a beat slower. The thunder power passing through there also showed a slight deviation. The virtual projection replicated real combat data, even preserving the old injuries of the original beast. Found it. The timer reached the 12th second. The Thunderhorn Bull had already charged before him. Lin Chuan stepped forward toward the horns. The surrounding trainees simultaneously held their breath. Lin Chuan sidestepped, extending his left hand. His 5 fingers pressed against the bull's neck. His body slid forward using the charging momentum while his right palm rose. The heavy mountain body firming stance integrated his entire body's power. The spirit resonance shadow art locked onto the old injury. Thunderclap palm. 6-fold thunder overlay. His right palm struck the bull's neck. 6 hidden forces pierced through the flesh, simultaneously hitting the old injury. Boom. The 6 hidden forces detonated at once. Bang. The Thunderhorn Bull's neck bone snapped instantly. The 7-meter-long body lost control, sliding past Lin Chuan for over 20 meters before crashing into the mountain wall. Boom. Large pieces of rock collapsed. The Thunderhorn Bull was buried in the rubble, twitching twice before completely losing its life force. 13th level cleared. Time 15 seconds. Final score 19306. Training camp all-time record broken. Current rank 1st. The score on the central screen stopped moving. Lin He's name moved down. The record he had held for less than 3 minutes officially disappeared. The entire training ground was silent. Zhou Yan still maintained his arms-crossed posture, but his mouth had forgotten to close. Shin Qing stared at Lin Chuan's last dodge. She finally confirmed that Lin Chuan's perception range, judgment speed, and information filtering ability were all superior to hers. Su Dongyang stared at that last palm strike. Power transmission attack, 0.6 hidden forces, not a single wasted move. They had trained specifically for 13 days preparing various tactics against Lin Chuan. In the end, it seemed Lin Chuan had practiced all of them better. Xinglai suddenly opened the training camp's backend and raised Lin Chuan's file authority to the highest level. Lin Chuan's training level increased. Included in the provincial top candidate key selection list, Qin Yu also lowered his voice. Martial artist, 3rd level, killing a 3rd rank projection in 15 seconds. This year's provincial top candidate, Haiqing, really has a chance to compete. The simulation pod slowly opened. Lin Chuan sat up, rubbing his neck. This bull is quite tough. The surrounding crowd looked at him, not knowing how to respond. Killing a 3rd rank beast in 15 seconds. And his final comment was quite tough. That was a bit too demanding. Lin He stood still, the congratulatory messages he had just received still on his wristband screen. Lin Nan called him the Lin family's unicorn child. The provincial capital's grandmaster requested to review his information. He had indeed broken the historical record, but that record had lasted less than 3 minutes. Lin Chuan came out of the simulation pod, passing by Lin He. Don't be discouraged. Your 2nd place is also quite valuable. Lin He's face gradually darkened. A system prompt appeared. Enemy Lin He's hatred toward the host has increased. Lin Chuan's steps became lighter. Though his younger brother didn't take 1st place, his work attitude was still commendable. Xinglai called over a staff member from the resource center. Open the 3rd rank Demon Core warehouse. 5 Demon Core projections appeared on the central screen. 3rd rank Blazing Lion Demon Core. 3rd rank Wind Splitting Falcon Demon Core. 3rd rank Frost Serpent Demon Core. 3rd rank Mountain Ape Demon Core. 3rd rank Thunderhorn Bull Demon Core. The 5 cores were of different colors. Each contained rich energy with a market value of at least 20 million. High compatibility 3rd rank demon cores were even difficult to buy through normal channels. The eyes of 50 trainees simultaneously fell on the screen. Lin Chuan looked from the 1st to the 5th, his brow gradually furrowing. What about poison type? The staff member hesitated. There is currently no 3rd rank poison type demon core in stock. The earliest batch will arrive in 2 months. Lin Chuan immediately lost interest. Then what's the point of taking 1st place? The surrounding trainees nearly spat blood. A 3rd rank demon core. Choose anyone worth over 20 million, and Lin Chuan was complaining it was useless. Han Xiao couldn't help himself. If there's no poison type, you can sell it. This thing is hard to buy even with money. Lin Chuan looked at him. You want it? Han Xiao was silent for 2 seconds. Yes. I'll sell it to you at 20 off. Han Xiao fell silent again. 20 off was still 16 million. Even selling himself, he might not have enough for the down payment. Lin Chuan patted his shoulder. If you can't afford it, don't feel sorry for the rich. The veins on Han Xiao's forehead twitched again. Xinglai was about to let Lin Chuan choose slowly. Outside the training ground, a black car stopped at the entrance. The door opened. Lin Nan quickly walked into the training ground. He first glanced at the rankings. Then his gaze locked onto the Thunderhorn Bull Demon Core. That 3rd rank Thunder-type Demon Core. I'll buy it. That 3rd rank Thunder-type Demon Core. I'll buy it. Lin Nan walked into the reward area. The surrounding trainees voluntarily made way for him. The staff member pulled up the detailed information of the Thunder-type Demon Core. 3rd rank Thunder Armor Lizard Demon Core. Main ability Thunder Resistance, Physical Enhancement. Possible acquisition Thunder Scale Armor. The Thunder Armor Lizard's attack ability is not outstanding, but its scales are extremely hard. An adult Thunder Armor Lizard lying there would be hard for an ordinary 3rd rank demon beast to bite through even after a long time. This demon core is highly compatible with Lin He's 6-color Ancient Thunder. After successful fusion, Lin He's physical defense and thunder resistance will be greatly enhanced. If he can obtain Thunder Scale Armor, the defensive weakness of the 6-color Ancient Thunder will be made up for. Lin Nan looked at Lin Chuan. 20 million. I've already had someone check the market price of the Demon Core. Lin Chuan shook his head. Not selling. Lin Nan's face darkened. 20 million is still not enough. This Demon Core is a training camp reward. You didn't spend a single cent. Lin Chuan looked at him. I got 1st place not without effort. Did the Thunderhorn Bull kill itself? By falling. Xinglai stood nearby, not intervening. The reward already belonged to Lin Chuan. As long as the transaction was legal, the training camp would not interfere. Lin Nan suppressed his anger. 20 million is already the normal price for a 3rd rank demon core. That's enough. Normal price. Lin Chuan pointed at the 1st place on the screen. 20 million buys the demon core. What I'm selling you now is the 1st place selection right. What's the difference? A huge difference. Lin Chuan counted on his fingers. Others with 20 million might not be able to buy a Thunder-type demon core. You have 20 million, but you still need to encounter someone who happens to have a Thunder-type demon core. And after encountering them, they have to be willing to sell. Now the goods are here. The seller is also here. And the buyer is in a hurry. Do you think the price can be the same? Lin Nan's face darkened further. Lin Chuan wasn't selling a demon core, he was marking up the price based on his demand. 30 million. Lin Chuan named the price. The reward area instantly fell silent. A 10 million premium, just like that. Han Xiao standing nearby could feel his eyelids twitching. Just now Lin Chuan said he would sell to him at a 20 discount. It turned out to be a genuine friendship price. Unfortunately, his bank card couldn't afford that friendship. Lin Nan's voice turned icy. You're profiting from my misfortune. Lin Chuan spread his hands. You can choose not to buy. I never force a sale. At most, I'll put the Demon Core up on the Warrior Trading Network. Starting bid 30 million. Whether it sells or not depends on whether someone recognizes its value. The staff member promptly added, third-rank attribute Demon Cores are scarce. Last month, a third-rank Thunder Feather Eagle Demon Core was auctioned in the provincial capital. The final transaction price was 28.6 million. Lin Nan fell silent. 30 million was indeed high, but not outrageously so. Most importantly, he was about to participate in the Lin family competition. If he missed this Thunder Armor Lizard Demon Core, it might not be easy to find another one so compatible within a short time. He stood behind his right hand slowly clenching. He had just lost to Lin Chuan, and the record he broke lasted less than 3 minutes. Now his father was going to spend 30 million to buy the spoils from Lin Chuan. This feeling was even worse than losing again on the stage. But he couldn't refuse. The third-rank Thunder Armor Lizard Demon Core was too important to him. Big Brother already got first place. Why did he have to humiliate him with the Demon Core? He knew I needed a Thunder-type Demon Core, yet he deliberately set a high price. Lin Nan heard the voice of his heart. His face grew even uglier. 30 million is acceptable, but this money will be deducted from your future family dividends. Lin Chuan almost laughed. Use my dividends to buy my own things. And then give the thing to Lin He. He gave Lin Nan a thumbs up. Are you still dreaming? Lin Nan snapped. I am your father. What's wrong with giving a Demon Core to your younger brother? Don't make it sound so nice. Lin Chuan extended his hand. Cash. 30 million. Not a single cent less, and I won't sell. Lin Nan clenched his fist. Lin Chuan, don't be too greedy. Lin Chuan turned around directly. Staff member, help me give up the Thunder-type Demon Core. I'll switch to a Wind-type one and sell it online. The staff member immediately operated. Abandon third-rank Thunder Armor Lizard Demon Core. Countdown 10 seconds. Lin Nan's expression finally changed. Once Lin Chuan abandoned the Thunder Armor Lizard Demon Core, it would be locked back into the Martial Arts Association warehouse. The next time it would be available for exchange would be at least 3 months. Stop the operation. Lin Nan took out his wristband. I'll pay. Lin Chuan stopped. That's all it takes. You just had to make me go through the procedure. The transaction page quickly established. Seller Lin Chuan. Buyer Lin Nan. Item third-rank Thunder Armor Lizard Demon Core. Amount 30 million yuan. Lin Nan completed identity verification and payment was successful. Lin Chuan's phone vibrated. Your account has received 300 yuan. Current balance, 3142760 yuan. Lin Chuan looked at the account balance. He was in a very good mood. In his previous life, he had worked himself to the bone for the Lin family. All his income had to be handed over. His mother said she would keep it for him. His father said it would be distributed uniformly. His eldest sister said family shouldn't be so calculative. In the end, when he died, his bank card balance was only a little over 600 yuan. In this life, the Lin family's money was finally starting to flow in the right direction. Lin Chuan looked up at Lin Nan. Pleasure doing business. Lin Nan snorted. 30 million. The resources the old man left you will dry up sooner or later. He had already seen Lin Chuan's training data. Martial artist third rank. Killed a third rank projection in 15 seconds. This growth rate indeed exceeded his expectations. But Lin Chuan only had C-grade poison-type talent. His potential ceiling was there. Lin Nan was certain that before his death the old man must have left Lin Chuan a large amount of potions and special resources. Lin Chuan's rapid improvement was merely him burning through those resources. Once the resources were used up, C-grade was C-grade. Lin he also thought of this. No matter how much heritage grandpa left, it couldn't be endless. The more glorious Lin Chuan was now, the worse his fall would be in the future. In contrast, his own S-grade talent was just beginning to grow. The longer the time, the greater the gap between them. A resource center staff member carried in a silver alloy box. The box lid opened. A demon core the size of a fist appeared before everyone. The surface of the core was covered with silver blue patterns and faint thunder sounds came from within. Third rank Thunder Armor Lizard Demon Core. Source integrity 98. Compatibility with 6-color Ancient Thunder 96. Xinglai looked at Lin He. Compatibility is over 90. You can directly apply for fusion. Fuse it now. Lin Nan made the decision for him. Since 30 million had been spent, it was naturally best to convert it into strength as soon as possible. Half an hour later, in the Demon Core Fusion Room, Lin He lay in the silver fusion capsule. The third-rank Thunder Armor Lizard Demon Core floated above his chest. Dozens of energy conduits lit up simultaneously. The patterns on the Demon Core began to dissolve. A massive amount of silver blue source energy flowed through the conduits into Lin He's body. Boom. The 6-color Ancient Thunder erupted on its own. Red, blue, gold, white, cyan, and black. 6 kinds of thunder simultaneously enveloped the Demon Core's source. The ferocity remaining from the third-rank demon beast immediately began to resist. A phantom of a thunder armor lizard appeared above the fusion capsule. It roared and silver-blue thunder continuously struck the walls. Fusion progress 12. Host body temperature 41 degrees Celsius. Bone pressure increasing. Lin clenched his teeth. Golden thunder surged into his bones. Cyan thunder restored his body. White thunder protected his organs. The remaining 3 thunders began to forcibly refine the thunder armor lizard's source. Fusion progress rapidly increased. 30, 50, 80. Beneath Lin's skin, silver patterns gradually emerged. Those patterns spread upward along his arms, finally covering his chest and back. Boom. The thunder armor lizard phantom shattered abruptly. All the source energy merged into Lin's body. Fusion successful. Thunder intensity increased 31. Physical defense increased 46. Thunder resistance increased 52. Acquired derivative ability 6-color thunder scale armor. Lin did not break through in cultivation. He still remained at martial artist first rank, but his overall combat power had risen by a notch. The 6-color thunder flowed along his skin. Fine thunder scales quickly condensed. His arms, shoulders, and chest were all covered by the 6-colored scale armor. Outside the fusion room, Lin looked at the test data. A smile finally appeared on his face. 30 million well spent. In the adjacent rest room, Lin Chuan's system notification appeared simultaneously. Enemy Lin, he fused third-rank Thunder Armor Lizard Demon Core. Triggered basic 100-fold return. Hatred multiplier 1. 3x. Final return 130 times. Boom. A massive amount of Thunder Beast source energy entered Lin Chuan's body out of thin air. The purple sky divine thunder instantly awakened. A thread of purple thunder passed through 36 meridians. All the Thunder Armor Lizard source energy was swept into his dantian. Compress. Refine. Compress again. The quality of the third-rank demon core source rapidly approached its limit. Crack. An invisible barrier was forcibly torn open. The Thunder Beast source officially stepped into the 4th-rank level. The purple sky divine thunder carrying the 4th-rank source surged back into Lin Chuan's body. Deep within his bones, streaks of purple thunder patterns rapidly emerged. The patterns spread from his spine to his limbs, finally connecting to the 36 dark gold meridians. The true chi inside Lin Chuan's body did not continue to increase. All the returned power was used to strengthen his bones, skin, and thunder source. His cultivation remained at martial artist 3rd rank, but the instantaneous burst power of the purple sky divine thunder directly increased by 50. Lin Chuan raised his right hand. Purple thunder patterns passed through his skin. Patches of purple thunder armor rapidly condensed on the surface of his arm. He flicked his finger and shot out a bolt of purple thunder energy. Bang! The thunder energy struck the purple thunder armor. A force strong enough to pierce 2nd-rank protective gear only left a white mark on the armor's surface. The white mark quickly disappeared. Acquired derivative ability Purple Sky Thunder Armor. Current defense strength 4th rank early stage. Lin Chuan dispersed the thunder armor. He looked toward the fusion room. Lin had spent 30 million to buy Lin an opportunity. After Lin's fusion, he had indeed gained considerable improvement. But the real prize had gone into Lin Chuan's body. The fusion room door slowly opened. Lin walked out. Please cut me with a knife. 6-color thunder scales covered his right arm. The staff member picked up a 2nd-rank alloy battle knife and slashed down with full force. Clang. Sparks flew in all directions. The alloy battle knife was knocked away. The 6-color thunder scales left unscathed. Confidence returned to Lin's eyes. Dad, I've acquired the 6-color thunder scale armor. At the Lin family competition a month from now, I will definitely take 1st place. Lin nodded with satisfaction. You are great. Lin Chuan only managed to get this far by relying on the resources the old man left behind. Those resources are almost drained. During the family competition, he won't have such luck again. The restroom door opened. Lin Chuan walked out from inside. He first glanced at Lin's 6-color thunder scales, then looked seriously at Lin Nan. Old man, next time you have this kind of business, remember to come to me first. Lin Nan snorted. 30 million for a 6-color thunder scale armor talent. This deal my Lin family has profited. Lin Chuan looked at the 30 million in his account, then felt the 4th-rank purple thunder patterns in his bones. The smile on his face became even more sincere. I think I've profited too. Provincial capital. Martial Arts Association Data Center. A sudden urgent alarm blared. A staff member midway through eating instant noodles jerked his head up. Which training camp had an accident? No. Another person stared at the screen. It's a record alarm. In the center of the hall, an assessment report from Haiching Training Camp was fast uploading. Candidate Lin He. Age 17. Talent S grade 6 colored ancient thunder. Current realm martial artist 1st stage. Beast Tower floor 13th floor. Early 3rd tier Thunderhorn Mad Bull eliminated. Elimination time 1 minute and 27 seconds. Final score 15,764. Broke Haiching Training Camp's historical record. The instant noodles slipped from the staff member's chopsticks. Splashed back into the broth. Someone in Haiching cleared the 13th floor. Several people nearby quickly gathered. Haicheng training camp had been established for 12 years. In its history, only 3 had ever entered the 13th floor. 3 people. None had completed the elimination. The best performer, relying on an A-grade defense talent, had lasted 47 seconds against the Thunderhorn Mad Bull. He had now stepped into the martial master realm. But Lin, he didn't just endure. He killed the Thunderhorn Mad Bull. The staff member pulled up the final floor's recording. In the Thunder Rain Valley, the Thunderhorn Mad Bull charged head-on. Lin's left arm was broken. His right hand's tiger's mouth was completely split. Yet he still used the 6-colored ancient thunder to accelerate, sidestepping close to the horn. Gold lightning sliced into the crack. Red lightning completed the detonation. The entire horn was forcibly snapped off. Finally, Lin, he grabbed the broken horn and stabbed it through the Thunderhorn Mad Bull's right eye. The recording froze. The massive body of the third-tier beast collapsed in the center of the valley. The data center fell silent for 2 seconds. A staff member quickly pressed the communication button. Notify the talent department. A S-grade combat prodigy has appeared in Haicheng. 5 minutes later, Provincial Martial Arts Association Talent Department. Lin's profile was projected in the center of the meeting room. Over a dozen evaluators were all present. Chun Song, the director of the talent department, stood at the front. Talent realm physical data and combat footage have undergone the first verification. No issues. A evaluator raised a hand. It's only been half a month since he awakened, right? Precisely 15 days. 15 days from body tempering to martial artist first stage. The Lin family invested a massive amount of lightning resources. Chun Song swiped the screen. Lin's recent training records appeared. Level 7 lightning training room. 3 lightning recovery potions. 12 specialized courses. 3rd tier lightning armored lizard beast core. Current derived abilities 6-colored thunder scale armor. One of them inhaled softly. Just these 15 days the investment must exceed 50 million, right? Another shook his head. Give an ordinary person 50 million, they still couldn't achieve this. Resources could only accelerate growth. They couldn't turn a stone into a genius. The fact that Lin he could digest these resources in 15 days already proved the power of an S-grade talent. Chun Song continued playing the arena recording. Lin he versus Su Dongyang. Blue lightning accelerated. Gold lightning broke defenses. Red lightning detonated. The remaining 3 types of lightning stabilized his body and suppressed backlash. The 6-colored ancient thunder is not simply 6 types of lightning. Each type of lightning possesses an independent effect. Since Lin he entered the martial artist realm, he has begun to develop his talent. Chun Song looked at the group. My suggestion: list him on the S-grade observation list. Upgrade the provincial thunder pool quota to the highest tier. Also contact a lightning martial king for specialized guidance. Inside the meeting room, 11 people expressed their opinions one by one. 10 votes in favor. 1 abstention. The result passed. Chun Song completed identity authentication. Lin's training profile was then upgraded. Original training grade A grade. Current training grade S grade. Provincial resource authority highest tier. Recommended training direction core lightning genius. A red profile was officially generated. Someone leaned back in their chair. Haicheng is lucky this year. S-grade talents are rare enough. And one with such strong combat ability is even rarer. Chun Song did not respond. He sent Lin's combat footage to a private terminal. The recipient had only 2 words. Thunder King. The moment the message was sent, a communication request bounced back. Chun Song immediately connected. A figure appeared on the screen. A middle-aged man in a black training suit. Behind him was a lightning tempering pool. Dozens of lightning bolts continuously fell. He stood in the center of the pool. Yet his clothes showed no damage at all. 6-colored ancient thunder. Yes. Chun Song sent the complete profile over. 17 years old martial artist first stage in half a month. Possesses 6 types of lightning with different effects. Just killed a 3rd-tier beast projection, breaking Haicheng's record. The Thunder King browsed the profile. When he saw the thunder scale armor, his gaze paused for a moment. S-grade talent. Plus a 3rd-tier lightning core with 96% compatibility. Not a bad foundation. That was already high praise. In the entire Provincial Martial Arts Association, there might not be a few young men in a year who could earn those 4 words from the Thunder King. Chun Song probed, would you be willing to guide him? The Thunder King did not answer directly. He stepped out of the lightning pool. A large amount of lightning slid off the hem of his clothes. Arrange a plane. I'll go to Haicheng and take a look. The communication ended. Several people in the meeting room breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. To have the Thunder King personally inspect him meant Lin's training grade was thoroughly secured. A staff member retrieved the file from the printer. Director, should the paper documents still be sent for archiving? Send them. Chun Song glanced at the time. Mark the highlights. Update it every month from now on. The staff member had just put the file into a folder when the data center's alarm blared again. More urgent than before. The screen in the meeting room quickly turned red. Haicheng training camp record updated. Several evaluators lifted their heads simultaneously. Updated again. Was the previous data delayed? Chun Song frowned. Routed in. The new assessment data quickly covered the screen. Lin He's name, which had just topped the list, shifted down one position. Another name appeared at the very top. Candidate Lin Chuan. Age 17. Talent C-grade, blood erosion, poison body. Current realm martial artist 3rd stage. Beast tower floor 13th floor. Early 3rd tier Thunderhorn Mad Bull eliminated. Elimination time 15 seconds. Final score 19,306. Refreshed the training camp's historical record. No one in the meeting room spoke. The staff member who had just picked up the paper file looked down at the folder in his hand. Lin He's historical record. From creation to expiration. It had lived less than 3 minutes. He couldn't help asking should this one still be sent. Chen Song was silent for 2 seconds. Put it down for now. It might be a system malfunction. 15 seconds to kill a 3rd-tier beast was already outrageous enough. Even more outrageous was that Lin Chuan's talent was only C-grade. He had awakened for 15 days, yet he was already at martial artist 3rd stage. The evaluators who had just praised Lin He's growth rate all wore strange expressions. Lin He took 15 days to reach martial artist 1st stage. They thought it was the S-grade talent exerting its power. Lin Chuan reached martial artist 3rd stage in 15 days. What was this? Had a C-grade gone mad? Retrieve the raw data. Verify the equipment ID. Contact the Haiqing training camp director. Orders were issued quickly. The first verification was completed soon after. Simulation chamber operating normally. Combat data complete. No external interference detected. The second verification began. Lin Chuan's physical data before entering the simulation chamber was re-uploaded. Current realm martial artist 3rd stage. True chi stability 98%. Drug residue normal range. Mental state normal. Someone stared at the last item. Is his mental state really normal? Chen Song glanced at him. The report says normal. Then trust the report for now. The third verification. The complete recording of the Beast Tower was played frame by frame. Floors 1 through 5. Lin Chuan relied on spiritual perception to predict the beast's movements in advance. Floor 10. His entire body's power transmitted through his legs, waist, and spine fully integrated into his right fist. One punch sent the iron-armored rhinoceros flying. Floor 12. A peak second-tier mountain-splitting tiger pounced from the mountaintop. Lin Chuan used only one punch. Killed in 4 seconds. Finally, the third-tier Thunderhorn Mad Bull charged. Lin Chuan used his poison power to make it pause for less than half a second. His spiritual perception quickly locked onto an old injury on the neck. Then 6 hidden forces struck simultaneously into the bull's neck. Boom. The 7-meter-long Thunderhorn Mad Bull's neck bones snapped on the spot. Elimination complete. Time 15 seconds. The recording ended. The elderly man in charge of martial technique assessment stood up. He did not look at the final result. Instead, he rewound the recording to the last 3 seconds. Played it again. Once. Twice. After the 5th play, he raised his hand and pointed at Lin Chuan's right palm. 6 hidden forces, not a single one missed. Power transmission loss does not exceed 3%. His judgment of the beast's weakness was not by luck. The old man looked at Chen Song. This student's comprehensive combat ability has already surpassed that of an ordinary late-stage martial artist. His publicly listed C-grade poison body is actually his weakest aspect. The meeting room fell silent again. Someone couldn't help saying, could it be that the Lin family's old master left him special resources? Possible. Chen Song didn't deny it. But resources can raise the realm. They cannot raise combat judgment. Nor can they cause a martial technique to reach this level of control out of nowhere. He reopened Lin Chuan's profile. The originally 2-page document expanded rapidly. Haiqing Awakening Ceremony. Blackstone Mountain Trial. Demon King Training Camp 5 first place finishes. Beast Tower 15-second kill of a 3rd-tier projection. Every achievement had complete records. This was not a one-time outburst. It was a stability that bordered on irrational. Chen Song canceled the original training assessment. Re-entered. Original training grade A grade. Current training grade S grade. Special note, top candidate for provincial champion. Archive confidentiality level raised to highest. The confirmation button was pressed. Lin Chuan's name officially entered the highest echelons of the Provincial Martial Arts Association. The smart system automatically matched a guiding strongman based on his poison talent. An encrypted file was soon sent to the Poison King's terminal. 30 seconds later, a communication request popped up. On the screen, an elderly man with graying hair was holding a bottle of dark green potion. Beside the potion bottle lay 3 white mice frothing at the mouth. The Poison King scanned Lin Chuan's profile. When he saw the C-grade blood erosion poison body, he felt nothing. When he saw martial artist 3rd stage, his expression turned serious. Then, he saw the combat footage of the 15-second kill of the Thunderhorn Mad Bull. The old man put down the potion. Send me the complete file. Chen Song immediately complied. Are you interested in him? The Poison King did not answer. He watched Lin Chuan's final palm strike 3 times. Then he picked up his coat. Arrange a plane. Chen Song was taken aback. The Thunder King just requested one. You can travel together. The Poison King paused. Who wants to travel with that lightning rat? Arrange another one. Chen Song's mouth twitched. Only one private jet is available today. The Poison King narrowed his eyes. Then let him sit outside. At the same time, the Thunder King's communication came in again. I heard that. Old Poison, you want to fight? Two Martial King auras burst through the screen simultaneously. The meeting room's communication equipment immediately issued an overload alarm. Shinsong quickly cut the audio. It was just a talent assessment. The Provincial Martial Arts Association had already revised the training file twice. Now they had to deal with the seating issue of two Martial Kings. He suddenly felt that Haiqing was going to be quite lively this year. On the screen, the Poison King had already reopened Lin Chuan's combat footage. He looked at the 17-year-old youth. The interest in his eyes grew stronger. That kid, I want to see him with my own eyes. The following morning, the training base's graduation ceremony. 51 cadets stood in the center of the arena. On the electronic display hovered the final rankings of the Beast Tower. First place, Lin Chuan. Reward, 3,000 training points. Second place, Lin He. Reward, 2,000 training points. Third place, Su Dongyang. Reward, 1,000 training points. All three allocations credited simultaneously. Lin Chuan opened the redemption interface. 3,000 points could redeem a second-tier auxiliary elixir, or 60 hours in a gravity cultivation chamber. He scrolled to the cash conversion column. This feature is currently unavailable. Lin Chuan felt a twinge of disappointment. If points can't be exchanged for currency, what's the point? Suggest renaming it. Base voucher. Qin, you stood nearby. You can still exchange them for cultivation resources. I've already reached the third stage of the martial warrior realm. Regular second-tier elixirs won't do much for me. Qin, you fell silent. Listen to that. Is that even human language? The other cadets wouldn't dream of spending a single point on a second-tier elixir. Yet Lin Chuan was already complaining about insufficient efficacy. Su Dongyang had converted his entire 1,000-point allowance into gravity chamber hours. Once the training camp concluded, those points would remain valid within the Haiqing Martial Arts Association. Xinqing, meanwhile, had redeemed a basic mental-type martial technique. Lin He was in no hurry to proceed. His gaze remained fixed on the leaderboard. Second. Again second. He had shattered the training camp's historical record, slaying a third-tier Thunderhorned Feral Bull. He had become the first person in 12 years to clear the Beast Tower. Yet the record stood for barely 3 minutes. First place still belonged to Lin Chuan. Zhou Yi stood beside him. Young Master Lin, pay it no mind. Your 6-color Ancient Lightning has only been cultivated for half a month. The further you progress, the wider the gap between you and him will grow. Lin He's expression softened slightly. Brother Lin is merely ahead for now. I will not let a single defeat shatter my resolve. Zhou Yi adjusted his collar. The Provincial Martial Association must have already seen your results. A key figure might even come in person. The moment he finished speaking, a deep rumble echoed through the sky. All the cadets looked up simultaneously. 2 silver private jets descended through the cloud cover. Emblazoned on their flanks was the golden insignia of the Provincial Martial Way Association. A fierce wind swept across the training ground. The cadets' uniforms snapped violently in the gale. The first jet landed smoothly. The second was noticeably more abrupt. It listed half a meter to the left upon touchdown. Curses immediately rang out from within the cabin. I told you not to let the Thunder Rat drive. You're riding in my aircraft and still whining like this. 2 voices drifted through the hatch. No one on the training ground dared to laugh. To address a Thunder-type Martial King with such a moniker required either immense courage or profound invulnerability. The occupants of the second aircraft were easy enough to identify. Xing Lai and Qin Yu hurried forward to greet them. The hatch opened. The Thunder King stepped out first. Clad in a black training uniform, his hair cropped to a mere inch. With every step forward, a crackle of blue arc lightning danced across his soles. The Poison King followed closely behind. He appeared somewhat older. His hair had turned completely white, yet he wore a garishly bright green coat. The Thunder King glanced back. Dressed like that? Surely you're afraid people won't know you reek of poison. The Poison King sneered. At least it's better than looking like a faulty electrical socket. The air between them trembled faintly. Xing Lai quickly stepped forward half a pace. Oh my goodness. Welcome. A grand welcome to both elders. The students are all assembled here. The Poison King retracted his gaze. Let's attend to business first. Both Martial Kings turned their attention to the cadet formation. Several individuals instinctively straightened their spines. Martial Kings. Not a single one resided permanently in all of Haiqing. Figures usually only encountered in news reports and textbooks had arrived in a single day. The nearby cadets' gazes collectively settled upon Lin He. The answer was self-evident. Both kings had come for Lin He, an S-rank 6-color Ancient Lightning, entering the martial warrior realm in merely half a month. Slain a third-tier beast projection. Such talent warranted a personal visit from a Martial King. Zhou Yi lowered his voice. Young Master Lin, your collar is still crooked. Before Lin he could raise a hand, Zhou Yi had already readjusted it. The collar lay perfectly flat. His cuffs were neat. Not a strand of hair was out of place. Lin He stepped forward half a pace. His expression smoothed back into composure. The Thunder King approached directly. He stopped before Lin He. Are you Lin He? I am senior. Unleash your talent. Lin He did not hesitate. The six-color ancient lightning erupted in unison. Crimson, azure, gold, white, verdant, and abyssal black. 6 distinct voltages of thunder coursed along his frame. A first-stage martial warrior aura rapidly expanded. The Thunder King extended his right hand. Strike me. Lin He paused slightly. Pardon, I said strike me. Give it your full force. Yes. The golden lightning rapidly enveloped his right palm. Red lightning surged forth to follow. Dash thunder palm. Lin He struck squarely at the Thunder King's chest. Thud. Both lightnings detonated simultaneously. The surrounding cadets were forced back several steps. Yet the Thunder King's body did not budge. Not a thread of his garments was torn. Upon contacting him, all the lightning suddenly calmed of its own accord. The Thunder King reached out and grasped Lin He's wrist. Blue arcs of electricity invaded his meridians. The six-color ancient lightning reacted instantly. Boom. Across Lin He's body surface. Sheet after sheet of hexachromatic thunder scales condensed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they armored both arms and his chest. The Thunder King tapped a finger against the thunder scales. Clang. The sound of striking metal rang out. The hexachromatic scales remained unblemished. The Thunder King released his grip. All 6 types of lightning possess independent capabilities. The Thunder Scale armor also integrates rather well. Regrettably, their cycles still retain slight intervals. Lin He listened intently. Once you truly fuse the 6-color ancient lightning into a single entity, the number of individuals at your cultivation realm capable of breaching your defense shall not exceed 3. The nearby cadets' expressions shifted subtly. Undefeated within the same realm. That was the Thunder King's evaluation of Lin He. The Thunder King withdrew a blue token. Engraved upon its surface was a thunder pool. Willing to become my disciple. Joy flickered in Lin He's eyes. He did not reach out immediately. Instead, he offered a respectful bow. This disciple accepts. The Thunder King handed him the token. From this day forward, you are my 7th direct disciple. Lin He gripped the Thunderpool token. Identity verification completed instantly. Acquired the status of the Thunder King's direct disciple. Provincial Thunderpool privileges have been officially unlocked. Zhou Yi was more ecstatic than if he himself had taken a master. Young Master Lin. Congratulations. Several surrounding cadets also cast envious glances. A direct disciple of a martial king. This represented far more than a single teacher. Cultivation methods, martial techniques, resources, and social connections would all shift accordingly. Lin He's S-rank talent had finally begun to reveal its true worth. The Poison King moved forward as well. His intended target was Lin He too. Zhou Yi hastily stepped aside. Someone whispered. The Poison King has his sights on Lin He too. With thunder and poison combined, his combat prowess would indeed be formidable. Can one person take 2 martial kings as masters simultaneously? Normally no. But if the talent is exceptional enough, perhaps negotiation is possible. Lin He straightened his posture once more. Yet the Thunder King frowned slightly. Old poisonous thing. He is my disciple. What do you intend to do? The Poison King offered no reply. He walked up to Lin He, then pivoted on his heel, and seamlessly bypassed him. Lin He's prepared greeting stuck firmly in his throat. The Poison King finally halted before Lin Chuan. Are you Lin Chuan? I am. Strike me. Give it everything you've got. The Poison King mimicked the Thunder King's manner. With pleasure. Lin Chuan replied, promptly unleashing a thunderous punch. Boom. As his fist tore through the air, the atmosphere itself seemed to rupture. The Poison King's eyes widened in sudden regret. He secretly cursed the Thunder Rat, wondering why acquiring a disciple meant getting manhandled. Though he had erected defenses, the punch still crumpled him like a dried shrimp. The entire arena fell silent. Even the Thunder King's eyelid twitched. Fortunately, he hadn't chosen Lin Chuan. This lad possessed unnatural physical strength. Guh. The Poison King bulged his eyes, hands clasped behind his back, standing firm and radiating patriarchal dignity. Well then, Lord Poison King, how was that punch? Pass. Able. His abdomen was already in agony, but luckily his S-rank poison physique meant medicine and toxins shared a root. His self-healing capability was terrifying. Then let me throw another one who I held back just now. Before Lin Chuan could even raise his arm, the Poison King hurriedly called a halt. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Young man, you possess considerable strength, the Poison King chuckled. He thoroughly approved of this potential disciple. 15 seconds to slay a 3rd-tier beast. It seems that C-rank poison physique was holding you back, he remarked. Lin Chuan pondered for a moment. It did. A half-second paralysis, and they recover. Indeed somewhat shameful. Han Zhao's lip twitched. The 3rd-tier Thunderhorn Feral Bull possessed formidable resistances to both lightning and poison. For Lin Chuan to stall it for half a second was already absurd, and he thought that was embarrassing. The Poison King laughed instead. At least you possess some self-awareness. He produced a crystal the size of a human fist. Within the crystal, 36-minute channels were distributed. This is a Venom Meridian crystal. Pour your poison energy into it. However many of the 36 channels illuminate, count them. The nearby cadets turned their gaze toward the crystal. For an ordinary poison-type warrior, lighting 10 Venom Meridians simultaneously was considered competent control. Reaching 20. Already permitted to learn most poison-type martial techniques. As for 30 or more, required at least a decade of poison energy control experience. Lin Chuan took the Venom Meridian Crystal. Dark green poison energy surged from his palm. The first channel ignited. Immediately following, light blazed across all remaining 35 channels simultaneously. The entire crystal swiftly suffused with dark green. 36 streams of poison energy crisscrossed within, yet they never once collided with one another. The Poison King's gaze shifted subtly. Freeze them midway. Lin Chuan's fingers tightened slightly. All poison energy halted simultaneously. All 36 channels. Each illuminated precisely halfway. Vertical variance did not exceed 1 millimeter. Assessment data manifested instantly. Poison energy quality upper C rank. Spiritual sense control precision 97. Qin Yu stared fixedly at the precision metrics. This level of control. As fellow warriors, some could merely expel their true qi. Yet Lin Chuan commanded 36 streams of poison energy to halt simultaneously at precise coordinates. Shen Qin gripped her mental secret art closer. Lin Chuan's spiritual perception surpassed hers. His raw strength exceeded Su Dongyang's. His speed was swifter still. Was this man truly omnipotent? The Poison King reclaimed the crystal. He produced a fragment of black metal. Third-tier poison-resistant alloy. Use your strongest poison. Lin Chuan's right hand became sheathed in dark green toxicity. His 5 fingers pressed against the alloy's surface. Fizz. White vapor ascended. Corrosion marks gradually marred the metallic face. 10 seconds later, Lin Chuan withdrew his hand. A 3 millimeter deep impression remained branded into the alloy. The detector promptly rendered its verdict. Poison energy destructive grade, peak second tier. The Poison King cast a glance. As expected, control far surpasses your peers. Toxin quality remains merely C rank. The reason you slain the Thunderhorn Feral Bull in 15 seconds relies upon your physique, true chi perception, and martial technique. Your poison-type aptitude conversely has become your most glaring weakness. Lin Chuan regarded the metal shard. Can it be remedied? It can. How? High-grade toxic substances. Poison-type beast cores. Specialized poison path cultivation manuals. The Poison King listed 3 methods. Each demanded substantial resources. The surrounding cadets finally understood. The Poison King sought out Lin Chuan not because his poison was already potent. Quite the opposite. It was precisely because it remained insufficient. Once that weakness was fortified, Lin Chuan's combat capability would escalate further still. The Poison King stowed the crystal. I can instruct you in the poison path. I can also source suitable poison cores for you. Lin Chuan lifted his gaze. Taking on a disciple. Registered disciple. The Poison King made no grandiose claims. Your physique perception and combat framework lie beyond my instruction. Outside the poison path, I may also lack the standing to guide you. Therefore a provisional registration. The nearby cadets' scalps tingled with shock. A dignified martial king. Does apprenticeship include poison cores? The Poison King fell silent for 2 seconds as well. You brat, you're even more pragmatic than I was at your age. Appreciate the compliment. I didn't compliment you. Consider it a compliment, then do I refuse to overthink it. A fine refusal to overthink it. The Poison King tossed Lin Chuan a dark green token. Poison King's registered disciple status confirmed. The Provincial Martial Arts Association's Poison Archive has been unlocked. Poison resource redemption privileges have been elevated. Nearby cadets gazed at the 2 identity tokens. Their moods grew complicated. They had spent lavishly to defeat Lin Chuan, purchasing elixirs, renting cultivation chambers. Some had squandered tens of millions in a single day. In the end, Lin He departed with a Thunder King as master. Lin Chuan likewise secured a Poison King. What they took away were nothing but colossal bills. Lin He gripped the Thunderpool token. His fingers tightened minutely. Why must elder brother always snatch the attention that belongs to me? I have already become the Thunder King's disciple. In the clan competition half a month hence, I will unequivocally prove who truly is the Lin family's genuine genius. A system notification appeared before Lin Chuan's eyes. Fo Lin He's hatred toward the host has increased. Lin Chuan was in high spirits. His younger brother had just found a master. His motivation to work immediately surged. Upon hearing the words, clan competition, the Thunder King interjected. A clash between you two in half a month. Lin He nodded respectfully. The victor of the clan competition shall be named young patriarch of the Lin family. The Thunder King turned toward Lin Chuan. Third stage of the martial warrior realm, indeed ahead. Yet after half a month the outcome remains uncertain. The Poison King sneered. You've barely finished claiming a disciple and already boasting on his behalf. I merely state facts. The 6-color ancient lightning grows exponentially stronger the further it develops. Then let us compare them. The Poison King extended a finger toward Lin Chuan. My registered disciple versus your direct heir. A flash of lightning sparked within the Thunder King's eyes. The loser furnishes a 4th-tier resource. Agreed. The 2 martial kings established the wager on the spot. Lin Chuan regarded the Poison King. Upon victory, to whom shall the 4th-tier resource belong? The Poison King's temple vein throbbed faintly. You whippersnapper went first, and then ask. Having spoken, he produced 2 substantial cultivation manuals, tossing them directly toward Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan raised a hand and caught them, one bound in black, the other in dark crimson. The text upon their covers ignited simultaneously. The Poison King turned and strode toward the cultivation zone. Train first. If you fail to master them, I will reconsider the transaction. How much are these 2 worth? Lin Chuan caught the technique manuals. The first thing he did was open the Martial Arts Association's internal database. Poison King paused in his steps, checking the price right after getting them. If I don't check the price, how will I know if master is generous or not? Take a look at the content first. Lin Chuan opened the first manual. On the surface of the black paper, a diagram of human meridians emerged. Myriad toxin transformation scripture. Applicable realms: martial artist realm, martial master realm. Poison type: true chi conversion efficiency increased by 50%. Martial Arts Association internal valuation 28 million. The second technique manual was then opened. 4 dark green true chi routes were distributed across the shoulders and both sides of the spine. 4-armed king fist. High-level martial artist combat technique. Martial Arts Association internal valuation 16 million. The 2 manuals together, 44 million. And that was merely the internal appraisal. Pei Wubbing's signature combat technique had never been publicly sold on the market. If it were actually put up for auction, the price would continue to rise. Lin Chuan closed the manual. Master, you are too generous. Pei Wubbing snorted lightly. Not asking about the poison core now. One thing at a time. The technique and the poison core don't conflict. Pei Wubbing suddenly felt a bit regretful. This disciple's ability still needed to be observed. His skin was certainly thick enough. Nearby, Thunder King Yu Jinglei had already left the training ground with Lin He. The training camp officially ended. The 51 trainees each packed their belongings. Su Dongyang walked up to Lin Chuan. Let's have another fight during the provincial exam. Sure. Lin Chuan pointed to the points exchange counter. Top up more before you leave. Su Dongyang was silent for a moment. He turned and left. The camp was already over. This guy still hadn't forgotten to urge him to spend. What did his family have shares, or could he get a commission from Lin Chuan? Han Xiao passed by Lin Chuan. He didn't say a word. He just glanced at the 2 technique manuals in Lin Chuan's hands. Poison King's signature combat technique, plus a poison-type technique covering both the martial artist and martial master realms. Han Xiao suddenly felt that the over 20 million he had spent in the past half-month didn't seem so worthwhile. At least Lin Chuan hadn't spent a single cent. He had also brought back a martial king master. At 11 o'clock in the morning, 2 special vehicles from the Provincial Martial Arts Association drove into the Lin family manor. The first car had just come to a stop. The ceremonial cannons at the manor gate immediately shot into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Golden sparks continuously exploded. Dozens of Lin clan elders, branch members, and business association executives were already waiting at the gate. Lin Nan, standing at the front, had changed into a black formal suit. Lin's mother, along with Lin Qingxue and Lin Yue, stood behind him. Lin Xiuxiu was at the outermost edge of the group. Seeing Lin Chuan get out of the car, she was the first to wave her hand. Lin Chuan raised his hand in response. Immediately after, Thunder King and Poison King stepped out of the special vehicles one after another. The crowd at the gate immediately fell silent. Yu Jinglei, the Thunder-type martial king of the Provincial Martial Arts Association. He had once single-handedly guarded the No. 3 Thunder Cave, and had slain 7 5th-rank demon beasts. Pei Wubbing, the strongest poison-type martial king in the province. He was also the honorary vice president of the Daxia Poison-type Alchemy Association. 2 martial kings entered the Lin family at the same time. This kind of extravagance, in the more than 100 years since the Lin family was established, it had appeared for the first time. Lin Nan quickly stepped forward to greet them. 2 esteemed seniors grace the Lin family with your presence. It truly brings great honor to our humble abode. Lin Chuan walked over from behind. To be precise, it's my house that is honored. The entrance fell silent for a moment. The smile on Lin Nan's face stiffened slightly. The ancestral house indeed belonged to Lin Chuan. Before Lin Chuan turned 18, it was only temporarily managed by him. This issue, Lin Nan had been very unwilling to be reminded of it lately, but Lin Chuan reminded him quite frequently. Pei Wubbing looked up and glanced at the ancestral house. The house is nice, Lin Chuan said politely. Feel free to stay. Don't stand on ceremony. Yu Jinglei looked at Lin Nan. Is he the head of the family? Lin Nan's face became even more rigid. Lin Chuan answered for him. The work handover hasn't been completed yet, but it will be soon. Lin Nan took a deep breath. 2 esteemed seniors, please. He didn't want to continue discussing the property issue. At least not today. The main hall of the Lin family had prepared a banquet. The 2 martial kings sat at the seats of honor. Lin He was arranged to sit beside Yu Jinglei. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, directly sat next to Pei Wubbing. The other seats quickly showed a clear division. Lin Nan, Lin's mother, and the 2 elder sisters all sat on Lin He's side. They had more faith in Lin He. S grade 6 colored ancient thunder. Martial artist 1st rank. He had also fused the 6-colored Thunder Scale armor. Now he had become Thunder King's direct disciple. As long as he grew normally, he would at least become a martial king in the future. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate. She directly sat beside Lin Chuan. Some clan elders who originally supported Lin, he also didn't change their seats. Other neutral clan elders, however, began to reconsider. Lin Chuan's talent was only C grade, but his cultivation level had already reached martial artist 3rd rank. His beast arena points were 19306. Killed a 3rd rank Thunderhorn Stampede in 15 seconds. Now, Poison King had even personally come to visit. The ceiling of C grade talent was indeed not high, but Lin Chuan seemed to have never followed that ceiling since his awakening. A clan elder lowered his voice. The clan competition is still half a month away. It's too early to say who will win or lose. The person sitting on Lin's side snorted coldly. Thunder King accepted him as a direct disciple. Poison King only accepted him as a nominal disciple. Can these two statuses be the same? Lin Chuan is now ahead by 2 realms. Half a month is enough for Lin He to catch up. The voices on both sides were not loud, but with the martial kings hearing they could hear clearly. Yu Jinglei picked up his teacup. The Lin family people do have good eyes. Pei Wubbing glanced at him. Supporting your disciple is having good eyes. At least they know the value of S grade. No matter how strong S grade is, didn't he just lose? A spark of electricity flashed across the teacup in Yu Jinglei's hand. 15 days of victory or defeat doesn't prove anything. Then why are you explaining so much? Pei Wubbing picked up a piece of meat. Just wait for the clan competition. Yu Jinglei didn't continue speaking. The two had already placed a bet using a 4th rank resource. Whoever lost would pay the price. No matter how much they argued verbally, in the end it came down to the disciples. Lin Nan heard their conversation. He immediately said, the clan competition in half a month will be open to all members of the Lin family. The winner will become the young clan leader of the Lin family. At the same time, they will gain access to the family's core resources. Lin He tightened his grip on the Thunderpool token. His gaze became more serious. He had to win. The match he lost before was only for the training camp ranking. If he lost this time, what he would lose was the qualification to inherit the Lin family. Yu Jinglei looked at him. Training starts this afternoon. Half a month is enough for you to completely reintegrate your 6-colored thunder. Lin He nodded seriously. Disciple will not disappoint master. Pei Wubbing similarly looked at Lin Chuan. You too. First finish reading those 2 technique manuals. Lin Chuan was looking down at his phone. He didn't respond. Pei Wubbing frowned slightly. Did you hear me? I heard you. Then what are you looking at? Looking at the betting odds. Master, we have to make a killing on this wave. Lin Chuan placed his phone on the table. The news of the Lin family clan competition had already spread to the Haiqing Martial Artist Forum. The Beast Arena results. 2 martial kings taking on disciples. The battle for the young clan leader in half a month. 3 pieces of news appeared simultaneously. Related discussions quickly surpassed 10000. Can S-grade 6-colored Ancient Thunder complete a comeback? Lin Chuan killed a 3rd rank projection in 15 seconds. How strong is his true strength? Thunder King's direct disciple versus Poison King's nominal disciple. The largest civilian martial combat platform in Haiqing had even opened a win-loss betting pool. Lin He wins odds 1.45. Lin Chuan wins odds 2.1. Lin He's support rate reached 68. This result was not surprising. Lin Chuan's current record was stronger, but Lin He's growth potential was higher. Half a month of specialized guidance from a martial king was enough to further develop S-grade talent. Yet Lin Chuan's publicly known core talent was still only C-grade blood erosion poison body. Lin Qingxue saw the odds. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It seems most people still favor Xiaohe. Lin Yue nodded. The gap between S-grade and C-grade won't disappear because of a single assessment. Lin Xiaoxiao took out her phone. I'll bet on Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. Third sister has good eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao completed the identity verification. Immediately after, a prompt popped up on the screen. This match involves your immediate family member. To prevent related parties from manipulating the match, betting is temporarily unavailable. The brother and sister fell silent simultaneously. Lin Chuan reopened his own account. This user is under 18. Cash martial combat betting is prohibited. Lin Chuan looked at Pei Wubbing. Master, can you bet for me? Pei Wubbing put down his chopsticks. No. Why? Participants betting on themselves through related parties is considered manipulating the betting pool. Lifetime ban. Lin Chuan sighed. At 17 you can enter the underground caves to kill demon beasts. But you can't bet on yourself to win. This world is a bit hypocritical towards minors. Yu Jinglei looked at the odds. His expression was quite good. The masses have sharp eyes. Pei Wubbing let out a cold laugh. I remember you said that before. Later the stock you bought was delisted. Yu Jinglei put down his phone expressionlessly. Your mouth is really poisonous. Your words are really thunderous. Pei Wubbing continued to taunt him. Yu Jinglei was so angry his heart ached, but he didn't want to say anything more. The banquet soon ended. Yu Jinglei took Lin He to the Lin family's Thunder-type training area. Pei Wubbing, on the other hand, entered the underground cultivation chamber of the ancestral house. Lin Chuan followed behind, holding the 2 technique manuals. The underground cultivation chamber was quite large. All 4 walls were reinforced with second-rank alloy. Pei Wubbing stood in the center of the training ground. The myriad toxin transformation scripture handles true chi cultivation for the martial artist stage. I'll start teaching you tomorrow. Lin Chuan raised the dark red manual. What about this? 4-armed king fist. Pei Wubbing rolled his shoulders. My signature combat technique. Dark green true chi slowly rose from his body. There are 4 independent true chi routes across the shoulders and both sides of the spine. After entering the gate, you can control both fists simultaneously. True chi quickly covered Pei Wubbing's arms. The air was gently pushed away by his fists. At minor mastery, true chi covers both arms. Strength and attack speed increase simultaneously. The true chi behind him began to gather. 2 dark green arms slowly extended out. At major mastery, you manifest 2 true chi arms, plus the physical body that makes 4 arms. The 2 true chi arms continued to expand. The 5 fingers quickly solidified. Each arm was already over 2 meters long. After reaching perfection, the manifested arms' strength increases. They can independently execute combat techniques. Pei Wubbing did not stop. The true chi behind him surged again. A third, a fourth. 2 more true chi arms extended from the sides of his shoulders. 4 true chi arms. 2 physical arms. 6 arms spread out simultaneously. 6 fists struck out from different angles. Boom, boom, boom. 6 second-rank alloy test targets dented simultaneously. Each fist imprint were almost identical in size and depth. Simultaneous attack targets 6. Time error 0. 0.1 seconds. Power error 0. 3. Lin Chuan looked up at the 6 arms. He was silent for 2 seconds. Master, isn't this 6 arms? Pei Wubbing remained expressionless. When I registered the technique, I hadn't yet cultivated to the ultimate realm. Then Pei Wubbing patted Lin Chuan's shoulder and gave a sly smile. But you, my disciple, have to start from 2 arms. The following morning, in the Lin family's underground training chamber, 16 metal canisters were neatly arranged along the wall. Each canister bore a red danger warning label. First rank corrupted blood poison. First rank paralysis poison. Second rank heart-eating pollen. Second rank black scale lizard venom. Pei Wubbing donned a black antitoxin mask. He casually tossed one to Lin Chuan as well. Put it on. These toxins mixed together. A single inhale would land an ordinary martial artist in the hospital for half a month. Lin Chuan took the mask. He didn't put it on immediately. Master, aren't you the poison king? Why wrap yourself up so tightly? Pei Wubbing shot him a glance. This old man has a poison body. I'm not a pervert who enjoys smelling poison gas. Pei Wubbing had a point. Some of those fumes were even worse than farts. Having poison resistance didn't mean he had to filter poison gas through his lungs. Lin Chuan set the mask aside. Pei Wubbing frowned. What are you doing? Training directly. How can I absorb the toxins with a mask on? You could start with a lower concentration. No need. Lin Chuan sat down in the center of the training platform. I'm on a tight schedule. The clan competition was half a month away. Lin he had Yu Jinglei's exclusive guidance. And the entire Lin family was pouring resources into him like crazy. Lin Chuan was confident, but he knew he couldn't afford to slack off. He understood clearly that having a system gave him an edge in growth, but it didn't mean he could skip hard work. With a system like this, what he had to do was maximize its use and make the most of it. Pei Wubbing didn't stop him further. He walked over to the control panel. First, circulate the 100 refinements returning to origin method once. Lin Chuan's blood and chi began to flow rapidly. 36 dark golden meridians lit up simultaneously. A massive amount of true chi converged toward his dantian. Compressed. Refined. Compressed again. After watching, Pei Wubbing's eyes flickered with surprise. A perfect level 100 refinements returning to origin method. No wonder your blood chi and true chi far exceed those of the same realm. But this technique has one problem. Lin Chuan opened his eyes. What problem? It lacks a complete martial artist's circulation cycle. The 100 refinements returning to origin method excels at tempering the body, compressing blood chi, and refining true chi. It works well at the body tempering realm. But once you enter the martial artist realm, it becomes insufficient. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy is too slow. It simply can't keep up with the demands of advancing realms. It's like trying to fill a reservoir with a spoon. Lin Chuan seemed lost in thought. It was true. The further one progressed, the more resources were needed for cultivation, and each realm required a corresponding technique. The old technique's cultivation speed naturally couldn't meet the needs of the new realm. It was like practicing addition and subtraction 10,000 times in high school. It wouldn't be of practical use. Middle school had its knowledge, high school had its own, and the same applied to martial artist realms. His dantian was 4 times larger than that of an ordinary martial artist. His true chi density was also extremely high. Continuing to cultivate the 100 refinements returning to origin method would still yield improvement. But the pace had clearly slowed. Pei Wubbing picked up the black technique manual. The myriad toxins transformation true scripture is different. It has a complete circulation cycle for both martial artist and martial master realms. It can absorb the energy of heaven and earth as well as external toxins, and convert them all into poison-type, true qi. You won't need to switch techniques even up to the martial master realm. Lin Chuan nodded. Excellent. It spans 2 major realms. What a treasure. Pei Wubbing smiled proudly. Of course. He raised his hand and pressed the control button. PSSSH. All 16 metal canisters opened simultaneously. Toxic mists of various colors surged through the pipes into the training chamber. Green, black, dark red. 16 types of toxins rapidly mixed. A piercing alarm followed. Poison concentration exceeds safety standards. Please wear protective gear immediately. Pei Wubbing looked at Lin Chuan through the observation window. Circulate the first meridian diagram. Guide the toxins into your meridians. Don't be greedy. If you can refine 10% on your first try, that's acceptable. Lin Chuan inhaled. The surrounding toxic mist rushed into his body. The blood erosion poison body activated automatically. The resistance hidden deep within his flesh and blood also erupted simultaneously. The corrupted blood poison had barely touched his blood before it was forcibly broken down. The paralysis poison entered his meridians, bringing only a slight tingling numbness. The 16 mixed toxins flowed rapidly through all 36 meridians along the circulation path of the myriad toxins transformation true scripture. The first cycle began. The system interface changed accordingly. Detected host cultivating a new technique. Lin Chuan's system also had a proficiency function, which was another incredibly powerful feature. It could quantify the mastery level of a technique into concrete numbers. Once the threshold was reached, he could break through. It was simply awesome. Myriad toxins transformation true scripture initiation 12100. Initiation 31,100. Initiation 68,100. The toxic mist was constantly absorbed. The dark green true qi gradually transformed. Originally, it only carried a toxic property. Now, every strand of true qi actively began to absorb, break down, and merge with external toxins from within. 47 minutes later, the true qi within Lin Chuan completed its first full cycle. Boom. A dark green aura radiated outward from him. The metal plates on the floor upon contact with the true qi quickly showed fine traces of corrosion. Myriad toxins transformation true scripture initiation. Toxin refinement rate 96. True qi fusion rate 100. Lin Chuan opened his eyes. His realm was still at the 3rd layer of martial artist. His total true qi hadn't increased noticeably, but the nature of his true qi had changed. He flicked his finger and shot out a stream of energy. PSSHD. The dark green true qi struck a 2nd grade alloy test plate. It didn't vanish immediately. Instead, it continued to erode the metal from within like a living thing. Seconds later, a hole the size of a thumb appeared on the test plate. Pei Wubbing walked into the training chamber. First, he checked the data. Then he examined the test plate. Finally, he looked at Lin Chuan. First time cultivating. 47 minutes to complete a cycle. Toxin refinement rate of 96%. Lin Chuan asked, "Is that fast?" Pei Wubbing's expression was unreadable. Not bad, can't call it slow. The first time he cultivated, he had taken 11 hours. His toxin refinement rate was 63%, but he didn't mention that there was no need to tell his disciples such things. It would affect a master's dignity. The myriad toxins transformation true scripture can only strengthen the nature of your true qi. It cannot directly upgrade your poison body's rank. Pei Wubbing pointed at the test plate. Your true qi can now actively corrode enemies, but the essence of the corrosion still comes from the C-rank blood erosion poison body. When you encounter a truly high-rank poison resistance, you'll still be suppressed. Lin Chuan stood up. I need to find a way to get some poison cores. Correct. Pei Wubbing nodded. You remember clearly. As long as I haven't obtained a poison core, I won't dare to forget Master's promise even for a day. A vein pulsed gently on Pei Wubbing's forehead. The apprentice he had taken on didn't feel like a disciple, more like a debt collector. In the afternoon, Lin Chuan began cultivating the 4-armed king fist. 4 true qi pathways. They were located on both shoulders and both sides of the spine. To achieve initiation, he had to simultaneously control the flow of both fists. On his first attempt, his left fist struck out, but the true qi in his right fist lagged behind. 4-armed king fist initiation 17100. Second attempt. Both fists struck simultaneously, but the power in his left fist was still noticeably lower than the right. Initiation 42,100. Lin Chuan didn't rush to continue. His perfect level spiritual perception covered his entire body. The flow of true qi, muscle contractions, the transmission of power between his shoulders and spine all became clear contours. Third punch. Bang. Bang. Both test targets dented simultaneously. 4-armed king fist initiation. Lin Chuan smirked and continued training. True qi circulated repeatedly along the 4 pathways. In truth, he himself was immensely talented. His achievements in his past life were not low either. Having lived 2 lifetimes, learning came naturally in this early stage. In his past life with an E-rank talent he had still achieved considerable success, let alone now, when he had unexpectedly obtained an SSSS rank talent. This further enhanced his learning ability. However, the poison-type talent was his innate talent, one that could be continuously upgraded and strengthened in the future. Therefore, Lin Chuan couldn't slack off on his poison cultivation. As for the lightning aspect, with his younger brother's return, he could advance on both fronts. Delightful. An hour later, dark green true chi completely enveloped both arms. The air around his fists continuously emitted explosive sounds. Four-armed king fist minor achievement 3500. Pei Wubbing stared at the test data. He was silent for a long time. Minor achievement in 1 day. The fastest disciple under his tutelage had taken 19 days back then. This kid Lin Chuan's learning speed and physical adaptability were terrifying. Pei Wubbing took out his phone, opened the disciple group, sent Lin Chuan's training data in. Just took on a nominal disciple, a genius from Haicheng. In the training camp, he killed a 3rd-rank Thunderhorn Mad Bull in 15 seconds. Now he's learning the four-armed king fist from me. Minor achievement in 1 day. You lot have you been eating too well lately? The message was sent. No one replied in the group. Pei Wubbing was very satisfied. No talking meant they were already getting anxious. That evening, Lin Chuan finished his training, but system prompts kept appearing. Zhao Yuan's hatred value dropped below binding threshold. Auto-unbinding. Xinqing's hatred value dropped below binding threshold. Auto-unbinding. 12 enemies auto-unbound. Similar prompts continued to refresh. A few minutes later, the original list of 50 enemies was reduced to only 9. Lin Chuan wasn't surprised. Those trainees in the camp originally didn't have much of a grudge against him. After everyone left, they didn't have to see him take first place every day. They didn't have to keep hearing his encouragement to spend. Naturally, their hatred would slowly fade. It was very reasonable. Temporary employees finishing a project. Not cursing the boss after quitting. That was a decent parting. Besides, these people had already refunded him spiritual perception power control movement techniques and a large amount of poison resistance. No wages paid. Plenty of output. Lin Chuan was very satisfied. At 11 p.m., a new system prompt suddenly appeared. Detected new enemy Du Qingming. Current distance 876 kilometers. Bind. Huh. Lin Chuan was taken aback. He didn't know this person. Who the hell is this? Hating me from over 1,000 li away. Lin Chuan rubbed his chin trying to recall anyone named Du he knew. But he couldn't think of anything, and then he just went with the flow. He chuckled. Is it not a joy to have an enemy come from afar? Bind me. Lin Chuan took out his phone and entered the name into the Martial Arts Association's internal database. A file quickly popped up. Du Qingming. Age 24. Talent A rank rotting spirit poison body. Realm 7th layer of martial master. Identity 3rd personal disciple of Poison King, Pei Wubbing. Four-armed king fist perfection. Lin Chuan looked at the last 2 items. His eyes lit up slightly. 7th layer of martial master. A fellow disciple, training the same martial technique. The temporary employees from the training camp had just clocked out, and his senior fellow disciple had already taken over the shift. Moreover, his work ability was clearly stronger. 876 kilometers away. At the provincial capital's Poison King dojo, Du Qingming stared at the message on his phone. His face gradually darkened. He had been a disciple of Pei Wubbing for 8 years. 8 years of bitter cultivation, before he had perfected the four-armed king fist. That was the master's signature martial technique. Previously, only personal disciples were qualified to learn it. Now, a newly accepted nominal disciple had obtained the complete technique on the very first day. Even more outrageous. Minor achievement in 1 day. Du Qingming turned off his phone. Directly entered the 12-fold gravity training room. A C-rank poison body. What right does he have to learn the master's signature technique? Boom. 12-fold gravity descended. Behind Du Qingming, 2 enormous true chi arms condensed simultaneously, along with his original arms. For paths of fist power madly hammered into the test target. At 2 in the morning, Lin Chuan was in his room circulating the myriad toxins transformation true scripture. A system prompt suddenly appeared. Enemy Du Qingming's four-armed king fist has improved, triggering 800-fold return. Boom. A massive surge of martial technique insights flooded into Lin Chuan's mind. 2 new true chi pathways rapidly connected. Dark green true chi rose from behind him. Condensed. Extended. Fingers formed. 2 true chi arms appeared simultaneously behind Lin Chuan. Four-armed king fist major achievement. Lin Chuan's expression was excited. Hell yeah. This senior brother is really something. Haven't even seen him yet, and he's already sent a welcoming gift. At 2 in the morning, in the Lin family's underground training area, Lin Chuan stood amidst 4 mirrors. Behind him, 2 dark green arms were attempting to put on clothes. The left one grabbed the collar. The right one pulled the sleeve. Then they exerted force simultaneously. Rip. The training uniform was torn in half. Lin Chuan looked at the torn cloth in his hands. No good. I've got the skill, but I still need to practice. The system allowed him to master the skill directly, but to use it well he had to train. It was like games such as League of Legends. Everyone has the skills, but the difference in strength lies in who can use them better, aim more accurately, connect combos more smoothly, and know when to use what. This was something not reflected in the data. It was a crucial hidden strength. The 800-fold return. It propelled the four-armed fist art to great completion. The two chi arms each extended to 1 meter and 20 centimeters. The 5 fingers joints and meridians were fully formed, together with the original arms that made 4 arms. However, the newly formed chi arms could only perform basic movements. Their strength was only 46% of the original arms. To truly use them in battle, he still needed to practice. Lin Chuan changed into another shirt and began punching immediately. His original fist struck the testing targets in front. Simultaneously, the two chi arms spread out to the left and right. Bang! The 2 testing targets in front instantly caved in, but the ones on the left and right only showed shallow fist marks. Original arm strength, 15 tons. Chi arm strength, 7 tons. This result was already terrifying among peers. But by the standard of four-armed fist art great completion, it barely passed. Pei Wubbing pushed open the door and entered the training area. He was still wearing pajamas. He carried a venom-insulated thermos. "What are you doing in the basement in the middle of the night?" Lin Chuan turned around. Behind him, the 2 chi arms swung simultaneously. "Master, look at my new growth." Pei Wubbing stopped in his tracks. He looked at the chi arms, then at the clock on the wall. It was 2:07 a.m. Lin Chuan had only reached minor completion this afternoon. Now it was great completion. Pei Wubbing was utterly stunned. Was this guy even human? He strode forward, pressing his 5 fingers onto one chi arm, and his spiritual energy quickly seeped into it. The chi route was complete. The palm structure was stable. Even the 5 fingers could move independently. It was not a forced, superficial construct. It was true great completion. "How did you do it?" "I just practiced, and then it came." "Be specific." Lin Chuan thought earnestly. "First practice, then receive the universe's gift, then reflect, and finally gradually master it." Pei Wubbing stared at him for a few seconds. What nonsense was he talking about? He might as well have said nothing. "Do it again. Let the 4 arms attack separately." Lin Chuan faced the testing targets again. He activated the heavy mountain body stabilization stance. Power rose from the soles of his feet, calves, waist, abdomen, spine. Finally, it split into 4 routes. 2 entered the original fists. The remaining power surged into the shoulders, then into the chi arms. Boom. 4 fists struck the testing targets simultaneously. The 4 second-grade alloy targets bent backward. Pei Wubbing put down his thermos. The strength gap is still too large. The chi arms are also not solid enough. If they encounter a martial master's power, they will collapse after 2 direct clashes. Lin Chuan retracted the chi arms. Great completion isn't enough. No. Pei Wubbing pointed at the nearby alloy wall. Great completion only gives you 2 extra movable hands. At perfection, they become true combat arms. They can exert power independently. They become more solid, like new arms that move at will and can even execute martial techniques independently. Understood. Lin Chuan resumed his punching practice. 2 hours later, Pei Wubbing went back to sleep. But Lin Chuan did not stop. The 4 arms continued to hammer the testing targets. The proficiency steadily increased. 4-armed fist art, great completion, 471000. Great completion 831000. Great completion 1261000. This proficiency function is the most insane. Lin Chuan was astonished. Effort yielded results. This was a rule-level power. Of course, after all that effort, the most important thing was that Lin Chuan's feel for the chi arms became increasingly comfortable. Lin Chuan practiced until dawn. The 4 chi routes became more and more stable. At the same time, 876 kilometers away in a 12-fold gravity training room, Du Qingming also had not rested. He had been training continuously for 10 hours. With every punch, the entire training room trembled slightly. Before sweat could drip, it was evaporated by his poison chi. Du Qingming looked at the testing screen. Chi arm solidity, 89.7. He was still far from the extreme realm, but he did not exit the training room. A C-grade poison body could achieve minor completion in a day. He, a proud A-grade decay poison body and the personal disciple of the Poison King, how could he not go further? The next afternoon, the system prompt appeared again. Rival Du Qingming's 4-armed fist art has improved. Triggered 600-fold return. A surge of chi control insights flooded into Lin Chuan's mind. The 2 chi arms behind him rapidly transformed. Their original length of 1 meter and 20 centimeters began to extend outward 1 meter 5, 1 meter 8, 2 meters. The chi on the surface of the arms compressed continuously. The fingers and joints fully solidified. One of the chi arms raised. It independently executed the thunderclap palm. Inside the palm, 6 hidden forces gathered simultaneously. Boom. The chi arm struck the testing target. The 6 hidden forces pierced through the alloy shell and exploded simultaneously inside the metal. Bang. The second-grade testing target burst apart from the middle. Fragments flew in all directions. The other chi arm simultaneously reached out its 5 fingers, catching 3 metal fragments. The original hands did not move, yet the four arms completed 3 different actions. Four-armed fist art reached perfection. Chi arm strength 80 of original arms. Chi arm length 2 meters. Pei Wubbing stood at the entrance. His thermos was half screwed, then he unscrewed it again. Great completion yesterday. Perfection today. Lin Chuan turned around. Master, you're here. Pei Wubbing did not respond. He opened the disciple group chat. He found the message he sent yesterday. Just took on a nominal disciple. Four-armed fist art minor completion in 1 day. Pei Wubbing long pressed the message. He wanted to retract it. The system quickly prompted sent more than 2 minutes ago. Cannot retract. Pei Wubbing fell silent. If he had known Lin Chuan would reach perfection the next day, he shouldn't have been so eager to show off yesterday. The message was sent too early, making him as a master seem a bit narrow-minded. Stop for today. Pei Wubbing walked into the training area. You're breaking through too fast. The chi routes need time to adapt. Lin Chuan nodded. Then I'll practice the 10,000 toxins transformation scripture. Pei Wubbing glanced at him. Can't you take a rest? I'm not used to resting. Impressive. On the 3rd day, Du Qingming still had not left the gravity training room. Under 12-fold gravity. He had trained continuously for 18 hours. The 2 chi arms had solidified to near the originals. But between perfection and the extreme realm. The difference was not power but a new chi route. To manifest 2 more arms, he had to separate the 6 attack routes completely. Without interference and simultaneously controlled by his spiritual energy. Du Qingming tried again and again, failing each time. Until the 763rd attempt. On both sides of his shoulder blades, 2 new chi trajectories finally appeared. Though only for an instant, it showed him the direction of breakthrough. Excitement flashed in Du Qingming's eyes. The extreme realm. I finally touched it. In the Lin family's underground training area, the system prompt appeared simultaneously. Rival Du Qingming's four-armed fist art has improved. Triggered 1,000-fold return. Boom. The 6 chi routes inside Lin Chuan exploded simultaneously. On both sides of his shoulders, both sides of his spine, and both sides of his shoulder blades. Dark green chi surged out madly. The original 2 chi arms extended from behind first. Then a third, a fourth. 4 phantom arms spread out simultaneously. Plus the original 2 arms, 6 arms. The 6 chi routes operated independently. Four-armed fist art reached the extreme realm. Lin Chuan raised his 6 arms and looked left and right. Extreme realm in 3 times. Master's technique isn't that hard. Outside the training area, Pei Wubbing had just arrived. He stopped in his tracks. This kid was not human. He himself started training at 25 and reached the extreme realm at 28. 3 whole years. Du Qingming had trained hard for 8 years and was still stuck at perfection. Lin Chuan had only used 3 days. Pei Wubbing felt that he and all his disciples had been insulted at the same time. Activate the combat arena. He took off his coat and tossed it aside. I'll test you personally. Lin Chuan looked at him. Master, if I break something, I don't have to pay for it, right? First have the ability to break it. Pei Wubbing walked to the center of the arena. His martial king aura rapidly descended. Martial Lord late Martial Master, finally stopping at Martial Master 1st level. I'll suppress my realm to Martial Master 1st level and only use four-armed fist art. Dark green chi rose from behind him. For chi arms over 2 meters long condensed simultaneously. Plus his original arms. Also 6 arms. Pei Wubbing stepped forward. The ground did not crack. But 6 fists simultaneously struck toward Lin Chuan from different directions, the top of the head. Chest, both ribs, lower abdomen, throat. The 6 attack routes had no order or pattern. Lin Chuan's spiritual perception instantly expanded. The contraction of Pei Wubbing's original muscles, the energy changes inside the chi arms, the 6 attack points, all entered his mind. He activated the heavy mountain body stabilization stance. Power split along his spine. Lin Chuan raised his 6 arms simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. 12 fists collided head-on. The entire underground training ground shook violently. Lin Chuan slid backward 2 meters with his feet on the ground. Pei Wubbing remained standing, but one of his left chi arms rippled slightly. Lin Chuan had blocked it. A martial artist level 3. Had blocked a 6-direction attack from a martial master 1st level head-on. Pei Wubbing's eyes turned serious. The first round was just simultaneous attacks. The second round, he deliberately changed the rhythm of the 6 arms. 2 arms struck early, 3 arms struck late, and the last fist was hidden behind the 5 fist shadows aimed straight at Lin Chuan's heart. Facing such an attack, an ordinary person would have their own arms tangled. But Lin Chuan stepped forward. His original left fist blocked the attack from above. His original right fist struck at Pei Wubbing's chest. The 4 chi arms spread outward. 1 blocked, 1 pressed, 1 grabbed, and 1 fist met the hidden attack head-on. Boom. 12 fists collided again. Lin Chuan's 2 right chi arms vibrated violently, with fine cracks appearing on the surface. But they did not collapse. Pei Wubbing took half a step back. The combat testing system quickly refreshed. Simultaneous attack routes controlled 6. Attack route interference 0. Comprehensive burst intensity, tier 3 mid-stage. The training area fell silent. Pei Wubbing dispersed his chi arms. He stared at the last piece of data for a long time. Lin Chuan's realm was only martial artist level 3, yet his pure burst had already reached tier 3 mid-stage. More importantly, his control. 6 arms attacking and defending simultaneously without any mutual interference. How was it? Lin Chuan rolled his shoulders. Can I return it? Pei Wubbing looked at him. You want to quit? No, I'm asking for master. This technique, I've mastered it in 3 days. Pei Wubbing's fingers twitched. He almost released his realm suppression. Fortunately, he held back. He had just taken the disciple 3 days ago. Killing him now might be troublesome to handle. The martial technique is fine. Pei Wubbing walked up to Lin Chuan. The real problem is still your talent. He raised his hand and tapped Lin Chuan's chest. 6 arms, 6 fist forces, combat, talent, mental control, power, conduction, and judgment. All sufficient. But your poison is still only C grade. Lin Chuan raised his 6 arms. If I poison with 6 hands, doesn't that count as 6 doses? Pour 6 cups of water together. Pei Wubbing's face was expressionless. It won't become wine. Lin Chuan exclaimed, that makes sense. When facing a true martial master, your poison power will be directly suppressed by their chi. He opened Lin Chuan's physical data. Blood erosion, poison body, C grade upper. Current development, 63. Bone talent potential limited by talent grade. To improve poison power, bone talent, and future potential, you must evolve the blood erosion poison body. Lin Chuan dispersed the 4 chi arms. Found the poison core? No. Then why are you talking so much? I'm looking for it now. Pei Wubbing took out his phone. He made the first call. A tier 3 cyan scale poison python's demon core. Already reserved. The decay swamp turtle won't work. Its poison is too weak. The next batch from the Martial Association warehouse will be in 2 months. Pei Wubbing's expression grew increasingly grim. The authority he had just built up as a master was being challenged by the inventory. A dozen minutes later, an internal bounty from the Border Defense Force caught his eye. Emergency assistance mission. Mission location, Dark Night Cave. Target tier 3 mid-stage beast shadow poison cat. Bloodline poison core integrity estimated over 95. Current status about to break through to tier 3 late stage. Pei Wubbing continued scrolling down. The space in the Dark Night Cave was unstable. Only martial masters were allowed to enter. If a martial king forcibly passed through the passage, the entire spatial entrance might collapse. He could not enter. But Lin Chuan perfectly met the conditions. Martial artist level 3, extreme realm, four-armed fist, art, comprehensive burst reaching tier 3 mid-stage. Pei Wubbing closed the data. You finished training the extreme realm fist art. There's a cat in the cave with a poison core. Do you dare to go? I'll go. Lin Chuan did not hesitate. When do we depart? Pei Wubbing glanced at the time. Now. Who claims the poison core? Whoever kills it keeps it. Lin Chuan turned and walked away. Pei Wubbing watched his retreating figure. Aren't you packing anything? Traveling light. Bring the antidote. I've mastered the 10,000 poisons true scripture. Don't I embody the antidote myself? Pei Wubbing pondered. There was truth to that. Especially for this young man Lin Chuan, whose body possessed astonishing adaptability. Half an hour later, a car from the Provincial Martial Arts Association departed from the Lin family estate. The Nightfell Abyss lay in the northern reaches of Haicheng, 170 kilometers from the urban center. It was once an abandoned mine. 7 years ago, a spatial rift had suddenly opened deep within the mine shaft, spilling hordes of abyssal beasts into the mortal realm. The Haicheng border guards fought continuously for 4 days before reclaiming the entrance. Now the entire mine had been converted into a military restricted zone. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the specialized vehicle arrived at the abyss entrance. Inside the mountainside, a black fissure 20 meters high continuously exuded frigid air. Numerous detection instruments surrounded the passage. As soon as Pei Wubbing approached, the alarms immediately blared. Detected Martial King level life force. Current passage capacity limit, Martial Master realm. Entry prohibited. The black fissure trembled violently. Pei Wubbing retreated 2 steps. Only then did the passage stabilize. The spatial structure of the Nightfell Abyss was too fragile. A Martial King forcing entry would shatter the entire passage with high-tier energy. With good fortune, only the entrance would collapse. With bad fortune, 10 kilometers around would vanish along with it. Captain Liang Feng of the 7th Border Guard Regiment stepped quickly from the base. He was tall and imposing. A claw mark scarred the left side of his cheek. The wound had just scabbed over with black poison marks still lingering at the edges. Senior Pei, Liang Feng saluted. Where's the reinforcement you mentioned? Pei Wubbing gestured to the side. Liang Feng followed the direction. Lin Chuan stood there in black training attire, carrying an ordinary tactical bag. A youthful student's naivety still graced his face. Liang Feng was silent for 2 seconds. Him? Yes. He's still a student. Has he even come of age? 20-some days until adulthood, Pei Wubbing added with meticulous precision. Liang Feng felt no reassurance. If anything, his concerns deepened. How could the Poison King bring a student along? For all a student's brilliance, they had scarcely experienced life and death combat. Frankly, they hadn't even completed university before entering the Abyss battlefield. This was far too dangerous. It was as if human lives meant nothing. What if he perished under the 7th camp? Even if the Poison King didn't retaliate against the base afterward, losing an outstanding prospect would still be a significant failure. I've reviewed the Beast Tower footage, Liang Feng said, looking at Lin Chuan. Killing a 3rd-tier projection in 15 seconds is indeed formidable. But beasts are not projections. Life and death combat involves far more variables. It is extremely dangerous. The training tower can simulate pain, but injuries sustained in real combat could haunt one for life. As he spoke, he activated his wristband. A combat recording projected into the air. In the dark valley, a shadowy figure sliced through 3 combat teams. Detectors captured only a few fragmented frames. After the shadow vanished, 4 border guards collapsed simultaneously. One man's combat armor had been completely severed, 3 deep bone-revealing wounds on his chest. The Shadow Poison Cat is currently mid-3rd tier. It is attempting to break through to the late 3rd tier, yet its speed has already approached that of a late-stage martial master. Liang Feng closed the recording. It can suppress its body temperature, heartbeat, and life force. Once it enters darkness, most detectors become ineffective. In recent attacks, it has wounded 12 people, 3 critically. He was not deliberately frightening Lin Chuan. These were all data extracted at the cost of the soldiers' lives. Then what should I do? Enter and follow commands. Liang Feng instructed, summoning 2 soldiers. Wei and Martial Master 3rd tier. Yuan Jin, Martial Master 2nd tier. They will be responsible for your protection. Both men approached Lin Chuan. Their combat armor bore claw marks that had yet to be repaired. Liang Feng continued, do not stray more than 10 meters from them. Upon sighting the Shadow Poison Cat, retreat first. Do not pursue. Lin Chuan glanced at the 2 martial masters. All right. Liang Feng was somewhat surprised. He had expected a martial king's disciple to carry some arrogance. Unexpectedly, Lin Chuan agreed readily. Lin Chuan truly did not mind. Someone to lead the way. Someone to stand guard. Someone to inform him of the cat's origins. This was a favorable situation. Why refuse? Besides, some things could not be explained by words alone. They required strength. Pei Wu Bing patted Lin Chuan on the shoulder. If you cannot win, flee. The poison core can be found again. But if my disciple dies, the paperwork would be far too troublesome. Lin Chuan was somewhat moved. This old Sundara master did care for him after all. Rest assured, I guarantee the cat dies and I survive. Pei Wu Bing nodded. Very well. Lin Chuan followed the unit through the black fissure. After a brief moment of weightlessness, his feet touched ground once more. This was the world of the abyss. There was no sun in the sky. Thick black clouds covered the entire abyss. In the distance, numerous grayish-white plants grew. The air carried a faint putrid stench. 2 kilometers ahead, a steel garrison stood in the valley's center. The perimeter walls rose 15 meters high. 6 searchlight towers continuously swept the surroundings. Near the camp, numerous combat traces remained. Mountain walls lay shattered. The ground was cracked. An armored transport vehicle had been split cleanly in half. Lin Chuan examined the cut. The metal edges had turned completely black. Wei spoke up. That beast's claws carry poison. Ordinary 2nd-tier combat armor would be corroded within 10 seconds. If scratched by it, antidote must be injected within 20 seconds. Yuan Jin patted the medicine box at his waist. Exceed 1 minute and survival depends entirely on fate. Lin Chuan nodded. This was the terrifying potency of poison, death upon contact with blood. That night the garrison went to full alert. 16 searchlights illuminated the valley. Outside the supply zone, 3 combat teams patrolled in rotation. Lin Chuan sat upon an alloy crate. His perfected spiritual perception spread outward. Within 50 meters, the soldiers breathing the energy flow within their armor, the wind sweeping gravel, all entered his consciousness. Wei stood beside him. Sleep if you're weary. That beast may not appear tonight. But Lin Chuan said, it's here. Wei tightly gripped his battle blade, astonished. Was Lin Chuan's perception so acute? Wasn't he a poison element martial artist? Wei guarded in both directions while asking where. Lin Chuan looked up at the searchlight tower. In midair, a black line sliced through the light. Click. 3 searchlights extinguished simultaneously. The supply zone plunged into darkness. Before the alarm could sound, a black-furred claw had already emerged from the shadows. The claw tip scraped across an alloy cargo crate. The multi-ton container split down the middle. Internal medicine supplies splattered outward. A shadowy figure crashed into the patrol formation. 2 soldiers were sent flying simultaneously. Deep green claw marks marred their armor chests. Enemy attack. Liang Feng's voice echoed throughout the garrison. Dozens of border guards quickly dispersed. Heavy searchlights reactivated. Beams swept across the supply zone. A black cat demon exceeding 3 meters in length crouched upon the shattered crate. Its limbs were slender and long. Its eyes were dark green, claws reaching 30 centimeters in length. Light from all directions falling upon its black fur somehow produced no reflection. The shadow poison cat fixed its gaze upon the crowd. Its lips slowly peeled back, revealing 2 rows of blood-stained fangs. Damn beast, take this. Liang Feng leaped from the wall. His alloy battle blade, charged with true chi, slashed toward the cat demon's head. The shadow poison cat lowered its body. The crate collapsed beneath it. A black silhouette skimmed past the blade, its lethal claw striking directly for Liang Feng's chest. Clang! The claw tip tore through the outer armor. Liang Feng parried horizontally. Immense force sent him flying 20+ meters. His back crashed into the alloy wall. The entire section bulged outward. The shadow poison cat did not pursue further, wearing a grin that seemed to mock its prey. It leaped backward once more, dissolving into darkness. Detectors within the garrison flashed frantically. Target lost. Target lost. Cannot lock life force. Wei Yin and Yuan Jin simultaneously shielded Lin Chuan. Retreat. Stay close to us. As they turned, a slight whistle of parted air came from above. Lin Chuan's spiritual perception rapidly contracted. Killing intent came from behind. A shadow burst forth from beneath the shattered searchlight tower. The cat demon's claw tore through the air, aiming directly for Yuan Jin's nape. Lin Chuan stepped forward. Dark green true chi erupted simultaneously. 4 phantom arms extended from his shoulders and spine. Combined with his physical pair, 6 arms spanned the heavens. 2 phantom arms crossed to shield Yuan Jin. The lethal claw fell heavily. Boom. Poison energy and true chi detonated simultaneously. A dozen nearby alloy crates were blown away by the impact. The ground subsided half a meter. Cracks appeared on the surface of the 2 phantom arms. Yet they did not collapse. The shadow poison cat used the force to flip. Its tail swept horizontally toward him. Lin Chuan raised his physical left arm to block. Bang! The sleeve exploded instantly. His entire body slid sideways several meters. His feet carved 2 deep furrows into the ground. The cat demon did not land. For paws stepped upon metallic fragments flying through the air. Its body changed direction once more. A black shadow circled above Lin Chuan's head. The lethal claw sliced toward his temple from an angle-blind spot. Fast. The speed of a real beast. Far more difficult to judge than beast tower projections. It knew how to conceal itself, how to deceive, how to utilize the environment to alter its attack path. But Lin Chuan smiled. Projections do not fear. But real beasts do. After all, he was no greenhorn, possessing the experience of 2 lifetimes. In his previous existence, countless demonic beasts and human powerhouses, he had fought against untold numbers of them. Lin Chuan's spiritual perception enveloped the shadow poison cat entirely. Shoulder contracting. Spine bending. Right hind leg already gathering force. It had not yet landed. Lin Chuan had already locked onto its next direction of movement. 4 phantom arms struck simultaneously. Fists pierced the air. The shadow poison cat was forced to twist its body. His physical pair of fists descended from the flank. Bang! With thunderous energy infused, his punching power surged. Fist tips struck the cat demon's abdomen. Its massive body was sent flying sideways. It continuously smashed through 3 support pillars. The supply shed lost its foundation. The entire metallic structure collapsed downward. The shadow poison cat burst forth from the ruins. Its right abdomen had already caved in. Yet its dark green eyes grew even more ferocious. It abandoned its hit-and-run tactics. All 4 limbs exerted force simultaneously. The ground exploded thunderously. The cat demon, weathering a storm of debris, charged head-on at Lin Chuan. Its 2 front claws tore through 6 black blade waves. Where the blade waves passed, alloy crates were sliced apart cleanly. Lin Chuan's 6 arms extended simultaneously. His physical pair protected his chest. 2 phantom arms shattered the poison blades. The remaining arms closed from both flanks, cutting off the cat demon's retreat. Boom. Human silhouette and beast collided. Shattered rock was blasted outward by the shockwave. The shadow poison cat's claws tore open Lin Chuan's shoulder. 3 strands of black poison rapidly entered his flesh. Lin Chuan's movements did not pause. The 10,000 poisons true scripture activated on its own. The poison entering his body was directly decomposed and absorbed by his 36 dark gold meridians. The shadow poison cat's pupils contracted. It waited for Lin Chuan to become paralyzed. But Lin Chuan had already seized its front paw. Apologies, I dabble in poison as well. His physical arms exerted force simultaneously. Crack. The cat demon's right front paw was forcibly broken. 4 phantom arms pressed down in succession. 1 gripped the back of its neck. 1 smashed into its jaw. The remaining 2 arms pinned the cat demon's shoulders. Thunder Palm's internal force detonated simultaneously. Boom. 6 bursts of internal energy pierced through flesh and muscle. The cat demon's shoulder bone exploded from within. Its massive body skidded across the ground for over 100 meters. Supply crates along the way were crushed in succession, finally crashing into the mountainside. The entire stone wall concaved inward. Cracks rapidly spread outward. Massive sections of rock collapsed thunderously. Everyone at the garrison halted their movements simultaneously. At the center of the rubble pile, the shadow poison cat raised its head. Its right front paw was twisted. Its shoulder was completely caved in. Green blood continuously poured from its mouth. It stared fixedly at Lin Chuan. Its body became indistinct. It's using shadow concealment. Liang Feng burst from the ruins. Stop it! Lin Chuan was just about to pursue when urgent alarms sounded from behind. Poison subject's vital signs declining. Blood oxygen concentration 61%. The two soldiers who had previously fallen had skin turning blue-black. Lin Chuan retracted his step. Turning, he came to their sides. The shadow poison cat dissolved into a black shadow, drilling along a crack in the mountainside into the earth, vanishing in an instant. Wei Yan looked toward the direction the cat demon fled. What a pity. It escaped again. Then he glanced at the poisoned soldiers, ultimately deciding not to pursue. Lin Chuan placed both hands upon the chests of the two soldiers. The 10,000 poisons true scripture activated. Black-green poison was forcibly extracted from their wounds. Flowing along Lin Chuan's palms, it entered his own meridians. His blood corrosion poison body rapidly decomposed the toxic properties. The blue-black discoloration on the two soldiers' skin faded at visually observable speeds. Blood oxygen concentration 73%, 82%, out of critical condition. One of them reopened his eyes. Thank you. What about the cat demon? Liang Feng walked over to him. It fled. Liang Feng shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. It was driven away by a student we should have been protecting. What? The soldier was instantly astonished. Surrounding soldiers began clearing the rubble. No one surrounded Lin Chuan anymore. Liang Feng activated his combat terminal, personally modifying personnel clearance. Lin Chuan's temporary combat rating grade A. Close protection restrictions lifted. Priority kill rights for the shadow poison cat granted. Liang Feng completed identity verification, then extended his right hand toward Lin Chuan. The previous arrangements were not meant to underestimate you. Others in the past came with full confidence to train only to have their arms torn off by abyss beasts, ruining their entire martial careers. I understand. Lin Chuan shook his hand. Your willingness to protect me is a good thing for me. Liang Feng's hand paused briefly. He looked again at the mountain wall crack. That beast broke its front paw. Its shoulder bone is shattered as well. It likely won't dare return anytime soon. Lin Chuan remained silent. His system interface suddenly displayed a new notification. Deep within the abyss, the shadow poison cat lay in a black cave. It licked its broken front paw. Its dark green eyes contained nothing but resentment and venom. Detected hatred target shadow poison cat. Bind. You can bind non-humans too. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up instantly. Bind. Binding successful. Lin Chuan gazed at the system prompt and finally comprehended. I understand. Lin Chuan nodded firmly. From now on we brothers only torment the living. We don't kill. Deep within the high underground cave, inside an underground cavern, dark green toxic springs continually bubbled up. Each droplet that fell upon the stone walls corroded tiny holes. The shadow poison cat crouched by the spring. Its right forepaw was completely broken. The shoulder was collapsed. Two clear fist prints remained on its abdomen. Green blood dripped along its fur. The surrounding ground had been corroded into pits and hollows. It stared at its reflection in the spring. Its dark green pupils slowly contracted. That damned human must die. The cat demon lowered its head and bit down on its broken forepaw. Crack. It forcibly snapped the dislocated bone back into place. The fractured bone pierced through flesh and skin. Green blood spurted out. Yet the shadow poison cat did not loosen its bite. Dragging its severely wounded body, it directly entered the toxic spring. Sizzle. The poison water submerged the wounds. Black fur rapidly fell away. Massive amounts of toxins burrowed into the flesh and blood, beginning to scour the broken bones. A low roar echoed through the cave. The shadow poison cat mastered a bloodline martial art. Shadow poison claw. It strengthened its forepaws through bloodline poison power, cultivated to an extremely high level. The claw edges could even tear through high-grade alloys. However, in the past, it could only condense a layer of poison light. That was enough to attack ordinary warriors. But when encountering Lin Chuan's chi arms, the poison light failed to instantly cut through the defense. It believed the reason for its failure was that its bloodline martial art was not strong enough. The shadow poison cat left the toxic spring and went to the deepest part of the cave. Their piles of toxic ores were stacked along with bloodline treasures it had collected over many years. 11 pieces of black marrow poison crystal, 3 mature shadow blood flowers, and a piece of poison bone left by a peak 3rd-rank demon beast. These resources were originally meant for its breakthrough to the 4th rank. Now with a fierce desire for revenge, it bit down and shattered the black marrow poison crystal. The toxic energy exploded in its mouth. Its gums and tongue began to ulcerate simultaneously. Woo woo woo. The shadow poison cat cried while continuing to swallow. We cat demons don't compete for esteemed bun, but for dignity. It was determined to make Lin Chuan pay. The remaining 10 poison crystals all entered its stomach. Boom. Vast poison powers surged into its limbs. The broken forepaws began to regrow. The shoulder bones kept splicing together. Massive black blood vessels converged along the skin toward the 2 forepaws. The cat demon then swallowed 3 shadow blood flowers. Finally, it bit the poison bone to pieces. Crack. A restriction deep within its bloodline was forcibly torn open. The toxic spring was drawn toward it. Dark green spring water swirled around the cat demon's body. On the surface of its two forepaws, the originally illusory poison light began to compress. Once, 10 times, hundreds of times. The poison light gradually solidified. Finally, it turned into translucent dark green crystals. The crystals extended outward along the toe bones. 10 sharp claws appeared simultaneously. Each one exceeded 30 centimeters. As soon as the claw edges touched the ground, the hard toxic or silently split apart. The shadow poison cat lifted its forepaw and swung it toward the cave wall. Kai! 5 streaks of dark green claw light pierced through the rock layer. The entire stone wall paused for half a second. Then it collapsed with a thunderous roar along the claw marks. Heavy rock blocks fell into the toxic spring. Large swaths of poison water splashed onto the cave ceiling. Woo! The cat demon stood in the center of the poison water, letting out a gratified roar. Its injuries had all healed. The energy fluctuation in its body had also surpassed its original limit, officially entering the late 3rd rank. It lowered its head to look at the crystal claws. Those dark figures. And that human who could use 6 arms. This time they would all die. Border Defense 7th Battalion. Lin Chuan was helping in the medical area. The 2 soldiers who had been scratched by the poison cat the previous night still had a small amount of toxin remaining in their bodies. Ordinary antidote potions could only slowly remove it. The 10,000 Poisons Transformation Sutra could directly extract it. Lin Chuan pressed down on one soldier's arm. The black-green toxin converged along the blood vessels. Finally, it was absorbed into his palm. Toxin residue in body 3. Vital signs returned to normal. The soldier sat up. He moved his shoulder. It really doesn't hurt anymore. Lin Chuan smiled faintly. He had just stepped out of the medical area when a system prompt suddenly appeared. The enemy shadow poison cat's bloodline martial art has reached great mastery. Triggered 600-fold return. Boom. Vast bloodline insights flooded into Lin Chuan's mind. The system did not make Lin Chuan grow cat claws. Instead, it converted the demon beast's bloodline ability into a derivative talent suitable for human use. Obtain derivative talent Poison Crystal Claw. Talent rank B level. Lin Chuan looked down at his right hand. With a thought dark green poison type, qi rapidly surged out of his meridians. The qi did not spread outward. Instead, it continuously compressed on the surface of his palm. Fingers. Back of the hand. Wrist. His entire right forearm gradually became covered in a layer of translucent crystal. 5 crystal-sharp claws extended outward fully 30 centimeters. Inside each claw edge flowed dense poison power. Wei Yan passed by. Seeing Lin Chuan's right hand, he slowed his pace. What is this? Nail art. Wei Yan looked at the 30-centimeter-long crystal claw edges. Do you have a misunderstanding of nail art? Had just a martial technique. Lin Chuan flexed his fingers. The crystal claw edges clinked against each other, producing a crisp metallic sound. Lend me a piece of 3rd-grade alloy. Wei Yan looked toward the training area. Yesterday the shadow poison cat just tore apart a 3rd-grade tactical shield. Haven't had time to repair it yet. Perfect. The 2 went to the equipment repair area. A black tactical shield 2 meters tall stood on the testing platform. The shield was 8 centimeters thick. Its surface still bore the claw marks left by the shadow poison cat. Wei Yan pointed to the central area. This shield can withstand a frontal attack from a late-stage martial master. You. Before he could finish, Lin Chuan's right hand had already swung down. Kai. 5 crystal claws sliced into the shield. The claw edges encountered no significant resistance. Accompanied by a sharp scraping sound, 5 slits rapidly extended downward. Lin Chuan withdrew his right hand. The black tactical shield split open from the middle. One piece of the shield face crashed heavily to the ground. Detection data began to refresh. Target material 3rd-grade black mystic alloy. Cut depth 8 centimeters. Toxin erosion depth 2 centimeters. Target structural integrity 21. Wei Yan looked at the broken shield, then at Lin Chuan's right hand. Impressive. These claws are sharper than that cat's. Liang Feng happened to walk into the repair area. He crouched down to inspect the cut. The claw marks were smooth. Inside, dark green crystals remained. It's very similar to the shadow poison cat's attack style, he said. But the condensation level is higher. Liang Feng looked up at Lin Chuan. Did you comprehend this after battling the cat demon last night? Lin Chuan nodded. Pretty much. It wasn't exactly a lie. Indeed, after the battle the system helped him comprehend it. But this small detail wasn't necessary to explain to the border defense soldiers. Lin Chuan dismissed his own poison crystal claw. An idea appeared in his mind. If his hands could wear claw covers, what about the 4 qi arms? He didn't know if it would work. Lin Chuan went straight to work. 4 qi arms extended. Guided by his will, dark green poison type, qi flowed along the manifested arms, shoulders, elbows, wrists. The surfaces of the 4 qi palms also began to develop crystals. It works. 5 sharp claws. 10, 20, plus his own 2 hands. 6 poison crystal claws condensed simultaneously. 30 dark green claw edges fully unfurled in the training area. Lin Chuan swung all 6 arms simultaneously. Claw lights slashed toward the testing platform from different directions. Kai! Kai! The alloy floor was continuously torn open. 5 second-grade testing targets broke simultaneously. The last third-grade alloy target was cut with 30 deep marks by the 6 claw lights. Lin Chuan gestured for a moment. The military district's smart terminal provided data. Maximum attack range 2. 3 meters. Peak burst intensity late, 3rd rank. Duration 42 seconds. Lin Chuan retracted the 4 chi arms, maintaining 6 poison crystal claws simultaneously for a short time. Consumed a lot of chi, but it was enough for a burst of offense. Lin Chuan looked at his right hand feeling quite pleased. This cat is a good cat, but it has killed people. It must be eliminated. Lin Chuan dismissed the poison crystal claw. Gains were gains. Human lives were human lives. These were 2 separate accounts. The shadow poison cat attacked the border defense station, injuring and killing many soldiers. Even if it trained hard every day from now on and could give Lin Chuan returns, it still had to die. High underground cave. 50 kilometers from the 7th Battalion station. The Blackstone residential area. This place was home to over 8600 people. Most were miners, herb collectors, and their families. On the outskirts of the residential area, 3 layers of alloy protective walls kept the dark beasts at bay. The shadow poison cat did not attack the military camp again, having suffered a loss once it already knew there were too many strong fighters there. However, that human would come to save his comrades. As long as many humans were injured, he would definitely appear. The shadow poison cat advanced along the underground toxic river, evading all of the border defense's detection posts. Finally, it appeared outside the first protective wall. It raised its 2 forepaws. Dark green crystals rapidly condensed. 10 crystal claws pierced into the alloy wall. It pulled downward. Kai! The 12-meter-tall alloy protective wall was torn open from the middle. Large amounts of metal fragments fell into the residential area. A piercing alarm immediately sounded. First protective wall destroyed. Late, 3rd rank demon beast invasion. Target shadow poison cat. Estimated combat power approaching 4th rank. The 7th Battalion station. Red alert covered all areas. Liang Feng grabbed his battle blade. Full battalion 1st level combat readiness. Armored transport vehicles started simultaneously. Wei Yin and Yuan Jin rushed to the convoy. Liang Feng came to Lin Chuan. This time, he didn't arrange for a martial master to protect him. Instead, he directly tossed a combat communicator. Young Lin, go kill the cat demon. Lin Chuan put on the communicator. Got it. I was just looking for it.